Welcome! This has been long awaited. I know you've been waiting. I got banned from YouTube, so we had to delay it by a week. And now we're here. Pretty soon I'm going to be dragging up China's biggest hater in Australia, a guy named Drew Pavlou. Drew is known for his various... I didn't know research on him. I don't know who Drew is. I don't know anything about them. I don't know about all the embarrassing things they've done. Frankly, I don't give a fuck. I think they're a fucking liar. I think they define and defend the crimes of American unipolar imperialism. I think they're a dog of NATO and a dog of American unipolar imperialism. I think they're a eunuch.
It's time.
Thank you so much, Tristan. I think they're a coward. I think they're human scum. I think they call people fascists as a license to kill, as they slandered and smeared Daria as a fascist, as if, even if that was true on an intellectual level when it wasn't, that somehow justifies the murder of a philosopher's daughter and an innocent civilian, who called for the death of no innocent people, by the way. He calls me a fascist. He claims that MAGA communism is an absurdity that would be easy to dispel. And he also weaves a web of lies about countries like China when it comes to the Xinjiang question. And of course, he's jumping on the bandwagon of NATO when it comes to the question of Russia in Ukraine, defending the Azov Nazis. I will not afford Drew Pavlou the title of humanity. And I'm not here to have a discussion with another human being. I'm here to prove to everyone that this person, in addition to being a scumbag, is a fucking idiot. Hope I don't let you down. A final thing regarding donations. I appreciate your donations. They're going to be paused through the duration of the debate. However, if you donate in the middle of the debate, by the end of the debate, when it's over, it's going to be unpaused, and they're all going to be processed and go through. So, you know, don't worry about that. They're not going to be lost. It's just, I have to wait till the debate's over, and then that's when the notifications will pop up. So without any further ado, let's bring him in. Telling him to get in the show queue. Any minute now. Well, while we're waiting, I'll unpause the donos. Thank you so much, Blackjack. Appreciate you, brother. Said he's posting the link to his followers. I mean, I made a point of being on time to this, so no one can make the fucking excuse that he can't back out at the last minute because I was late. Holy fuck, Dementor. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you so much. I have to invite him to the Discord again, apparently. Thank you so much, Dementor.
There. Zio.
Thank you so much, Dementor. Appreciate you, brother. And thank you, Fly on Earlings. Appreciate you. So I gotta give him a new invite. I just gave him an invite. He said it expired. Can't see how that could be true. Okay. Thank you so much, Sage. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Based.
I wish you luck, but you damn sure don't need it. He doesn't know what's in store for him.
Thank you so much, Sage.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Jofo. Appreciate you. Okay, I sent the link. Maybe I have to give him his role. You know, it's actually strange because there was a Drew Pavlou who was in the...
Big mistake for Drew's handlers to let him do this.
Wait a second. Earlier, before I started the show, he was in the Discord. There was a guy named Drew Pavlou who was already in the Discord. This is kind of fishy, honestly. It's like, he's saying the link expired. I can't see how that could be true. Invalid invite. I'm asking him what his Discord name is now, because he's saying, he's sending me a photo saying the link is invalid. I asked him, what is your Discord number? And he said, I don't have one. What is your Discord username?
Oh my God.
You don't have a Discord account? I don't have Zoom installed right now. We agreed it would be Discord. The stream is going to have to be delayed by 30 minutes if we're going to have to use Zoom.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much, MJ. Appreciate you. Sorry if I've been overlooking your messages. Thank you so much, Dementor, for the 20. Appreciate you, man. Well, I'll work it out. What is your Discord account name and number? First, give me the name. Oh, that was already changing his name. All right, so he was not in the Discord previously. That was someone impersonating him. Apparently. Okay. Can't really do anything if I don't have his name. I could just add him and do a Discord call instead of it being in the server, but I think in the worst case scenario, yeah, we'll do a Twitter space. Was not expecting this. He apparently has a Discord account. My old one couldn't log in. So he's creating a new Discord account. This is I have to say, this is an incredible level of incompetence, because he was informed like 40 minutes ago where the debate's going to be. So I told him it's going to be in the Discord. He made no preparations, apparently. I made a point of being punctual so that there could be no excuses as far as the debate was concerned. But what do you expect? It's a stark contrast from the Chinese work ethic, if I may say so, you know? This is the Greek.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you so much, Tunoi.
Get that little B word.
This is the Australian work ethic. I'm not sure. This is a stunning lack of professionalism and maturity. I don't know what I can expect from someone who is attempting to take on the state of over 1 billion people because his feelings were hurt as a teenager. I hope he's not drinking. Yeah, I hope not. I mean, don't know what to expect here. He sent me a page to the Discord support page saying, Drew Pavlou, does this work? Look, either join the server or add me on Discord. Look, I'll just give him my Discord name. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Appreciate
He
you.
already delayed this by a week. He needs to buy more time?
My band delayed it by a week. Thank you so much, Paper One. Appreciate you, brother.
Every time they say they want to debate, they somehow can't figure out how to Discord at the 11th hour.
Thank you so much, Isa.
Bismillah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Farrakhan.
He is a Greekoid, probably eating feta cheese and potato chips on the couch.
I really can't condone that because, you know, YouTube and all. Well, I'm waiting like you guys are waiting. Am I this scary? I don't understand. I mean, I know leftists don't debate me for a reason.
If
Thank you
he
so
really
much,
wanted
Anonymous.
he could have
Appreciate you.
done IT on Rumble, but he didn't want the free speech smoke.
No, I wanted to do it on YouTube. That was me. I knew this would get the most exposure on YouTube. Again, I just have to comment on the stunning lack of professionalism and the absolutely atrocious work ethic and on display here. I mean, in stunning contrast to the Chinese work ethic. No responses, nothing. Again, I didn't know it was this fucking difficult to use Discord. I didn't know it was this difficult. I don't know, maybe there's an Australian version of Discord. Maybe there's a glitch in the Australian version of Discord. Maybe the Australian Discord servers got kicked down by kangaroos. I'm not sure, right? Maybe the Australian fires took out all of the fucking Discord servers in Australia, so Discord just... Maybe he's got to go all the way in the middle of the fucking outback, driving a Jeep, and he's got to fucking discover where Discord is. Like he's like burying up some buried treasure or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why it's such an enigma to be... I mean, this guy's got to be like Captain Hook, and he's got to fucking sail around all of Australia's coasts looking for where fucking Discord is before he could just fucking use Discord. I don't know. It's been like 20 minutes. Takes you know, it doesn't really take this long to make a Discord account, let alone join a Discord server. I'm not sure what the fucking holdup is. I'm just not. You know, maybe the koalas are chewing the fucking Discord wires where he is, or maybe this is actually Xi Jinping's fault, and his Discord account just disappeared, like all of the Chinese people he claims disappeared because he hasn't seen them in a few days. I don't know. Maybe Xi Jinping just made his Discord account disappear, and his computer just disappeared. You know, who knows? Maybe, you know, maybe his Discord account got taken to the camps. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure. This is fucking pathetic, honestly. There's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this. Holy shit, what is the excuse for this? What is the excuse for this? I don't know. Did Xi Jinping personally kidnap him or something? Did he? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Is he watching Shen Yun right now? Is that what it is? Is he in the middle of a Shen Yun opera and he can't take out his phone because it'd be disrespectful? I don't know what this is. Did the organs of his Discord account get taken away or something? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I guess the CCP took away his Discord account. The CCP took away his Discord rights, and he was unable to show up. I think actually what it was is that he was traveling with Yenmi Park, and their train actually stopped. And right now he's with Yenmi Park pushing the train on the North Korean-Chinese border because, according to her, when the trains break down, people have to push the trains physically and manually. And I'm sure it's really strenuous, tiring effort, and that's what he's caught up doing instead of debating right now. And I think he's pushing the trains. He says, how do I use this R-worded app? I created an account. Dude. I think we might have to use a different app than Discord at this point. I regret saying it. But maybe we'll have to use a different app at this point, honestly. What he's saying, how do I use it? I created an account. Do you not? He can't navigate the Discord interface. He doesn't know how to join a server. I mean, like, come on, at least cut him some slack. He's pretty old. He's really old. You know, he lived and he was born in 1989 in the middle of Tiananmen and stuff, and he's just, you know, he's a really old guy. He doesn't know how to use Discord. It's really hard to use for someone his age. It's like you click on Discord, right? It's right here. So Drew, I want you to watch I know you're probably watching my stream right now. It's actually really easy. So on the left-hand side of the Discord page, you can click add a server, okay? And then you can join a server, and then you just paste the invite link that I give you, and you can join the server, okay? Alternatively, you can go to the top left where it says friends, or the right here, and there's a button in green, and it actually says add friend in green, and you can add me as a friend. There are so many ways you can navigate Discord. Is this a fucking joke? Is this a fucking prank? Is he actually not gonna fucking show up? Is he actually not showing up? What the fuck is going on? Dude, it's been 22 minutes. By now, we could have done Zoom. So, Drew, you can't use Discord. Can you just say you can't use Discord? So we can stop wasting our fucking time? I never use this shit. I'm Australian. Yeah, Australians don't use fucking Discord, of course. He's Australian, which means navigating Discord, he doesn't read English. Sorry, he only knows Mandarin because he's Australian. He doesn't know English. He doesn't know how to fucking navigate Discord. It's just, it's too incomprehensible for... So, okay. What do you have Zoom? We're gonna have to... It's gonna take a little bit to get Zoom, but we'll do it. We'll do it. He's not responding. Dude, what are you waiting for? How did it take this fucking long? If you would have watched a fucking YouTube tutorial on how to fucking use Discord, you could have fucking gotten it done by now. I asked you if you have Zoom. Yes, I've got Zoom. Okay, we'll use Zoom. Okay, gonna make a Zoom room. Fuck's sake. Alright. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to do the Zoom shit. So first of all, in a second, we're gonna be doing Zoom. Oh my god, I can't fucking believe this. Okay. New meeting. For fuck's sake. Alright. Hold on, I gotta get my camera. Okay, new meeting. Oh my god. See, I'm sorry for this, guys. Honestly, I prepared for this. So I wasn't preparing to use Zoom, so I've got to like get all the settings right and use the camera. Alright, camera's here. Perfect. Okay. Then let me make sure the audio is good. Speaker. Okay, default. Okay, Yeti. Okay. This should be working fine. Let me see if I can... Alright, hold on. Wait, I see the problem. Sound settings. Yeah, he's definitely trying to fucking bitch out of this. That's okay. Hello. I don't know why the fucking audio is decreasing every time I speak. Hello. Yeah, it's like decreasing. This is fucked up. So audio. Alright, you know what? It's just gonna sound bad on his end, which I don't really give a fuck about. It'll sound fine on our end. Alright. Let's new meeting. Alright. We're almost done, guys. Invite. Okay. Copy invite link. Alright. Sec. Can't fucking believe this shit, man. What a fucking coward. What a fucking coward. Zoom. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. All right, I'm inviting him to the Zoom meeting now.
Now it's working. Is this on? We got it? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Drew.
Yep. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Finally we begin. Fuck, it's not my fault I don't know how to use Discord.
How old are you? 23 and you don't have Discord?
It didn't work out. It's just a bit unlucky. It's all good. I'm just worried for you, Haz. I mean, you almost had an aneurysm before the debate had already begun. I was just worried about.
Yeah, it sounds like you were trying to bitch out of the debate before it even begun. You nervous, Drew? What are you so nervous for?
Yeah.
Your face is red. Your face is red. You're looking like a Thanksgiving turkey, Drew.
Mate, I'm totally fine. Head is clear. I'm breathing well. I'm very peaceful.
Yeah, but the redness on your face says otherwise.
How are you doing?
The redness on your face says otherwise.
I don't know. You says the bloke who was having a bit of a roid rage before the debate had already begun. It's interesting.
Is roid rage the cope that fat people use when they see someone who's physically fit?
Oh, yeah. So true, man. So true. What are we debating? How do we start? What's the format? Are you just going to scream like
Let's
you normally
talk about,
do?
Yeah, sure. I have a topic for you. I want to confront you about your justification for the murder of an innocent civilian.
Oh, wow.
Daria Dugina. Let's start with that.
Daria Dugina. Look, I have to be clear. I was actually just trying to troll you. I don't actually support terror attacks. I'm not a supporter of the Russian government. I'm not a supporter of the Chinese government. So you were trolling.
I'm
actually not a supporter of terrorist attacks.
You were trolling about your mockery and justification.
I'm not going to be. Let me talk, Haz. I'm not going to be shedding any tears for Daria. I will make that clear. I don't endorse it, but I'm not going to be shedding tears for her because her and her father are straight up fascists. I mean, what we have when it comes to Daria and her father, the Eurasianist movement, they've basically created a new front for Nazi ideas. They're rehabilitating Nazi ideas in the Russian context.
Which Nazi ideas?
I'm not going to be having any tears for Daria. No tears are going to be going down.
Drew, you've said your piece that you're bitching out and walking back your cowardly statements. Condoning the death of Daria.
Look, she was a supporter of terrorism. She supported terrorism against the Ukrainian people every single day of her life.
You're waffling around. You're waffling around. Drew, you got to calm down.
Her father, Daria and her father supported violence as a cleansing mechanism. They were fascists. They believed
Give me evidence. Give me evidence. Sure. Drew. You've made your claims. For every claim you make, I want you to substantiate it. First, you called them fascists. I would like you to substantiate that. Then you're claiming that they support violence against civilians who want to cleanse people. I want you to substantiate that.
We'll begin with the history of Dugin. So Dugin was inspired by Miguel Serrano, author of Hitler, the Last Avatar, which claims Aryans owed their superiority to extraterrestrial origins. Dugin originally wrote under a pet name of Sievers, reference to Wolfram Sievers, a German Nazi executed for war crimes in 1947, a man who kept the bones of his
I'm not interested in bringing up Dugin's past in the 1980s. Dugan himself is very explicit. Dugan himself is very explicit about how Euraasianism.
You always do. You're speaking over the guest.
Because you're bringing up some irrelevant jibber-jabber when Dugan was a kid.
Dugin calls for fascism, borderless and red. That's his quote. We want fascism, borderless and red. That's what Dugin calls for.
Drew. I actually made a full. Drew. You clearly didn't do your fucking homework. I made a full YouTube video, literally talking about fascism, borderless and red. There's two facets to that. One, Dugan,
Yes.
when he was talking about fascism borderline, it was just some edgy bullshit anyway, right? But
Edgy
there's
bullshit.
a clear
He literally
distinction.
founded the National Bolshevik Party.
But even then,
Let's not pretend
even
this
if I were to
this is just a
concede to
little
you,
side
even
hobby
if
of
I
his.
were to concede to you that the way Dugan qualifies fascism in that work, and he's very clear in his criticisms of Nazism and actual manifestations of fascism, even if I were to concede to you that this would have made him an actual fascist, because sure, he's identifying with it, Dugan himself divides his own history from the period where he was immersed in the third political theory and the fourth one. And Dugan makes it very clear that the fourth political theory is distinct from the third one, and that Eurasianism is no longer an attempt to make this syncretic, mixture between socialism and nationalism, or communism and right-wing nationalism, but it's actually trying to search for a new beginning for Russian politics, completely turning away from all of the forms of political
This is what the
modernity.
fascists always say. They always say we're beyond left and right-wing politics.
No, he's not saying beyond left and right.
Say.
He's saying he's no longer interested in entertaining political paradigms from the Western tradition of modernity, from political modernity of the 20th century.
This is like straight up exactly
beyond
what
left and right.
Exactly what
I have to explain this to you. I have
to.
to, boy, I have to educate you, Australian boy. Beyond left and right, that's the
God,
syncretism of the third way. That's third way politics.
This is just the most it's schizofascism. It's a schizophrenic ideology. It's schizophrenic.
That's an ad hom. Drew. I'm sure you've not prepared for this
what does he
debate.
say? What
If you're
does
just
he
going
say?
to call things
As early as
schizophrenic,
2005 is calling for the destruction of Ukraine. He's
give me the exact quote in citation.
The Eurasian ideas. Basically, what he's talking about is the empty, abstract sea peoples of the maritime empires, corrupted by Jewish decadence and.
Where does he say Jewish decadence? Where does he say that?
I mean, but that's always the subtext. That's always the code.
Where is it the subtext? Because Dugan is clear about his relationship. Hold on, but Dugan is clear about his relationship to Jewish people and Judaism, and how much he respects and venerates the tradition of Kabbalah and so on and so forth. So where can you actually justify concretely that Dugan is in any meaningful sense a fascist? If you want to cite Fascism Borderless in Red, which was written in his state of political immaturity, please read me the content of that work and show me how it has any similarity to actual fascism.
Everything Dugan talks about, it is fascist.
Name one thing. Name one thing he talks about that's fascist. Name one thing.
Listen to what he talks about. He talks about sacrificial, redemptive violence. He describes the West as the place where
Walter Benjamin. Hold on, Walter Benjamin. I'm gonna explain because you're a fucking retard who doesn't know anything about the history. You don't know anything about the history of thought. Walter Benjamin was a Jewish Marxist from the 1930s who talked about something called divine violence. And the meaning of violence has been very clear in the Marxist tradition. So Dugan saying words about violence in the abstract, that doesn't indict him as a fascist at all. So give me a concrete example of him being a fascist, concretely.
We'll talk about what he wants in concrete reality. What he wants in concrete reality is a Russian imperial state that expands. He talks about destroying Europe. He says we must destroy Europe. And he called in 2014 for the unification of the far right to destroy Europe.
So what does Dugan mean? A few things. When you say Dugan wants a Russian imperial state, it's not so much that he wants one, it's that he recognizes what he calls the Russian big space as a space of common civilization. And yes, he wants a state to reflect that fact. But he doesn't dream of the Hitlerite adventurism of just building something out of nothing because might is right. It's not where he's coming from. And then second of all, you say Dugan wants to destroy Europe. I'm sorry, even if he did say that in the context you're trying to say he did, that doesn't make him a fascist. There's a lot of anti-colonial people who also have grievances and resentments over European imperialism and European colonialism, which, mind you, actually forms the concrete context of where fascism came from. There would be no fascism without European modernity. There's no fascism without European colonialism. There's no fascism without European slavery. There's no fascism without the genocides in Africa and elsewhere and the internment camps that the Europeans pioneered. Hitler's camps wouldn't have been possible were it not for those camps. So saying that he has hostile views toward Europe doesn't mean he's a fascist. But here's the better thing. By destroying Europe, all Dugan means is destroying NATO and the European Union. He doesn't actually mean destroying European civilization.
And why does he want to destroy NATO and the European Union? Because he says that the West is controlled by shadowy forces, by which he means the Jews. He's talking about gays subverting traditional values.
Can you give me a single shred of evidence that justifies the assumption that he means Jews?
I mean, it's common. I mean,
by the way, what you're saying does not. What you're saying doesn't even reflect. Hold on, Drew. What you're saying doesn't even reflect Dugin's point of view. Dugin doesn't need to talk about shadowy forces because Dugin is grounding his understanding of the difference between West and East in a more broader philosophical or even metaphysical difference. It has nothing to do with necessarily any conspiratorial cabal. It's more about how the West and Russia have diverging and differing histories owing to fundamentally different, what he calls logos, which are metaphysical differences or ontic differences. So what you're saying is complete ignorance when you're saying that he's saying the Jews control the world. There's no evidence for that, right?
In 2014, his quote is, "Only a united far right can save Europe from gay Satan." This is what he's talking about. Only a united far right can save Europe from gay Satan. This is basically what he's discussing the whole time. He believes there's this
Dugan is referring to the Dugan is referring, because you have to understand Dugan is actually referring to the manifestations of right-wing populism that existed in Europe, which at the time were the only manifestations of opposition toward the European Union that had a mass popular basis in Europe. But regardless, Dugan has been explicit. We don't have to waffle around and hermeneutically interpret the meaning of Dugan's words in relation to fascism. We just quote Dugan himself on his understanding of Nazism and fascism, and Dugan completely rejects them explicitly, and he actually gives independent reasoning for his rejection of these things that is consistent with his philosophy and his worldview.
This is a key element. This is a key element of schizofascism, by which they claim to reject and deny fascism, and yet their methods are fascist themselves. So
what methods are those? For example, First of all, let's not get off track. Hold on. Let's just stop getting off track.
The cult of the dead. The dream of cleansing violence.
I don't want to hear your 14 your retarded 14 signs of fascism that could be applied to Joe Biden too. But I want to ask you a question.
Oh my God! This is not what I'm
What methods?
This is the problem with fashion, because it's always a movement of the primacy of the will over the intellect over reason. It's always going to be internally contradictory.
You're talking about matters of which you have no understanding.
Speak about how he opposes fascism while supporting fascist
You're speaking
goals and
about
movements
things
themselves.
that Dugan outclasses you when it comes to. You're talking about will.
But for example, the people that he allies with in Russia, basically their entire worldview is that this alliance of homosexuals, this alliance of Jews, this alliance of antichrist.
Where are you getting the anti-Semitism? Where are you contriving the accusation of anti-Semitism? Drew, stop hiding behind Jews. Stop hiding behind Jews. I don't know why you're bringing Jews into this. Stop hiding behind them. Drew, you can't give me any concrete evidence that he supports anti-Semitism.
Dugan believes in a shadowy global cabal. It is a structurally anti-Semitic ideology. He just doesn't name Jews because he wants to. I mean, he himself may not name Jews, but many others.
I hear your argument. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
So they say that Zelensky.
Stop jibber jabbering. Stop with the jibber jabber. I hear your argument.
They say that Zelensky is a tool of the Jewish elite. This is what the Russians are saying right now. This is their propaganda.
Can you quote Dugan saying that?
These are his allies.
Drew, what you're doing right now is you're throwing 1,000 pieces of shit at the wall. You're throwing 1,000 pieces of... Drew, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Chill out, man. Chill out.
Shut up for 2 seconds. I am clearly trying...
Just cleanse yourself of void rage and just talk.
I'm going to mute.
Talk normal.
Do I have to mute you, or can you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds?
Just chill.
Yeah,
man.
we're trying to chill. Drew, I am trying to steer this debate to the meat and potatoes of the point. You are just making liberal jibber jabber, not making any substantive arguments. You're making all of these claims about how Dugan is alluding toward Jews. You're not justifying the claim. You're making all of these claims about how fascism places primacy of the will over reality, where Dugan's philosophy directly contradicts that view. So you're making all these different kinds of claims.
Explain to me how Dugan's philosophy directly contradicts that view of the primacy of the will over the intellect.
Because Dugan actually endorses what he calls a version of idealism, according to which the nous, and he's writing a huge project called Pneumachia, right? The origins in the nous, which is the foundations of civilization, come from what he calls the noosphere, which is actually from the mind. And it's through the intellect that one can actually interface with this and come to actually reflect this, right? So Dugin doesn't believe in voluntarism. He actually ascribes to a kind of metaphysical idealism, according to which, and this is in his own words, the idea has primacy. So you're wrong. Dugin does respect the intellectual traditions of the world, including the intellectual traditions of Europe. Dugin has engaged with just about every single intellectual of the European canon in the 20th century, including from the far left and the left. So what you're saying is completely wrong. Dugin is first and foremost, and this is what I'm trying to drive the debate back to the point of, a philosopher. He's not calling for violence. He's not calling for the extermination of peoples. He's not calling for massacring anyone. He's first and foremost a philosopher. And you justified the murder of his daughter. Even if you said that his philosophy, if taken to its, even if you were to make the claim that his philosophy, taken to its logical conclusion, would be a replication of Hitler's Germany, something you couldn't even justify if you were pressed on it. Even if you were to make that claim, you can't actually show me how Dugin, in his capacity as an intellectual and a philosopher, is responsible for that. He's not. He's just a philosopher, and you're justifying the murder of anyone you deem fit just because you call them a fascist. Drew, this is an extrajudicial.
This is exactly what the Russians are doing inside Ukraine. They claim anyone who opposes the idea of Ukraine.
That's a perfect example, Drew. That's a perfect example. Because that's a perfect example. Sure.
You're not letting me speak. You're
Go ahead,
yelling.
Speak.
They claim that anyone who denies that Ukraine should be a subordinated colonial state to Russia, they say that anyone who believes in that is a Nazi Banderovite. This is what they claim. And then, so this is how they justify the violence against Ukrainian citizens, including the use of an anti-carrier missile against residential buildings just days ago. We're talking about the slaughter of children.
I have to preface something for the sake of YouTube. YouTube has actually made it against its terms of service to discuss events of that nature. So we're not going to be mentioning things like that on YouTube.
What events of that nature? What are you talking about?
YouTube has made it against their terms of service to question what the mainstream media says about Russia's
actions. That's a very easy cop out.
But since you made, but I can address the other things you said. I'm still allowed to address the other things you said, just not the stuff about the residential building. So regarding the other stuff,
we know what you're saying. We know what you're going to be arguing.
Regarding the other stuff that you were saying, you claim that Russia accuses anyone in Ukraine who resists Russian colonialism of being a Nazi Banderite. But there's a few problems with that, Drew. First of all, the Azov Battalion isn't a battalion of philosophers. They are a battalion of active neo-Nazis. And when I say active neo-Nazis, these are armed thugs who do believe that Russians should be exterminated, have taken actions toward the end of exterminating Russians and killing Russians, including killing journalists and beating political activists and dissidents within Ukraine. So that's a very real thing. The Azov Battalion has engaged in terrorism against the civilian population of Donbass. That is an actual application of Hitler's methods and the methods of the Banderites who massacred Poles and Ukrainians throughout history. Hold on, Drew. Second of all, I let you talk, so you're going to let me talk. The question of Stepan Bandera's legacy in Ukraine is not a matter of dispute. Ukrainian schools, Ukrainian government institutions, and Ukrainian politicians are almost all unequivocal in their campaign to redeem the image of Stepan Bandera. The Ukrainian independence movement unequivocally and indisputably has its origins in Banderism. That is, they literally have songs where they call themselves Banderists in Ukrainian schools right now. So that's not a smear by Russia. Finally, as to the claim of colonization, there's no evidence Russia wants to colonize Ukraine. The only evidence we have, the only motivation we can derive as far as Russia's intervention into Ukraine is that Russia does not want NATO to have a stronghold and have a footing in Ukraine. Russia wants to defend its own borders, rightfully, from NATO's eastward expansion. You're calling Russia Hitlerites and fascists, but Russians are not the ones who are expanding militarily to the west unprovoked. As soon as the Soviet Union dissolved, NATO decided to march east. Now they wanted to go into Ukraine after a coup in 2014 that was explicitly anti-Russian. And you're saying Russians have no right? You're saying Russians have no right to be worried or somehow be concerned that NATO is making these moves right on its border? Let me ask you a question, Drew. Would the United States of America tolerate Russian bases in Mexico or Canada?
This is all the easy propaganda narrative perpetrated by the Russians. They claim it's all to do with NATO, when in fact they don't care that Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. They were talking about. You had Dugin saying that Ukraine is not a legitimate state, that it should be destroyed. He was talking about that as early as 2005. People have talked about this for decades prior to NATO. Why might countries in Eastern Europe want to join NATO? Why might they want to join NATO? Maybe perhaps because of the history, the decades of Russian imperial expansion across Eastern Europe. Let's not forget that World War II started when the Soviet Union signed a secret alliance pact with Nazi Germany.
Yeah,
they had secret provisions under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to invade and divide Eastern Europe together. And so World War II begins when the Soviets invade from the east and the Nazis invade from the west. They dismember Poland. Soviet Union moves into Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. There's an invasion of Finland, and even just in the last 20 years, look at the list of Russian imperial expansion. Look at the list of conflicts Russia has been involved in.
Sure.
The war with Georgia, the leveling of Grozny. That was a brutal conflict.
The problem is, you mentioned the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Well, Russia, or the Soviet Union at the time, tried to form not only non-aggression pacts, but defensive military alliances with the British, the French, and others when it became clear that Hitler had these motivations to expand eastward aggressively, and the Soviet Union's requests were rejected. So the Soviet Union was faced with two options: go to war with the Nazis right away, or buy time, precious time that counted so importantly, by the way, to save itself. When it comes to the division of influence over Eastern Europe, as Western historians like to claim, you actually look at the fine details here, and it's very clear the Soviet Union's motivations were purely self-defensive. When they say, oh yeah, we want Romania or we want Bulgaria, they don't mean we want to take over Bulgaria. They mean, hey, Nazis, you can't have your troops come to Bulgaria because that's a defense to our security. They had no intention
What do you call the invasion of Hungary in 1956? What do you call the repression
Hungary,
of
together with Romania and other Eastern European countries, actually invaded the Soviet Union alongside Nazi Germany. So when Hungary,
I know this.
When a communist government came to power,
perhaps this would not have happened. Has you say, oh well, they were looking for a pact against Nazi Germany with the West.
Yes.
You can go all the way back to the start, Hitler's rise to power, and the Soviet Union, Stalin forbid the communists inside Germany from working with the Social Democrats to contain Hitler's rise.
No, he didn't. That's a complete lie. The third period of the Comintern was a direct reaction and a direct result of how social democratic politicians were jailing, suppressing, and even massacring communists, and actually working alongside the rising fascist menace at the time. So you're completely wrong about that fact.
1932 and 1933
and it was the Communist Party.
It
was the Communist Party who wanted to form a bloc with the Social Democrats, and they were the ones who were rebuffed. So you're just revising history right now.
If you're going to pull it all the way back to the end of World War I, yes. But if we're talking about the rise of Hitler in the early 30s,
yes,
the Soviet Union forbid the communists from working with the Social Democrats.
That's not true.
This was part of Hitler's rise.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Soviet Union blocking off.
No, the Soviet Union adopted the theory. The Soviet Union adopted the theory that social democracy was the moderate wing of fascism because it was the Social Democrats who were not only suppressing communists politically, but actually enabling the rise of Hitler and the Nazis and refusing to work with communists. That's why they adopted the third period ideology of the Comintern. It wasn't because of ideological dogmatism, and it certainly wasn't because the Soviet Union forbid and this was the theoretical line international communist parties in the world were taking at the time. And they were right, by the way, about that.
And so also, I mean, if we're going up to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, if you're claiming that this was purely a defensive measure, why was Stalin stunned with the news that Hitler broke the pact and had invaded all across Eastern Europe with Operation Barbarossa? He was shocked. Stalin was shocked. He was stupefied for days. They couldn't get through to Stalin for days. And so he was completely taken off guard by the breach of the pact.
I've heard the claim. I'm familiar with the claim that he was extremely taken off guard. But the only conclusion I could draw from that, if it's true, I'm not even certain if it's true, but I have heard it. And there's some credibility to the claim just in the fact that it took so long for Stalin to make a public appearance after it happened. But I will say that Stalin
he wasn't issuing orders. He didn't issue orders to his own generals, etc.
Wait, but it's just the timing took him off guard. They maybe didn't expect it to happen that soon, that month, or even maybe that specific year, but they knew it was coming. It was very clear, the Soviets, that Hitler had ambitions to invade the Soviet Union.
Let me ask you this, Has. If it was purely a defensive pact, why was the Soviet Union still supplying Nazi Germany with all the mineral resources that it needed in the intervening war period? From when it invaded Poland,
because the Nazis, in exchange for those raw materials, the Soviets were able to get precious machinery that proved vital for their victory over the Nazis, as we saw throughout the duration of the Second World War.
Look, the material that was vital for the Soviet Union's victory over the Nazis was actually the Lend-Lease program and the support of the Western allies. This is a fallacy to say
the Lend-Lease is complete cope. Britain got far more from the Lend-Lease than the Soviet Union could. This is an attempt. This is an attempt by contemporary historians to basically demean the Soviet Union's victory because they find it so unfathomable that yes, it was the Soviet Union who bore the brunt of the Nazi war machine, and it was the Soviet Union who bore the brunt of the glorious victory over the Nazis. That was the Soviet Union's victory, and contemporary historians who find that inconvenient for their lib shit narratives.
The victory that came after they enabled Hitler's rise and after they allowed Nazi Germany.
But again, we just went through the argument as to whether or not they did in fact enable Hitler's rise, and you failed to actually substantiate.
Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union, this is a fact, the Soviet Union was fine with Nazi Germany waging war on the Western European allies as long as Nazi Germany didn't launch a war against itself.
Wait, how could the Soviet Union stop Hitler from waging war on the Western allies? You think the Soviet Union...
Don't launch a joint invasion of Poland.
You think the Soviet Union wanted the Nazis to expand eastward? Then why was the pact signed, the non-aggression pact?
Of course they didn't want them to expand.
The entire content of the non-aggression pact was to tell the Nazis, you can't go this much east, okay? We can't stop you unless we go to war with you, so we're going to have a treaty. Don't cross this fucking line. It was the Soviets who did everything in their power to prevent the Nazis from going eastward. Who were the people to object? While your free, liberal, democratic world, people like Chamberlain were shaking hands with Hitler and enabling his eastward expansions with Czechoslovakia, and so on and so forth. It was the Soviet Union, almost solely the Soviet Union, that was actually raising concern about how this is an unprecedented form of barbarism and violation of the sovereignty of nations.
They enabled Hitler's invasion of Poland. That is a fact.
No, they didn't. By the time the Nazis were planning on...
If he knew that the Soviets could have intervened.
True. By the time the Nazis were planning on invading Poland, the Soviet Union had exhausted its choices and exhausted its ability of trying to convince the Western powers after the invasion of Czechoslovakia, after the invasion eastward, that, hey, this Hitler guy's dangerous, we need to form a military defensive alliance against him. They rejected all of the Soviet Union's calls for one. So when the Soviet Union...
This is true. If this is true, why was Nazi propaganda republished in Soviet papers at the time? There was actually a concerted effort to improve public support, public perception of Nazi Germany inside the Soviet Union. There was actually a concerted effort to improve public perception.
I have to look at the evidence of what you're talking about, Drew. I would have to look at the evidence of what you're talking about there, but I find it irrelevant because regardless of what they're publishing in their papers, the Soviets were unable to stop Hitler's invasion of Poland. They were not able to, and the only way they could stop that, Drew, the only way the Soviet Union could have stopped Hitler's invasion of Poland is by going to war with him. They could not afford that war at the time.
They could not afford the war at the time because Stalin had purged all his generals in an act of
because the Soviet Union was lacking. The Soviet Union was lacking a lot of. The Soviet Union was lacking a lot of precious machinery, and it was lacking a lot of the heavy arms, like tanks, tank production, and so on and so forth, to go toe-to-toe with the Nazis at the time. If you look at Soviet military-industrial production, 39 to 41, you see a rapid increase preparation for a war, right? The Soviet Union was not prepared at the time in 39. They needed more time to stall so that they could actually, in addition to build up their own reserves, actually acquire a lot of the precious machinery from the Nazis themselves, from the Germans, that they would later use against them. That proved very crucial for the Soviet Union's war effort during the Second World War.
If that was so crucial for the Soviet Union's war effort and stopping Nazi Germany ultimately, why is it that the Soviet Union moved in, massacred Polish officers, made a concerted attempt?
I recommend you consult the work of Grover
the Polish cultural intelligentsia.
Okay, listen,
it was a concerted attempt by the Soviets.
Drew, all you're able to do is like just point to these sensationalized, Katyn and these
No.
events.
All you have is apologia after apologia.
Drew, I have to explain to you
why
something.
did the Soviet Union
Drew, I have to explain. I'm going to explain international law to you. Drew, I'm going to explain international law to you and why the Polish government in exile didn't declare war on the Soviet Union, even though the Soviet Union was not an allied power at the time. The reason they didn't, because under international law, when a government flees their territory, that territory is no longer sovereign. So the Soviet Union did not encroach upon the sovereignty of Poland or invade Poland. The Polish government had already fled by the time the Soviets came. So what the Soviets actually did, Drew, what the Soviets actually did was they set up defensive outposts in Poland to halt. Yes, that actually also.
Holy shit. Defensive outposts. They just had to deport 10,000 Polish officers to the Katyn forest to decapitate.
Again, YouTube's terms of service will not allow me to refer to the works of Grover Ford on this matter.
God, my friend. Holy shit.
Drew. It's just when it comes to the logic and facts around this, all you really have are these specific events that somehow contradict the wider context. But I'll give you those specific events because on YouTube you can't contradict them.
But I just don't understand. It doesn't boggle. The mind boggles because according to your narrative, the Soviet Union was actually was not invading Poland. There was no secret
under
provisions.
International law, they were not.
Oh my God. So there were no secret provisions in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact to divide Poland between Nazi Germany and the Soviets.
There was no plan to invade Poland.
Where they gave the Baltic states to the Soviets. There were secret provisions under
Baltic
this pact.
states that were ceded. Baltic states that were ceded.
If this was a purely defensive operation, why is it that the Soviet Union deported so many Poles to the gulags? There was a concerted effort to establish a decades-long occupation of Poland.
Listen. The Soviet Union
military.
You can talk about your gripes with the Soviets' political system. There was a lot of internal repression against enemies of the state, even among the Russians themselves. It's by no means exclusive to the Poles, but the Soviets would have. The Soviets would have justified
Jews, mass roundups of Poles, mass roundups of Russians.
The Soviets would have justified. The
Soviets
would have justified said deportations under the pretext of security concerns, not because they're Polish. They have a problem with the Polish ethnicity because 10,000.
That's why they have to deport Polish children.
First of all, 10,000 people is not the entirety of the Polish population. There's no.
They rounded up.
So you're trying to say the Soviets engaged?
Polish politicians, Polish statesmen, diplomats.
Yeah, I have to look at the. I would have to look at the facts, but I'm open to the idea.
This is a quote.
I'm open to the fact. I'm open to accepting the fact that the Soviets probably did engage in some political repression against the Polish political elite.
It wasn't just political repression. It was. What I'm saying.
What was it if not political repression?
I'm trying to explain, this is actually crucial to my argument. This is the pivot point on which my argument is. I'm dismissing your claim that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was just a purely defensive operation. Okay. I'm dismissing that claim by saying if it was a purely defensive operation, there would not have been the moves by the Soviet Union when it came into Poland to take preliminary steps towards what they believed was going to be a decades-long occupation.
Okay, sure. So I have to explain this to you. I have to explain to you about the preliminary steps. So the Nazis invade, they take half of Poland. The Soviets, for security reasons, obviously, do not allow the Nazis to take the other half. And in return for that, they sign a non-aggression pact. That's the terms of their agreement. Don't go past Poland, and there's other stuff too, right? So the Soviets, in order to consolidate their defenses...
Other stuff too being...
Don't fucking interrupt me, Drew. I'll let you talk. in order to consolidate their defenses in the eastern part of Poland, had to establish the political supremacy of the Soviet state. Well, if there's going to be resistance to the military and logistic authority of the Soviet state, that's going to undermine their ability to defend themselves. So the fact that the Soviets were engaging in political repression in the western half of Poland, in the eastern half of Poland, is in no way an indictment on the self-defensive nature of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact on the Soviet side.
I mean, it's just cope. I'm sorry, it's just cope because these were secret talks between the Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany.
So what's your point? Who cares if they were secret? Who cares if they were secret? The Soviets?
But there was
what was the alternative for the Soviet Union? Just admit, Drew, for you, your alternative is always, the alternative is that the Soviet state should have gotten destroyed. They didn't want to have their state destroyed.
No, that's not the alternative.
So what was their alternative?
I have to say to you, Haz, of course, if it's the Soviet Union versus Nazi Germany, of course I'm against Nazi Germany.
I don't want to hear that. I want to tell, what is the Soviet Union's alternative? 1938, 39. What is their alternative? What is their alternative besides?
Let's just go through. Oh my God, like the Soviet Union assisted German air forces by allowing them to use signals broadcast by the Soviet radio station at Minsk. Like, holy fuck, like they were actually aiding the Nazi German invasion of Poland. And you're saying the Soviet Union was the crucial.
They had a non-aggression pact. They had a non-aggression pact. They had a non-aggression pact.
A non-aggression pact that actually extends to facilitating
I want you to stop waffling around. I want you to stop waffling around.
It's not waffling. This is crucial. This is crucial to the whole thing.
Drew, this is crucial.
Russia, the Soviet Union, and then Russia
listen,
have never had a problem with fascism.
What was the alternative for the Soviets?
The alternative for the Soviets? Not invading Poland, not decapitating the Polish cultural elite.
Let's do that. Let's do that, Drew. So Hitler's going to invade Poland. The Soviets are not going to take the eastern half of Poland, so the Nazis are. Is that what you think would have been wiser?
No, this is the alternative. This is the alternative. If the Soviet Union had said explicitly to Nazi Germany, no, we will not countenance a Nazi German invasion to the east, Hitler would not have invaded in 1939. That is a fact.
You're saying if the Soviets told Hitler, Poland is our red line, that Hitler would have said, okay, we won't invade Poland.
He wouldn't have in 1939.
That's how stupid you sound. Hitler was...
But it's a fact.
Hitler was maniacally... Let me explain to you what have actually happened.
Yeah.
Hitler was maniacally war-driven. He would have pressed into Poland, he would have pressed into Ukraine, and he would have invaded the whole of the Soviet Union. And here's the best part.
Yes, I agree with you.
He would have been able to make the case, which is what his dream was, a better case to the Western powers. Hey, although I'm invading Poland just like I took Czechoslovakia, I'm also going to destroy the Soviet Union for you. How could Stalin predict whether or not Britain and France are going to join along and clap along and aid Hitler's endeavors? These are unpredictables. Why should he have taken that risk?
I'm saying to you,
there was a war going on in Western Europe at the time. There was an internal war. Hold on, there was an internal war. We had the whole saga of appeasement with Chamberlain. There's an internal war going on. The Nazis are trying to convince the populations of Western Europe, hey, we're the defenders of Western civilization. The real enemy are the Soviets. We're not bad guys. We're good guys. And there were appeaser politicians in Britain, in France, throughout the whole of Western Europe that had Hitler's ear, and they were listening to the things Hitler was saying. So why should Stalin risk all of the Western powers teaming up to destroy and dismember the Soviet Union as they tried to do 2 decades earlier during the Russian Civil War when the Allied powers and Germany invaded the Soviet Union to destroy the first proletarian dictatorship in history?
Poland had a defensive treaty with France and Britain. If the Soviet Union had said, we also will not countenance a war with Poland, then Hitler would not have invaded.
But hold on. But France and Britain refused the Soviet Union's call for a defensive military alliance. So the Soviets have no guarantee from France and Britain that if they join in the defense of Poland, that France and Britain are going to be on the Soviet Union side. They get no assurances whatsoever. Why should they take the risk?
It's very simple. It's very simple, okay? Hitler wanted to avoid... Yes, I agree with you that Hitler's ultimate goal was always the destruction of the Soviet Union because he believed that the Soviet Union was a Jewish state. He believed that it would fall apart because it was run by Jews. He had this insane vision, of course. His push was his overall goal from when he started. He described it in Mein Kampf. It was always to go east, the Soviet Union, 100%. That is why I am personally confused why the Soviet Union would sign a pact that would actually divide up the spoils of Poland with Nazi Germany.
The alternative was war with the Nazis.
Why would the Soviet Union?
Because the alternative was war with Hitler's Germany. By the way, Drew, let's even put this into perspective. Let's say Britain and France in 1939 said, hey, Soviets, if you join us in biting the Nazis' ass, we're going to support you and be on your side. Hold on. The Soviets took on Nazi Germany while they were part of the Allied powers in World War II almost single-handedly. They took the whole fucking brunt. Stalin kept telling Churchill, he kept telling the Americans, let's open up a Western Front. Let's open up a Western Front. They preferred to sit back and let the fucking Nazis slaughter 27 million citizens of the USSR. That's what they preferred instead. They wouldn't open a Western Front. Even when they were in the Allied powers, the Western powers weren't supporting them. So yes, the Soviets needed the crucial time to build up their reserves because they knew the Western powers were not going to come show up for them and help them take down the Nazis. They were going to have to pretty much do it by themselves. And they did fucking do it. But people like you sit here and now say, oh, that was just because of Lend-Lease. That's the biggest fucking bullshit I ever fucking heard. You want to know why the reason the Soviet Union wouldn't go to war with the Nazis in 1939? Because their victory as of 41, World War II, that victory was so precious and not necessarily inevitable. That was such a crucial, not necessarily an inevitable victory, okay? They clutched that, okay? They could not have afforded that victory in 1939. The machinery they got from the Germans, the time it took to continue to produce, proved to be so fucking crucial.
I mean, it's just cope. I'm sorry, because why does the Soviet Union go into the Baltic states? Why does the Soviet
I'll
Union
explain the Baltic states.
Decapitate the Polish population? You have no explanation for that. There's no explanation.
States. Few reasons. First of all, the Baltic states were looted from Russia during the Russian Civil War.
Looted from Russia
during Brest-Litovsk, which was violated by Germany.
You're defending the Tsarist Empire now. You're defending the Tsarist Empire now.
I am defending the territorial integrity of the state that the Bolshevik Party came to power on the back of. Yes. So,
but Lenin was the one who signed away these countries.
Lenin insisted on signing Brest-Litovsk to get Russia out of World War I. That was the price they had to pay for peace with Germany.
But he was happy to do that.
Yeah, he was.
I don't understand.
He was. Drew, there's a crucial detail. Drew, there's a crucial detail. The problem is that Germany forfeited and violated Brest-Litovsk, and in addition to that, the terms of Brest-Litovsk were forfeit after the Treaty of Versailles when World War I came to an end. So Brest-Litovsk is not a binding treaty after World War I is concluded.
I mean, I just don't understand. What exactly about the Russian Empire prior to World War I, what exactly for you makes that territorial integrity sacrosanct? Why should the Russian Empire rule over?
What makes the territory of Australia sacrosanct?
Nothing necessarily.
What makes the territory of Greece sacrosanct?
Democratic consent.
What makes the territory of Greece
democratic consent? If for some reason there was a civil war,
what makes Cyprus, Drew? What makes Cyprus sacrosanct? Why shouldn't Cyprus go to Turkey? Do you see the logic?
I don't understand.
Because you can say the territories.
We're talking about the Russian Empire here.
You can say the territories and the borders of any state are arbitrary, but those are what define that state's sovereignty.
No, I'm not saying it's arbitrary. I'm not saying all states and their territory are arbitrary. I'm saying in the event you said what makes Australia's territory sacrosanct. Well, not necessarily like okay. For example, in the 70s. Papua New Guinea was still technically under an Australian mandate. The Australian government
get to the point.
decolonized Papua New Guinea.
Get to your point.
No, I'm saying the Australian government voluntarily gave Papua New Guinea its independence.
Yeah, we didn't want to have just like all decolonization that happened, where there's still economic colonization.
Yes, I know. What I'm saying. What in your worldview should Papua New Guinea have stayed with Australia?
No, I'm just saying the reason just because Papua New Guinea is granted the veneer of political independence doesn't actually make it independent, is what I'm trying to say. And as far as the Soviets were concerned, they were dealing with
independent.
The Soviets were dealing. Hold on. The Soviets were dealing with a very delicate situation. Now, before the rise of Hitler in 1932-33, the Soviets had no territorial ambitions whatsoever in the Baltic states or in Finland, right? But it's the threat of the Nazi war machine that's being ramped up with the capital that's coming from, by the way, London and Wall Street and the industrialists of Britain and America. The Soviet Union is really scared that these Baltic states, which by default are hostile to the Soviet state, including Finland, which was a extremely anti-communist government, aggressive toward the Soviet Union. So yes, they're absorbing these territories because the alternative is allowing them to be outposts of Nazi aggression. Because those governments were hostile to the existence of the Soviet state and would have willingly ceded. I mean, Latvia, for example, the Baltic states, they would have willingly probably invited the Nazis and the Germans because the Germans considered it their sphere of influence because they consider those people Germanic, right? So the Soviets in the non-aggression pact say, no, these are not your Germanic territorial brethren. We're not going to let you use these territories to fuck us over and destroy us.
It does not make sense because in your narrative, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is just purely defensive. They're just trying to force Nazi invasion. No, but there was unprecedented cooperation between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union under the terms of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Soviet Union was actually enabling the Nazi
there
German
were various gestures of goodwill that were
and
necessary. There were various gestures of goodwill that were necessary.
Stalin was preparing an ultimate long war to defend the Soviet Union and its territorial integrity against Nazi Germany. Why do they suspend all anti-Nazi, all anti-fascist,
because it would have been seen by the Nazis, because it would have been seen by the fucking Germans as a form of geopolitical aggression and would have provoked the Germans into actually preemptively suspending the terms of the non-aggression pact and invading the Soviets. You think Stalin trusted a crazy man like Hitler? If they didn't want to give the Nazis any excuse whatsoever. And that kind of information that of anti-Nazi stuff, that would have signaled to the Nazi Germans. It would have gave them any kind of excuse, right? They don't want to give them any kind of excuse.
If they're reading Mein Kampf, they know from the early 20s.
They do know. They do know. Dude, Drew, they do know.
But if they know,
but it's
why do they not take any steps?
Because it's an extremely delicate situation, and every month that they can save time on counts. Every month they can buy counts. They don't want to increase. They don't want to ramp up. They don't want to increase an already tense situation. That's the fucking point.
Okay. For example, there were actual Nazi German soldiers who defected, went across the Soviet lines, tried to make clear to the Soviets that there was a massive preparation underway for Operation Barbarossa, and it went all the way up to Stalin, and Stalin didn't believe them and didn't mobilize the Soviet army, didn't mobilize the Soviet Union. That's why the initial
evidence for that claim. There is no evidence for the claim. There's no evidence for the claim that Stalin did not believe reports of Nazi troop movement, nor consider that moves of aggression.
Then why was the Soviet Union completely taken off guard for the first 6 months of Operation Barbarossa?
Because even the evidence for that claim is very flimsy.
I mean, the evidence is right there for you in the fact that there were massive amounts of Soviet troops who were captured, who were encircled needlessly, like millions upon millions of Soviets.
The Soviets were not necessarily prepared. The Soviets were not necessarily prepared for the unprecedented Nazi war tactics that were deployed in Operation Barbarossa.
They should have been. They should have been, because if they were serious about combating the fascist menace,
the Soviet Union had no history of going toe-to-toe symmetrically with another industrial power ever. They had no. The last time Russia was in a war was World War I. World War II vastly differed from World War I in terms of the tactics employed. There was the Russo-Japanese War, and then there was the Russian Civil War, which was highly irregular nature.
They know that Hitler is planning a genocidal war to completely subjugate all Slavs in Russia, and yet they actually signed an agreement with him
to buy time. Again, Drew, my argument is that they were buying time.
But even if we're talking, if we accept your argument that they're just biding time, why are they not prepared when the initial Nazi raids occur at the start of Operation Barbarossa? I mean,
Again,
so much of the Soviet Air
how
Force was
could they have
destroyed on the
prepared?
ground.
How could they have prepared?
They would have been on a war footing, but instead they weren't. There was Soviet Air Force was caught on the ground. So many Soviet planes were destroyed on the ground.
Yes, because the Soviets initially
no orders in the first weeks of the war.
Initially, the Soviets had a complete retreat from the Nazi advance, the Blitzkrieg advance. That much is uncontested. But you're claiming that's because the Soviets didn't entertain the view that Hitler was going to invade?
But this is the thing, it's not like it was an organized retreat. It was total chaos. The first months of the war, it didn't have to be so destructive for the Soviet Union. It wouldn't have been if they hadn't initially enabled the Soviet Union to get right up to the Soviet border. This is one thing I never understand.
You mean enabled the...
Let me ask this, right?
You
Let me ask this, Has, right? Okay. If they're trying to forestall a Nazi war against the Soviet Union, why would they not want Poland to remain as a neutral buffer state? Why would they want
It's not their choice. They don't have a... Drew, we're looping. We're fucking looping. They can't control Hitler's willingness to invade Poland. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee, first of all, that Britain and France are going to help the Soviet Union, even if they were going to fucking help them, because Britain, after all, was an allied power alongside the Soviets at the time of Operation Barbarossa afterwards. They still had to bear the brunt of that fucking war, and in 1939, they were not prepared for that. Those 2 years were so fucking crucial, Drew.
But just explain to me, Has. Explain to me, if you want to forestall a Nazi war of aggression against the Soviet Union... Don't repeat the
same argument.
Why do you take the Nazi German army right up to the border of the Soviet Union?
Dude, because you're looping. You're fucking looping. Okay? You're looping.
It doesn't make sense, though. It doesn't make sense according to your narrative. Because you actually bring the Nazi tanks right up to the border this way.
You're fucking looping.
Well, you haven't provided a satisfactory answer. Because, and this is the false.
What are you trying to say? So we're going back to the we're going back to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or are you referring to the fact that the Soviets didn't immediately go to war with the Germans after they made their advance in Poland?
This is what I'm saying. They were fine with Nazi expansionism for 2 years prior to the Nazi German invasion of the Soviet Union.
They weren't fine with it. They didn't have a choice.
The Soviet Union had a very mixed record combating fascism prior to the big
have a choice.
They did have a choice.
True. They had. What choice did they have then? We're back to square one.
They could have said, we're not going to launch a joint invasion of Poland with you and take the Nazi German border right up to our own.
So why do you think that would have stopped Hitler? Tell me why.
It wouldn't. Of course, he still would have invaded the Soviet Union eventually, but it wouldn't have happened the way it did.
Give me evidence for that. Give me evidence for that. If it's more lucrative, logistically speaking, for Hitler to invade the Soviet Union in 1939, because the Soviet Union was very severely under-equipped compared to 1941 at that time. It's even more lucrative for Hitler to take on the Soviet Union in 1939, even if the Soviet Union was in a defensive alliance with Britain and France. Even if they were, it still would have been better for Hitler to invade in 1939. The Soviets were able to buy time, and they invaded in 1941 instead, and it was worse for Hitler to have invaded in 1941 than would he have done it in 1939.
It's just
because by then the Soviet Union was equipped with better machinery, more logistically, just more military equipment, more tanks, more everything that's important.
I'll explain why this whole argument.
More arms, more ammunition.
I have to explain why this argument's relevant, right? Because it's not just a side thing. The whole point is that the Soviet Union, yes, of course, it bore the brunt of Nazi aggression in World War II, of course. But the way that Hitler invaded in Operation Barbarossa, the Soviet Union would have been better prepared if they hadn't spent 2 years. Like, it's much worse.
What do you think they were doing for 2 years? What do you think they were doing for 2 years?
You mentioned Chamberlain and appeasement. What they did with Nazi Germany was much worse than appeasement.
No, it wasn't. They gave the Germans a red line, and when the Germans crossed that red line, they didn't fucking appease them. They went to war with them.
Look, in the end, Britain and France gave a red line, which was the invasion of Poland.
No, Czechoslovakia was the fucking red line.
Britain and France joined the war when Nazi Germany invaded Poland.
Yeah, after the Germans had already Germans had already marched through Czechoslovakia.
Yes, but the Soviet Union
and the fucking British did nothing.
I agree. They should have stopped. They should have stopped the Czechoslovakia.
But that's what the Soviets wanted. The Soviets wanted to stop Hitler's eastward expansion. Nobody wanted to listen to them. So what do you want the Soviets to fucking do?
Not ally with Nazi Germany for 2 years.
They
so they
weren't
took
allied. If they were allied, the Soviet Union would have joined the war as an Axis power. They didn't.
Okay, you're saying that they're concerned that France and Britain wouldn't join the war against Nazi Germany.
Not only that, even if France, even if France and Britain did join the war against Nazi Germany, as we saw from the Second World War that did happen, the Soviet Union would still have to bear the brunt of the Eastern Front.
But yes.
And the Soviet Union wasn't prepared to do that at the time.
This is the question, though. This is the question. When you're wondering whether the Soviet Union has this glorious history of anti-Nazism, and when you're wondering whether that history and tradition has transported itself through to the Russian Federation of today, just ask, what was the Soviet Union doing while the Blitzkrieg raged over London and tens of thousands of civilians were killed?
What did you want?
And what was the Soviet Union doing?
When
Paris was occupied.
Drew, you know
Paris was occupied by Nazi Germany, and what was the Soviet Union
shut
doing?
the fuck up. I'm putting an end to the fucking jibber jabber. A or B, non-aggression pact or go to war in 39.
Mate, you have to stop. You have to stop. The roid rage is rotting away in your brain.
A or B. We're gonna do this. We're gonna introduce mathematical variables because you're just looping like a fucking robot.
What's
right
A or B?
A or B?
What's A or B? What's A or B?
A, non-aggression pact. B, go to war with the Germans in 39 to defend London.
I'm not saying they had to go to war in 1939, but it's
so
very
what
telling.
Are you saying? As the Germans were doing a blitzkrieg over London, the Soviets were biding their time and building up their own defenses?
You have to listen, Has. While you're saying the Soviet Union could not have intervened at that point because they had no guarantees that France and Britain would be at war with Nazi Germany.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Paris
it's very clear.
London, the Soviet Union
it's very
was invading
clear.
Finland.
Hold on. I'm not saying that. There's so many different variables. First of all, even if France and Britain were in a defensive pact with the Soviet Union and did actively defend the Soviet Union, which the Soviet Union needed, even if they did that, which they didn't because they rejected every fucking overture by the Soviet Union to enter into a defensive pact several times throughout the 1930s, by the way, several times. But even if they did do that, it's still clear from how World War II actually played out that the Soviets would still have to bear the brunt of the Eastern Front and that they wouldn't open up a second front. What did France do? France completely capitulated.
I agree France was bad in World War II. I agree.
Yeah,
I'm not
so it's clear in retrospect, Stalin was very wise to not go to war with the Germans in 39.
But what I'm saying is Hitler would not have invaded Poland in 1939 if he knew that the Soviet Union wasn't just going to
Then why did Hitler invade in 41?
He invaded in 41 because he felt that the balance of power was in his favor.
Why? He was at war with Britain.
Yes, and he thought that he could contain Britain and invade Soviet Union. Look, this is a question.
So why couldn't he have done that in 39? Why couldn't he have done that in 39? Because okay, it's very simple. Why couldn't he have done that in 39? And it makes no fucking sense.
It doesn't even look. None of Hitler's overall Nazi military plans makes any sense, really. Historians don't even know the exact.
So you've conceded the argument.
No, I haven't.
Because you used Hitler's rationality as the basis of your initial premise. Now you have to concede that because your conclusion doesn't follow the premise. Now you have to say Hitler's just irrational.
No. Let me explain. Hitler was always going to go to the east. I agree with you on that. But would he have gone as early as 39 if he knew that the Soviet Union wasn't?
Why not? Why not? Give me, since Hitler's irrational, he's just arbitrarily making choices for no reason. Can you tell me why you think that? Why do you think that? Why do you think he wouldn't have invaded the Soviet Union in 39?
Why did he invade Poland in 39?
I'm going to repeat the question. Why do you think that Hitler would not have invaded the Soviet Union in 39?
I don't know. Why didn't Hitler invade Poland? Why did Hitler choose to invade Poland in 1939?
Yeah, maybe I have to remind you of
Ribbentrop.
geography. So in order to invade the Soviet Union, you have to go through Poland. So Hitler's going east. He's going east. Why do you think he's going to stop in Poland if the Soviet Union is not making it clear they're going to have a non-aggression pact with a red line? Why do you think Hitler would have stopped at Poland?
Well, he stopped at Poland because he concluded a pact with the Soviet Union.
No, dude, Drew. I'm going to ask you the question again. Drew. Yeah. Why do you think, let's say there's no pact, what makes you think that Hitler would have stopped at Poland?
I understand that this is one of those counterfactuals of history. However, if he knew that the Soviet Union provided a potential third countervailing force, look, he looked at the balance of forces, right? And Britain and France had said we will go to war with Nazi Germany if there is an invasion of Poland. But for some reason, he felt secure in invading Poland in 1939. Why is that? Could it have been?
Right, sure. So if Hitler was
so
insecure,
what I'm saying is,
Drew, I want to explain to you the irrationality.
In 39, if there were three countervailing forces.
Drew, I want to explain to you the irrationality of that point. Okay, if Hitler was, let me explain. There's so much facets of how that's stupid, right? The first one is this, and you're gonna let me do both of these. The first point is this: if Hitler's scared the Soviet Union's gonna enter the ring, why does Hitler invade the Soviet Union in 41 when the Soviet Union was more prepared and more powerful than it was in 39, having a lot of the crucial machinery transferred over by the Germans themselves that they did not have in 39? Clearly, that wouldn't have been a deterrent to Hitler in 39, that he's scared the Soviet Unions are going to throw their hat in the ring when he invades them in 41. Now, the second reason it's a stupid point is because actually, Hitler, one way or another, needed the oil that was coming from the Soviet Union. He would have had to invade the Soviet Union to sustain his Western campaign and defeat the British. He would have no chance with Britain without that oil. So yeah, you want to ask if he would have taken the risk? You want to ask if he would have taken the risk and plunged his sword through Poland and continually plunging east to get the crucial resources from the Soviet Union necessary to face the Western powers? He would have done it.
Look, this was Hitler's war plan, right? He would take out Poland, then swing east, take out France and Britain, and then upon defeating France and Britain, that's when he wanted to have his apocalyptic war with the Soviet Union. So at best, with your argument,
why did he change his plan? Okay, Drew, but clearly he changed his plan.
So at best, all I'm saying is at best, with your argument, at best, what Stalin thinks then is, well, we'll let
Drew,
Hitler
clearly he changed. You just said something wrong. Clearly he changed this plan because in the middle of his war that was not concluded, he still invaded the Soviet Union.
Yes, because he concluded that he couldn't take out Britain alone.
Dude, so you think the Soviet Union is going to help him? He invaded the Soviet Union. He can't take Britain alone, so he's going to take both Britain and
No. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. This is his war aim, right? His war aim is occupy Poland, then swing west and occupy France, and then take out Britain. He came very close to doing that. He then concluded that he couldn't defeat Britain, so he thought, okay, I'll keep them quarantined from the rest of the continent, and we'll go east. So this is what Hitler ultimately did in World War II. And what I'm saying is, at best, what you're describing,
that makes no sense. That makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Even if we, what makes no sense?
Why, if he can't defeat Britain, why would he divert his forces east and not, continue to fight Britain to defeat Britain?
We don't know. Because in his fucking psycho head, he had this dream of the apocalyptic race war on the Eastern Front.
Dude, you can't. Okay, so if you're saying Hitler's an irrational person, you can't say, oh, here's the rational reason Hitler wouldn't have invaded the Soviet Union in 39.
He still would have invaded the Soviet Union, but I'm just saying, at best, with the scenario you're presenting to me, that the Soviet Union even if we're dismissing what the Soviet Union did inside Poland, inside the Baltics, when it actually occupied these countries, planning for decades-long occupation, even if we put that all to the side, which is a massive point, and you're asking me to not even go into that, we push that to the side, you're saying basically what Nazi Germany was happy with was, what the Soviet Union was happy with was allow Nazi Germany to go to war with both Poland
The alternative
France,
being going to
UK,
war themselves.
Consume all of Europe in flames.
The alternative being the Soviet Union.
And they know ultimately know Hitler's going to go for the East because this is his apocalyptic vision.
Yeah.
But they're happy with Europe being consumed in flames and millions of Jews being killed inside Europe.
The difference in the variable
2 years
here
until
is,
the invasion.
dude, again, we're looping. The variable here is time. 39, the Soviet Union was not prepared to fight the Nazis.
No one was. No one was in 39.
But the Soviet Union was especially not prepared.
Even Britain and France was. No, we're not ready.
Okay,
no
well,
ready.
the Soviet Union is concerned with its own interests to defend itself. Britain conspired, France conspired to destroy the Soviet Union from its inception by invading Russia during the Russian Civil War. So the Soviets, why is the government of Britain and France the Soviets' responsibility to defend when they can barely defend themselves?
That is a false binary there, Has, because I'm not saying that the Soviet Union's responsibility was to defend the governments of Britain and France. What I'm saying is, if the Soviet Union rationally knows that Hitler's ultimate aim is an apocalyptic race war against itself, across all of Eastern Europe, they know it's coming. Then why do they spend the 2 years giving massive amounts of fuel?
Because I'm going to explain it to you. Because I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you. Drew, I'll explain it to you.
Because you could equally say this.
I'm going to explain it to you. Drew, I'm going to explain it to you.
I have to say one thing. It doesn't make sense because if the Soviet Union was not prepared in 1939, what makes it think that they will be better prepared in 1941 when Nazi Germany is actually stronger? Because at that point, it's occupying all of Europe.
There is no indication or guarantee the Nazis would have been stronger in 1941. There's no guarantee of that. But even if I grant you,
but by that point, they occupied all of
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Even if I were to grant you that the Nazis would have inevitably been stronger in 41, the difference is this. It's risk. The Soviet Union is almost certain it cannot win in 39. They have a chance if they buy time. They have a chance. They don't have a chance if they fight in 39. And the reason for that, and we're looping, is because as the events of World War II actually proved, the Soviets knew they were going to have to face the brunt of the Nazi war machine. And they were not prepared to do that. And then there's another variable you're conveniently brushing to the side here, which is really convenient you're ignoring, because it's actually not true that Hitler commenced Operation Barbarossa because he's an irrational madman. Hitler believed, and honestly, this belief was well-grounded, and it was a belief, or at least a suspicion, the Soviets also shared, that if he were to have battered down the English into submission, there was a chance that the already existing pro-Nazi elements ruling England, among the English ruling class, among their nobility and aristocracy and their bloodline ruling families, and their royal family, where there was pro-Nazi sympathies that existed, right? There was a chance that if Hitler just directs all of his attention to the Soviets, hey, maybe the Western powers like Britain will just be like, you know what? Yeah, let's just take on the Soviets and destroy them. We'll join you, Hitler. We'll join you. And
well, that's not ultimately what happened, as we know. That's ultimately not what happened, as we know.
No, I know. But that suspicion, but given the fact that there were a lot of sympathies for Hitler and the Nazis among the English ruling class, the suspicion was at least well-grounded. And it was well-grounded enough to actually be the reason why Hitler invades the Soviets in 41.
Look. In the end, at the end of the day,
if it's well-grounded enough to like enable Hitler to do this thing of we're going to invade the Soviets in 41, you don't think the Soviet Union was also entertaining that possibility? Of course they were. And even if they're saying, oh, they shouldn't have believed it was guaranteed to happen, they didn't. It's just why put yourself in their shoes. Why would they take that risk? How could they thrust that risk upon themselves that they will have to take on both the Germans and the fucking British and the French? I mean, it's a nightmare scenario, and it's a scenario that actually happened in recent memory when all of both the Axis and Allied powers of World War I, besides Turkey, I think, actually did invade Russia after the October Revolution. It actually happened before.
Yes. However, this is my point, and maybe we need to move on, but my point is this. None of their actions for that 2 years were consistent with the idea that they're building up their forces, that they're actually preparing for a massive war with the
Okay,
with
you've
Nazi Germany.
constantly made that claim, but you have not made
That's
arguments to substantiate.
I have made arguments. I've tried to give you many arguments. I've said they deported the populations of Baltic.
I have
of the Baltic
responded
states
to all of your arguments, Drew. Unless you're going to make a new argument here, every argument you made, I have responded to. Do you have a new argument?
Well, no, not really, because you just say, "Oh, well, the YouTube terms and conditions." I can't respond to that argument.
Okay, what do you want to bring up?
I'm saying it doesn't make sense that the Soviet Union was simply, conducting a defensive operation.
Okay, if you wanted to talk about the deportations that happened after
the deportations, the tens of thousands,
sure,
thousands of Polish cultural leaders.
I'm going to fold that. I'm going to put that into the folder of the argument I already made about the political repression that was necessary for the Soviet Union to maintain military logistical supremacy.
But in fact, the repression didn't actually help the Soviet Union, because at many stages, like through the 30s, they were weakening their military capacity with these ridiculous purges. Like, as we all know,
so hold on, dude, a million things at once. First, you're talking about the deportations of nationalities that happens after the Molotov.
Yeah, and then you bundle that up as just repression.
But now you're pivoting. Now you're pivoting.
Oh, you're the one that pivoting.
No, Drew.
You bracket off.
You're now pivoting.
Harry.
Drew, you're now pivoting.
You bracket it off.
Drew, you're now pivoting to the great purges that happened in 36, 38 that were within the Soviet Union. The great purges. Let's talk about. It's a new argument, sure. The great purges.
No.
Yeah.
You bracketed off the deportations under the head, just the broader heading of just repression. And I'm saying, and you're saying it was necessary, the repression was necessary. Yes, it may have been about the repression was necessary so that they could uphold their military logistical supremacy. And I'm saying, well, okay, not only is the repression morally wrong, secondly, it didn't actually help the Soviet Union's military logistical supremacy.
Why? It didn't help them because
through the 30s, they were destroying their military capacity through these ridiculous...
Shut up for a second. I'm literally trying to address this, and you keep interrupting me. You are saying something stupid right now. You're saying that your argument has that their political repression, I'm not condoning it, by the way, because it's not allowed on YouTube, so I would never condone it. But you're saying that repression didn't actually aid in their military logistical supremacy because 2 years earlier, they purged their military during the Great Purges. You see how that's like an incoherent argument, and B does not follow from A here? You see how you're not actually making a coherent there's no logical structure to this argument. If you want to talk about the question of whether the Great Purge harmed or helped the Soviet Union's military abilities, it's a separate argument as to the question of whether or not a year or two later, the political repressions were necessary for the Soviet Union to maintain a hold on the territories gained after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Sorry. Just say that very quickly again. Say it again.
The logical structure of your argument is incoherent because you're saying, you're wrong that the political repressions were necessary for its military logistical supremacy. The reason you're wrong is because the Soviet Union had internal great purges that had nothing to do with those repressions 2 years earlier. How does that follow?
I'm saying, okay, even if we push the morality to the side, because how many just card-carrying communists were purged for no reason during these ridiculous Stalinist purges.
Okay, well, if you want to talk about the great purges now, I'm fine doing that, but I have to tell you, you're pivoting.
Harry,
you're just pivoting.
No, I'm not pivoting.
We're talking about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and you want to talk about something that happened earlier.
No, because
I'll talk
the
about
reason
that.
we have to go backwards. I have to explain why we're going backwards. You say. Can't talk about the deportation. Can't talk about captain massacre because I'm going to get banned from YouTube. Okay, we just push that. No,
I can talk. I can broadly talk about them. I just can't.
Okay. Anyway, the problem is, so you do condone it?
No, I'm not allowed to under YouTube's terms of service. So I can just neutrally describe what the Soviet Union was doing.
Okay, but in your heart of hearts, you can just
Drew. I know you're a pussy and you're trying to get me banned, and censorship is your only.
I'm not
tool.
trying to get you banned. What the fuck?
So why are you asking me if I condone it or not? It's irrelevant.
Because it's fucking crucial to the argument.
No, it's not. What's crucial to the argument is whether...
My whole argument is that the Soviet Union allied itself with Nazi Germany, and it was fine with upholding Nazi Germany.
Whether or not I condone the repressions that I've argued were, according from the Soviets' perspective, necessary for them to maintain a hold on
Why-
these
and why
regions.
wasn't it? Okay.
That's not relevant to the question of whether they were allied to the Germans or not. It's immaterial. How does that prove they were allied to the Germans?
Fucking hell, mate. The roid rage. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying, Harry. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, should I start saying fat rage?
You're the one. Fucking hell. You're pushing the deportations to the side.
You're sweating.
Fuck, mate.
Dude,
You can't even talk without fucking having aneurysms. You're having aneurysms.
All right, and you're having obesity, diabetes sweats. So let's just not get into the ad homs and talk about roid rage.
Well, man. Harry. I'm bulking, my friend. I'm bulking.
Okay, get to your point.
The beautiful thing about bulking season, Harry, the beautiful thing about bulking season, that I can always shred at the end of the day. I can always cut a few kilos. At the end of the day, I'm not going to have the same schizophrenic fascist ideas
bulking
as you.
for 5 years.
I'm actually coming out ahead of you. I'm actually coming out ahead of you in the end of the day. But all I'm saying, you're pushing the deportation to the side. You're saying it's coming under the broader category of repression.
Well, what else would it be? What else would it be?
The broader category of repression.
Okay, what else would it be? Drew. No, sure. Let's talk about Clausewitz. So, war is an extension of politics. It's just simple. War is an extension of politics. So, why would these repressions have occurred if not for the fact that the Soviet Union is trying to assert political supremacy, which is ultimately military supremacy? What other reason for the repressions or deportations is there that in your mind are an indictment on the Soviet Union being an ally of the Germans?
Because they wanted to commit cultural genocide in Poland. They wanted to commit cultural genocide in the Baltic states.
Dude, you know what?
So
even if I entertain that, dude, even if I...
But this is what they do. If you eliminate the cultural leaders, if you eliminate the political leaders, if you eliminate the officers in the military, what they planned to do was establish decades-long occupations and subordinate them. They wanted to recreate the same borders of the pre-1918 Russian Empire.
Okay, Drew. That's a whole lot of jibber jabber. And even if I got into a separate argument with you entertaining that, because you're pivoting to something different now, but even if I were to have conceded all of those things to you, which I'm not, by the way, that still does not indict the Soviet Union as being an ally of the Nazis. The reason is because the Soviet Union can have its own reasons for doing that. To let's say I'm an anti-communist. Drew, I'll be like you right now. I'll be like you. Let's say I was an anti-communist. Drew, shut up for a second. Drew. All one would have to say, dude, just shut up for a second. All you'd have to be like is like, yeah, the Soviet Union did a cultural genocide and they, all these people, it was the worst monsters in the world because the Soviets wanted to increase their own power. But where do we get from this that this is because they're allies with the Germans? What does it have to do with being allies of the Nazis?
Because there's actually, read Timothy Snyder's books, The Bloodlands. Read them. You'll see that the Nazi Germans...
let's throw out books. Read Grover Furr. Why don't you read Grover Furr's takedown of...
Read some books.
Why would I read a book? Why would I read a book that Grover Furr... Why would I read a book that Grover Furr dispelled?
The Nazis were actually admiring the Soviet efficiency in deportations. They were admiring that during that 2-year period where they were fucking allies.
Dude, even if
all I have to say...
Drew, hold on, Drew. You know what? It's so stupid. First of all, Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands was destroyed and refuted by Grover Furr in his book Blood Lies. He destroyed it. But okay, separate. Because you want to throw out books, I'll throw out my books too.
Grover, blah, blah, blah.
Drew, you want to throw your books, I'll throw out my books too. But as to the material point, even if it's true that the Nazis learned the methods of deportation, it's extremely generous that I'm telling you that because you're just saying, oh, vaguely they were inspired. But even if I were to grant you that they learned the Soviets' methods in terms of deporting people, that doesn't mean they were for the same reasons. The Nazis were deporting people because they had this doctrine of racial supremacy and subhumans that they need to enslave. Whereas the Soviets are just deporting people because they consider them class enemies or enemies of the state. So it's a completely different reason. And that's being extremely generous with the concession that what you're saying is true, and it's not true. It's like
let's read Grover Furr's Wikipedia. He's an American professor of medieval English literature.
I'm going to cut you off. Drew.
So it's a medieval English literature.
Drew,
Why?
I'm going to cut you off.
But
we are not, Drew. I don't know if you thought I was Vosh or something, as if I'm going to entertain Wikipedia as a scholarly or somehow credible source that would be material to a debate. No, Drew, you can't just cite Wikipedia.
What source should I read? What source should I read?
You should actually just read his book Blood Lies, taking down Timothy Snyder's claims.
So he's a medieval English scholar, correct?
So
What is his expertise in Eastern Europe?
So this is actually a logical fallacy, and it's an argument about the person's credentials rather
I'm not
than.
talking about credentials. I'm just saying Timothy Snyder speaks like 15 languages. He did archival work in Eastern Europe.
But Timothy Snyder can't account for all of the inconsistencies.
Logical fallacy. You're accusing me of being vouched, and you're talking about logical fallacies here.
Yeah, but logical fallacies are real, and you're committing them right now. What about Grover Furr's arguments that he made in Blood Lies?
So I just can't even ask if the person you're quoting is fucking stupid. I just can't even ask. Like,
He's definitely not stupid. Grover Furr is someone who goes to the meat and potatoes, and he consults all of the primary sources that are in the footnotes of people like Timothy Snyder's books. He goes to the footnotes, goes to the primary
so he went
source,
to the archives.
and from the primary source, Grover Furr draws the question of whether the conclusion drawn by these historians can be justified. And Grover Furr...
It says here that he reckons the Nazi SS did the Katyn massacre. What's his argument for that? What's the evidence for that? Because all the evidence
you can actually read what he has to say about that. You can read about the activities. You can read about the activities of the post-communist Polish government.
Look, there are questions that you haven't answered as this, for example, like did the Soviet Union arm itself more in 2 years than Nazi Germany did in 2 years? So this is a calculation. Did Stalin make this calculation in his head?
No, wait. The Soviet Union armed itself.
Sweeping all across Europe.
The Soviet Union armed itself. The Soviet Union armed itself to the furthest extent of its ability.
Okay.
Is the Soviet Union industrially...
And just explain to me though, did Nazi Germany not strengthen itself in 2 years by occupying all of continental Europe effectively? So how would that
They may have, Drew. They may have, but it's immaterial to the point that the Soviets were certain in 1939 they had no chance. Whereas if they bought time,
why would they have no chance in 1939 though? Because at this point,
because the Soviets were not as equipped, they were not as industrially developed, they didn't have the crucial machinery transfers from the Germans that were actually crucial for them. There was a whole host of reasons why they were not prepared, and they were just coming out of a purge, political purge. By the way, they were reforming their military in the middle of it. There was a lot of reasons they weren't ready.
Yes, but I'm just saying, Nazi Germany is going to be fighting on three fronts. If the Soviet Union had said we're going to fight against you if you invade Poland, they would be fighting France, Britain, and the Soviet Union on three.
Hey, Drew, I have to explain to you something about economics. The whole German economy is based
on Russian oil,
the military-industrial complex. The whole German economy. So
but they couldn't have waged the war they did if they didn't have.
Even if they couldn't have, they needed to. They needed to expand eastward, or the German economy was going to collapse. They had to. That's how Germany got itself out of the Great Depression, was through the arms industry, the war industry, and they had to make do on their investment, right? Had they not done that, the ruling class of Germany would have collapsed. The whole economy would have collapsed. It would have been right where they started in the Great Recession.
Yes, exactly. So why don't the Russians impose a massive cordon sanitaire on Nazi Germany? No trade, no oil transports, no gas transports. Why don't they just cut them off?
Because then it's a war of life or death, and it's a war of annihilation. Right.
But that's what happened in the end.
Yeah, and the difference is we're looping. Holy fuck, we're looping. But the difference is the Soviets were better prepared in 41. Holy fuck. The difference is in 41 the Soviets were actually prepared and had a chance.
They literally were not more prepared in 41, as evidenced by the first 6 months of Barbarossa.
Okay. Soviet tank production 39 versus 41.
They still were not prepared in 1939. The first 6 months.
You're right. They were not prepared in 39.
But the first 6 months of the war in Nazi Germany, the Nazi Germany took millions of Soviet prisoners. If the Soviet Union really was arming itself and defending and preparing for an all-out war with Nazi Germany, why that first 6 months?
Because its industrial bases were to the far east. Okay, the Baku oil fields were maintained. even when all Ukraine was occupied, and even when the Germans came for Moscow and they got that far, the Soviets still had a hold over their actual industrial production that was necessary for them to win the war.
Okay, then
they were still manufacturing tanks and equipment and arms at a rapid pace to the east.
But then I'm asking you, why was the Soviet Union such an absolute bastard case in the first months of the war? If all their industrial production was safe, it was to the east, and they had spent 2 years preparing, and they knew that Nazi Germany was going to launch this genocidal war of genocidal scope all across the Soviet Union, why were they just utterly shocked for the first 6 months of the war? Could it have been
because the Germans? Because I'll explain you. Because the Germans couldn't take Moscow after 41, whereas they would have been able to take Moscow in 39.
Why? I don't think that's necessarily true. Because at the same time,
there's no, unless you're a war planner, how could the Soviets have repelled the German blitzkrieg?
Because in 39, there would have been a massive...
I think it's inevitable that the Germans would have made temporary...
Can I say something?
Drew, it's pretty much inevitable that the Germans were going to make territorial gains. The question is, was the Soviet state going to survive and be able to have a base of operations with which to regain those territories? Because in 39, there was no chance for it to survive.
No chance, but they would have been fighting on... Okay, this is what you said before. You said,
dude, they wouldn't have been fighting on two fronts because they weren't fighting on two fronts in 41. There was one Eastern Front. There wasn't a Western Front. Holy fuck!
But there would have been a Western Front in 1939.
No, there wouldn't have. France got rolled over. The fucking French just surrendered right away.
But
why didn't Britain, dude? Why didn't Britain open up a Western Front after 41?
There would have been a Western Front if the Soviet Union had been involved.
And why didn't they open one during the actual fucking Second World War?
They did open a Western Front in the end.
Yeah, by the time the fucking Russians are in Berlin, what a stupid thing to say. By the time the fucking Russians are about to take Berlin, yeah, they opened a Western Front. After all the fighting is over,
bro,
what are you talking about?
This is what
stupid.
You're not understanding. This is not, Harry, this is dumb. Because listen to this, right? If the Soviet Union had intervened in 1939 to stop the invasion of Poland, France and Britain would have been fighting alongside it.
Based on what evidence? They refused a fucking defensive pact with the fucking Soviets. Dude, you're looping. My argument is they refused defensive pacts with the fucking Soviet Union. Holy fuck, even during World War II, they wouldn't open a fucking Western Front. What fucking indication is there that this wouldn't have fucking happened if the Soviets threw their ring in? What fucking evidence do you have? Based on what? Why are you making this claim? Where are you fucking getting it from? What is in Australia that you're getting this fucking claim from? Do you have fucking kangaroo pouches you're getting this shit from that I can't fucking see? Where are you getting this fucking claim? Back it up with something, dude. Back it up with something.
You're actually just... I think you're actually dumb, man, because do you realize that France and the UK were fighting Nazi Germany in 1939?
France got rolled over in like a week. They didn't stand a chance. You're saying France would have fought better if the Soviet Union was there from the beginning? Okay, dude, but then that begs the question. Then why didn't France join a fucking self-defense pact with the Soviets? Why did they continue to reject overtures by the Soviet Union to do that?
This is what you don't understand. This is just what you're not countenancing in your brain, and I don't understand. Because
I hope what you're about to say addresses the argument. Okay.
The reason why Nazi Germany was able to overwhelm France in like 1 week was because they launched this massive blitzkrieg across Belgium, across the Netherlands and Belgium. They were able to loop around French defenses. The Germans were able to concentrate their forces in a way that completely overwhelmed France. My point is, would the Germans have been able to overwhelm their forces if they had a whole fucking massive Eastern Front to contend with?
Based on what? Drew, based on what?
How would Nazi Germany have been able to concentrate its forces to the extent of completely encircling the French and destroying them in a week.
Because
if they
the
were also
Germans,
fighting the Soviet
Germans
Union
didn't
on the
need to
east.
throw everything they had to take France. They just needed their rapid blitzkrieg tactics to fucking roll over France. It didn't require them. But by the way, this happened in a very short amount of time. So they could have actually taken their forces afterwards and just confronted the Soviets. But even if I were to grant you this little argument, and I grant you it is a new argument you're making. Even if I were to grant you this argument, which I don't, it begs the question, why? What guarantee does the Soviet Union have that France is going to help the Soviet Union when France rejected a self-defense pact with the Soviet Union, not once, but multiple times before? Why would the Soviets take the risk of the French not just capitulating to the Germans, as they actually did, by the way, and teaming up with them against the Soviets? You see the problem? There's a lack of trust. There's a lack of trust. There's a lack of certainty. And there's a lack of an ability to properly calculate the risk, so you can't take the risk, right?
Yeah, I understand that there's a lack of trust. Maybe that lack of trust is even valid. But what I'm saying is this: if Nazi Germany was fighting against both Poland and the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front, would they have been able to also somehow get together all of its tank divisions and encircle all the French and the British in the West at the exact same time? No, that would be a three-front war. So if the Soviet Union was not intent...
The war happened. The war with Britain was mostly an aerial war. If you didn't know that, there was a war in North Africa afterwards.
Do you know about Dunkirk? There was a massive British force inside France. And they had to be evacuated. Yeah,
I'm aware.
But what I'm saying is,
that didn't last. But the Germans very quickly repelled that, and they confined Britain to the island of Britain, the British Isles. Okay, so it didn't really take.
What I'm saying is, they would not have been able to.
Let me explain to you the logic of your argument. According to your logic, then when Hitler did divert his forces to the Soviet Union, France should have easily been able. De Gaulle should have easily been able, the British should have easily been able to just open up a Western front and defeat Hitler for once and for all.
Well, no, because at that point, Nazi Germany occupied all of Europe. What I'm saying is, if Soviet Union had...
What was the difference? What specifically was... Wait, but what was the difference, though? Because a huge portion of the Nazi military, according to you, right, now has to be diverted. That was a huge portion of the military that was crucial for taking Western Europe. Now has to be diverted to the Soviets. Isn't this Britain's opportunity to come take the clutch and fuck over? I mean, that's actually what Stalin wanted, by the way. Hold on, Drew. The problem is.
This is the problem.
The problem is. This is. Hold on, Drew. This is actually something Stalin wanted. He wanted a second front to be opened up. The British said.
And there would have been a second front in 1939.
And why wasn't there a second front? Why wasn't there a second front during the actual fucking war that happened?
Because there would have been a second front if the Soviet Union, rather than allying itself with Nazi Germany in 1939, had helped to stop the fight against Poland.
True.
I'm
going to ignore these claims you're making about. We already went through that argument of allying because they didn't. But Drew, during the actual war, there was no second front. What makes you think in 1939 there was going to be a second front?
Because that is what happened in history. In history.
Where did it fucking happen? It didn't happen in the actual war, dude. What history? Point forward? Alternative history? Australian history? What are they teaching you in the Australian history books?
Harry, Nazi Germany invaded Poland in 1939, correct?
Yeah, Drew. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then the Soviets also invaded Poland in 1939. Is this correct?
Not according to international law, no.
They invaded fucking Poland and then they decapitated the Poland.
No, they didn't fucking invade Poland because the Polish government already fled by that time.
This is the problem, right? Hitler's entire war aim was to... One of the major elements of his war strategy was to avoid fighting on two fronts. You're conceding that Stalin desperately wanted a second front. Okay. Well, one of the ways that he was able to avoid a two-front war was by signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which put Soviet Union into neutral territory. It allowed him to defeat...
You know what, Drew?
Drew, what about the time that Britain and France
said no to a fucking defensive pact, military pact with the Soviets? Why did they reject that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's what you're avoiding.
Drew,
Drew, If the Soviets wanted to count on a two-front war where they have Britain and France as their allies, what they would have rationally done is say, hey, Britain and France, want to join a self-defense pact? I wonder why they didn't do that, Drew. Wait. Drew. Oh, crikey, mate. I have to talk like you now so you can fucking understand this because you haven't responded to this argument. Drew, where the kangaroos hop in Australia? Drew, they did do that.
The laughing that you're some kind of like Eurasian
Drew, hold on, Drew. They did do that, Drew. And the Western powers rejected their offers, Drew. They rejected their offers, Drew. Can you understand me now when I tell you that? So why are the Soviet Union going to rely on the dream of a second front when, in fact, there's no indication that Britain and France are going to be allies of the Soviet Union at the time in 31? The Soviets have no guarantee or indication that's going to be the case in 39 because they actually tried to get into a military defensive pact with those countries, which they summarily rejected several times throughout history, Drew. Where the kangaroos hop in Australia, are they hopping too loud for you to fucking hear me, mate?
Harry, I've got a question for you. Just answer it if you can. On what date did France and Britain declare war on Nazi Germany? Just fucking answer it. September 1939, am I correct?
Yeah.
So there would have been a two-front war, you fucking idiots.
Based on what?
Because France and Britain declared war on Nazi Germany in September 1939.
Drew. I know they were at war with the Nazis, but had the Germans simultaneously gone to war with the Soviets, what assurances does the Soviet Union have that France and Britain are going to be competent military partners and political allies when they rejected self-defense pacts with the Soviet Union? I'm not denying the fact that France and Britain signed self-defense pacts with Poland. That did happen, but they rejected said pact with the Soviet Union. So you see the problem?
Tell me, okay, if you're Stalin, would you prefer to fight Nazi Germany, its borders, pre the invasion of Poland, or would you prefer to fight Nazi Germany when it already controls the entire continent of Europe?
Drew, I have to explain to you what happened because you don't understand. What world?
You don't understand.
You don't understand.
You actually don't understand basic facts.
No, I have to
of World
explain
War
it to
II.
you. I have to explain it to you. So, the French never stood a chance against the Germans, whether there was two fronts or one front. And the reason was because France's ground forces were no match for the German blitzkrieg strategy. They were not prepared for it. French military doctrine was extremely backward. They were totally fucked when it comes to anything logistically. They had no chance. The reason the British were able to resist the Germans was because of the Royal Air Force. Not because the British were going toe-to-toe with the Nazis in a ground war. Ground war, the Germans had an immense advantage over both France and Britain. But the war the Soviets were going to have to engage with the Germans in was a ground war. Primarily a ground war, okay? So, just speaking pragmatically, even if there's two fronts at that time, there's no guarantee as far as the Soviet Union's concerned, because it's still going to have to bear the brunt of the ground war. Now, in 41, when the Soviet Union was far more prepared, would it have eased the burden if there was a second front opened up? Yeah, it would have, right? But that's only when you take into consideration that the Soviets were also more prepared than they were in 39. So that's just an addition. As we saw from history, the Soviets actually were able to sustain a one-front war with the Germans. That's the outcome of actual history we saw. A two-front war would have just made that quicker. It's not necessarily that a two-front war would have made the Soviets win. No, it just would have made the war go on for less time, and the Soviets would have sustained less losses. Whereas in 1939, whether there was a two-front war or a one-front war, the Soviets were not able to face the Germans at the time.
Just doesn't make sense at the end of the day.
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because the amount of fronts during a war is just a question of how. The amount of fronts on the war is not an indication of whether you can.
I want to stop. I want to stop Nazi Germany
It's not a
invading me.
video
I'm going to
game.
give
It's
them
not
fucking
Drew.
oil.
Drew, it's not a video game. The problem with the Nazis wasn't necessarily that they didn't have enough soldiers or even equipment to take on the Soviets. It's that the Soviet military doctrine and the Soviet equipment and resources was enough to go toe-to-toe with the German army, okay? That's what counts. If you can't go toe-to-toe in a symmetrical and asymmetrical war with the Germans, it doesn't matter how many fronts there are. You can't go toe-to-toe with the German army, okay? Now, the thing is, France would have not really made a difference, even in 39, because France couldn't sustain a real ground war with the Germans, as proven by actual
I know
history.
that there was I know there was the phony war in 1939.
The reason the French lost to Nazi Germany wasn't because the Germans had too much supplies and too much arms. It's because German military doctrine was far outclassed the French. Just period. The Germans were better at waging ground war. Period. It wasn't because the Germans were focused on the Soviet time. That's not the reason.
I don't know. We can have this fucking thing for 5 more hours. I see the description on YouTube's video. Drew Pavlou is China's biggest hater. He's played a large role in spreading malicious lies and slander about China.
Yeah, the debate is
Why don't you
on.
fucking interrogate me about that?
Notice the debate went where you wanted to take it. We started out with Dario. You wanted to pivot to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. So I can guess from the tone of your voice that you want to go to another topic now.
Fuck, mate, like, you haven't addressed any of the points. You don't explain anything. It's been 2 hours going on about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Like, fuck, why don't we just start talking about China or the other topics? I mean,
Okay, so
how much longer? Does everyone want to watch 5 hours of Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact? I don't know, does it... You're acting like I'm conceding defeat, etc. Like,
yeah, I'm asserting that you're conceding defeat. I'm asserting.
Yeah,
that.
it's asserting because it's a fucking lie. Do your listeners want to listen to 5 more hours of Molotov-Ribbentrop
well,
Pact?
clearly,
because I make cogent points and you don't fucking address them.
Yeah, that's what you're telling yourself. It doesn't reflect the record or the facts.
What we can keep fucking talking about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact all day, or we can talk about something else.
So make whatever argument you want. Let's talk about China.
Fuck. Well, you're the one accusing me of launching lies about China. So
yeah.
you explain that. Explain how to lie. What I lie about China? What's the lie?
Oh, let's begin. You've lied and called China a fascist state.
Hang on, before we begin, I am going to get a water. One second. We have been yelling at each other for 2 hours straight. I'm going to get a water.
I don't need water.
Oh wow. Fucking tough, mate. Wow. The roid's in the system. Good on ya.
Sorry, you've got Krispy Kreme in the system, so you want to keep going with these
What did you say? Sorry?
I just called you a fat fuck.
Oh, okay. Dearborn, Michigan. Fuck.
Drew.
Wow.
You want to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I'll talk about Cyprus. Drew.
Harry.
Okay.
When I finish my bulk, I can shred. But at the same time, you can't...
So are you actually serious about this bulking shit? Are you just like some fat fuck who's claiming you're gonna you're bulking? Is that a joke?
I'm just saying, Harry. I'm just saying, Harry. I can shred those few kilos, but the brain worms that course through your skull are still gonna be there at the end of the day. So I actually believe that I'm in the fucking winning section here.
And
I would not trade my life for you.
Dude, you can talk about brains and all this stuff you want. I mean, Cyprus will never be Greek territory, ever. You can never count on that. Istanbul will never belong to the fake state of Greece. When you want to keep talking, I'll talk about tangible things if you want.
Wow, man.
Drew,
look, I'm not going to have this big Magali plan, fucking Greek irredentist discussion with you. Let's talk about China.
Yeah. So, you want to claim a few things about China. You claim that China is a fascist state, but more importantly, more seriously, you're claiming that China is engaging in genocide, and that China is an aggressive country toward Australia and toward the West. And these are the claims I want to go through and I want you to substantiate.
Okay, facts. How is the genocide beginning? Let's discuss the Uyghur genocide. Okay, 2017, the concentration camps get built up. More than 1 million people are rounded up. They are targeted because they are a Muslim Turkic minority group. The Chinese government wants to promote a vision of a Han ethno-state, a China where all ethnic minorities are subservient to the Han big brother. And so it's this neo-colonialist language. I mean, you can even look at the term.
So I've already jotted down like several claims. Do you want to keep going, or
for example, what is the region tell me the name of the region that the Uyghurs live in?
Xinjiang?
Yes. Do you know what that means in Chinese?
I think it's Eastern region or something.
Well,
Outpost? I don't remember. Mate. I don't remember.
But it means new borderlands. It means new frontier. It's literally a colonial term. And so you can actually look in, even just in the terminology, how do they describe Tibet? The term in Chinese is Western Treasure House. How do they describe Xinjiang? New frontier, new borderland. Are these new borderlands
there's several. Hold on. No, Drew. We're not going to do this thing where you're going to make thousands of claims, and then I'm going to have to unpack all of them in 2 hours. Let's go claim by claim, okay? Because
claim by claim.
Let's start backwards. Let's work backwards based on all of the claims you have already made. The last claim I heard you make was that China is a colonial power. How could China be a colonial power when Xinjiang has always been a tributary territory of the Chinese for thousands of years?
It's just straight up fucking false. It has not been a tributary territory of China for thousands of years. In fact, it was actually independent as late as the years directly after World War II. So there was an independent Eastern state.
There was no independence of Turkestan except during the warlord years of China.
It came under Chinese. It was briefly under.
Drew. In the 20th century.
You don't fucking know what you're talking about. Simple
in
as.
the 20th century. In the 20th century, China was divided. There is a tangible civilizational territory and a bloc called China. It was divided. Part of that division was also East Turkestan, which was under the influence of pan-Turkic and pan-Islamic ideas. That doesn't negate the thousands of years in which Xinjiang...
It literally was not thousands of years, though. It literally was not thousands of years. It came under the rule of the Qing dynasty. So the Qing dynasty was the dynasty that was responsible for...
That's not true. That's actually not true.
It's a fucking fact. Prior to that, China did not control it. The Ming dynasty did not control it.
What do you... Hold on. China's method of all Chinese dynasties and empires never directly controlled. They were never that centralized, but it was always it always did have to pay tribute to the Chinese emperor.
Yes, but my point is, it came under the control of the Qing dynasty. So
what do you mean by control?
The Qing dynasty was not even. So you're saying that there was always this tangible civilizational state called China. Well, that's not actually true, because the concept of China as a single nation state is a new one. Prior to that, there were dynasties.
The concept of nation states. The concept of a nation
was literally an invention of modernist ideology. Correct.
I'm not calling China a nation state. China doesn't consider itself a nation state. A nation state is what happens after the French Revolution, which is mono-ethnic and monocultural and so on. China is a civilization state, which has over 100 minorities or so. I forget the exact number. Recognizes at least dozens of different languages, grants autonomy to like an equal amount of different
it's fake autonomy. So in the
Chinese
constitution...
What is so fake about it?
Okay, I can just talk about the Tibetan example, for example. In Tibet, so half of Tibet does not actually come under the term autonomous zone of Tibet. So historically, half of the areas under which Tibetan culture were dominant. Half of the Tibetan cultural areas inside China were broken off into the territories, into the adjoining provinces of Sichuan, etc. The Tibetan autonomous region that they'd refer to as an autonomous region, I mean, that is just a rump of what was traditionally the area under which Tibetan culture is dominant. So, for example, if you go to Sichuan and you go into the mountains of Sichuan, like, did you know, for example, the Dalai Lama he was not born in the area that is known as the Tibetan Autonomous Region. He was born in an area that would actually come under, I believe it is Sichuan. So half of Tibet, for example, is not even underneath, is not even reflected as an autonomous zone inside China.
Wait.
Secondly,
what time period is this again you're talking about? I kind of lost you in the middle of your jibber jabber.
well, I'm talking just about even just under the People's Republic of China. So since 1949, half of the areas that are ethnically and culturally Tibetan do not come under the heading of the Tibetan Autonomous Region that you'd be referring to as the Autonomous Region Zone. Half of it was cut up and given to Sichuan, adjoining provinces. And so, for example, the area in which the Dalai
hold
Lama
on, you're referring to the
not
fractured
actually-
state of China after the warlord era. And
No,
yes,
what I'm talking to you right now.
the People's Liberation
now,
Army reunified China. Yes.
What I'm saying right now, Harry, you were talking. You were saying, China has 100 ethnicities. They all have these autonomous zones. And I said, they're not autonomous. And you said, what's not autonomous about them? And I started explaining, well, if you just start with the Tibetan region, for example, half the Tibetan cultural ethnic territory is not under the autonomous region. It's actually split up into adjoining territories. And then even within the Tibetan autonomous region,
hold on. It's split into joining territories. So it doesn't have the same ethnic autonomy, you're saying, as the other half?
No.
What are you saying? So half of, according to you, half of Tibet is an autonomous zone, and the other half is just what?
Okay. According to the Chinese constitution, half of it is an autonomous zone. Even if we're talking about the area that is officially referred to as an autonomous zone, there's nothing autonomous about it. So the entire region is still under
you pivoted from it not being autonomous because half of it is not formally under the name of the autonomous
There's
zone.
two reasons why it's not autonomous. I'm trying to explain to you there are two reasons why it's not autonomous. Firstly, half of the Tibetan territory, it does not even come under the banner of the Tibetan Autonomous Region. Okay. And then secondly,
so in the half that is not part of the Tibetan Autonomous Region, could you think of a reason why it's not part of the Autonomous Region?
Well, they wanted to dilute Tibetan.
What about ethnicity? What ethnicity is kind of more historically native to that half of Tibet?
Tibet has always been Tibetan for like 1,000 years.
What about the Formosa subculture, whatever you call it? What about that?
What are you talking about right now?
Formosa culture.
Formosa? Are you referring to the traditional term under which Taiwan is called, like Formosa, the province of Formosa? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm referring to indigenous Taiwan.
What about Taiwan? We're talking about Tibet. What about fucking
Weren't
Taiwan?
you just talking about Taiwan?
We're talking about Tibet the whole time.
Oh, okay, never mind. Go on, continue.
Well, if we're just talking about Tibet, you're saying all the ethnic minorities inside China have this live under autonomous regions, etc.
You're saying half of Tibet and the other half belongs to what?
So half of Tibet is inside the Tibetan Autonomous Region, which is the official name of the territory, but it's actually just it is autonomous in name only because it is effectively just administered from Beijing and it is administered by CCP cadres.
So if it doesn't matter that half of it is part of the autonomous zone, then why isn't all of it within the autonomous zone? What is material about pointing to the fact that half of it doesn't belong to the autonomous zone?
Well, I mean, China puts out the fig leaf that these regions are autonomous, but one of the ways that they can dilute that is by literally cleaving off massive parts of the traditional territory of Tibet and just annexing themselves.
How does that dilute it?
Well, like, for example, the area in which the Dalai Lama was literally born, is not considered Tibetan according to the Chinese government. According to the Chinese government, it comes under official Chinese territory. So what I'm saying is...
Hold on, it's all official Chinese territory, so you need to be more specific.
Okay, no, what I'm referring to, Harry, you were talking about the fact that all these ethnic groups in China have autonomy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the claim you asserted.
They do.
I'm just saying in the Tibetan context...
The fact that the borders of the Tibet Autonomous Region don't satisfy what you consider to be all of Tibetan territory. I mean, so are you saying half of Tibetans, what I was trying to get at earlier when I confused it with...
Literally, a majority of Tibetans live outside the Tibetan Autonomous Region. Like, that's just a fact. According to the Chinese government states that as a fact. The majority of Tibetans live outside the Tibetan Autonomous
there's
Region.
no ethnic reason as to why the other half of of what you call Tibet, there's no other reason why that's not part of the Tibet Autonomous Zone.
Well, they want to... The idea is to split up the Tibetans and to make sure that they're divided. So they split them off. They come on. Some of them don't even get to be under the...
Maybe it's because half of those Tibetans are more integrated and infused with the dominant Chinese culture, or I should say the Han Chinese culture.
That's just like fucking not true though. It's like literally the end.
Then how would it have divided them? Then how could it possibly have divided them?
Okay, like for example, the majority of Tibetan self-immolations over the past 10 years or so have occurred outside the Tibetan Autonomous
Has
Region.
there been is there any external causes as far as Tibetan separatism are concerned that are not necessarily rooted in the indigenous Tibetan people's aspirations? Has the CIA and the state of India collaborated toward the end of fomenting Tibetan separatism?
The Dalai Lama himself has said
I have someone who's from China.
Read the book
Drew, I have someone
CIA
from China. Granted, I'm going to grant you, I am not extremely familiar with Tibet. I'm more familiar with Xinjiang. But I do have someone from China who is saying you're wrong that most Tibetans don't live in the Tibet Autonomous Zone. Where are you getting the claim that most of them live outside of the Autonomous Zone? Can you, source that? Because I've actually, granted you a lot of sources.
Okay, I'll literally source it. Tibetan... Oh, fuck, 1 second.
Hey, so Wikipedia, I know you love Wikipedia.
No. Okay, this is the South China Morning Post.
Wikipedia is a source you love, and Wikipedia is saying...
I'm not using Wikipedia right now.
So what are you using?
Right now. It's the South China Morning Post, which is a Chinese source.
Where did they say the majority of Tibetans don't live in the autonomous region?
It says here that half of Tibetans don't live in the Tibetan Autonomous Zone. This is the South China Morning Post.
Even if it was half... Clearly, it's a majority, probably 51% or 60%. You're saying half of them don't live in the Tibet Autonomous Region, but why does Wikipedia, which is a source you love, say that the majority are living in the Tibet Autonomous Region?
I don't know, literally the Chinese government itself says that the majority...
Dude, your source says half, but you claimed majority.
Okay. There are three...
You were wrong.
I'll source it. The book that I read it in was Eating Buddha. That's the book.
What was the book you read?
Eating the Buddha.
Okay, and where's the primary source from that book that claims the majority of Tibetans live outside of the Tibet Autonomous Region? Because you claim the majority of them...
That's Chinese government statistics.
Can you provide the source?
That's the census of the Chinese government.
Can you provide that census so I can look at it?
Okay, I'm just getting it. I'm getting it.
Dude, I'm not even that knowledgeable about Tibet, admittedly.
Okay. What you're doing is, I understand what you've done now. So you went to Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia says, as of the 2014 census...
I saw my colleague Ezra say you were wrong about that, so I looked it up on Google to fact check it. And even Wikipedia is saying you're wrong. So both my colleague, who's from China, and Wikipedia are saying you're wrong about that claim.
According to the 6th National Population Census of the People's Republic of China, there are 6.282 million Tibetans nationwide. There are 2.7 million people in the Tibet Autonomous Region. So just by virtue of that fact... Can you
provide the source for that so I can look at it?
That's literally the 6th National Population Census of China.
Can you provide the source in the Zoom?
Okay, 1 second. I'll send you the South China Morning Herald Post, for example, which I'll send you that right now. Hang on. Chat. So 2009 article by South China Morning Post, which is literally a pro-China source. And then it
There's a
just type in
paywall
Tibet.
behind this.
What do you say?
Where's the census you're getting that, you know, only a minority of Tibetans live in the Tibet Autonomous Zone?
Hey, I'm getting it, but you can just literally go to the just
There's a
Google
paywall,
Chinese
and this is the
census.
source you claimed said half of them live there.
Just fucking
Okay, so
Google.
it's clearly beyond the point.
Okay, China Daily. I'm using China Daily. This is literally the Chinese government state media. I'll send this to you right now. This is the problem, right? So, okay, this is daily. Tibetan populous region nearly doubled within 6 decades, blah, blah, blah. Where is this? Well, the problem is that it refers, the Chinese government says that all Tibetans live in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. So that's the problem.
But you just said China's official census contradicts
Yeah, if you Google Tibetan population China.
You said
Google.
China's government is claiming all of them live in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. Not sure where you're getting that from.
No, that's not.
If you
the
can't
news
get these
article-
elementary facts right, I don't think you're really credible enough to even talk about
the China
Tibet.
Daily article that I was referencing. It said 3 million people live in Tibet, but when it says Tibet, it's talking about the Tibetan Autonomous Region.
So that's not a minority of Tibetans, is it?
No. This is actually getting a bit dumb, man. Like,
Okay, so you were wrong to say that majority of
no, I'm
Tibetans...
not because literally fact. I'll send you the 2010 census.
Do
right
a
now.
majority of Tibetans live outside of the Tibet Autonomous Zone?
China, okay.
No, can you answer my question directly so we just move on? Do a majority of Tibetans...
Yes, they do. The majority live outside.
Okay, well...
It's
you
outside
just...
the autonomous region.
But 3.6 million people live in the autonomous region.
Yes. But 3 million live in the Tibetan autonomous prefectures of Sichuan and adjoining
That's not the
provinces.
Tibet autonomous region then, is it? Or is
No,
it not?
it's a separate... So, the 2014 census, there are 6 million Tibetans living across the Tibet autonomous region. And
Didn't you just say 3 million live in the autonomous region?
Let me say.
Okay.
6 million Tibetans living in both the Tibet Autonomous Region and the Tibetan Autonomous Prefectures, the provinces of Gansu, Qinghai, Sichuan, Yunnan. But you will find there are about 2.5, 3 million Tibetans inside the Tibet Autonomous Region. And
Where are you
another
getting
3.5.
2.5? Where are you getting that?
The fucking 2010 Chinese census, for fuck's sake. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the census.
Yeah, send it to me.
Fucking hell.
Send it to me. Well, in any case, that even if that was true in 2010, it's no longer true anymore.
Okay. We will find it. I know I'm actually fact.
Okay, well, we haven't found it, so I'm just going to assume you're wrong about that point.
No,
and
I've
conceding
got it
it.
here. I've got it here. Chinese government census data.
Okay.
In
So,
the chat.
so
the last one is the
let's-
2010
so
population
okay,
census.
let's
But this is just like getting bogged down in like pointless details. The
the
overall
census
details.
is inaccessible. This is an inaccessible census. I can't.
Well, yeah,
do
because it's in
anything.
fucking like Mandarin or whatever. Because you won't. Okay.
No, there's
Wikipedia-
nothing here. It's an empty blank page.
The Wikipedia summarizes in English the Chinese census results, but you think
But
that
Wikipedia says most
Wikipedia
of them are in the Tibet Autonomous Region.
and the Tibetan prefecture.
No, it doesn't.
The
It says,
autonomous
in the,
prefectures
it
of-
says the Autonomous Region.
Fuck, I've got it here.
According to the official data from the 2020 estimate of the National Bureau of Statistics in China, the total population in the TAR is 3.6 million, and Tibetans make up 90%. So that's a majority.
Okay,
of-
even if you look at Wikipedia, China says that there's 6
All
million.
right, Harry
Tibetans
wins,
in China.
Drew takes it out. Let's move on to the next thing about
For
Tibet.
fuck's sake, Harry,
dude,
There are 6 million Tibetans. Okay.
Just admit you were wrong.
It's just basic math. It's fucking basic math. There are 6 million Tibetans across China.
Drew, listen, you were wrong. But the difference is,
I'm
it's
not,
not
bro,
like,
for fuck's sake.
it's not
Harry,
like you made a
this is actually
mistake.
fucking
Dude, you're
dumb.
still doubling down.
6 million.
Dude, you're doubling
There's
down
7
and you're
million
wrong.
Tibetans
Stop,
across
you're
China,
wrong, dude.
and-
You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
You're actually fucking. I'm actually not though, because
No, Drew,
according to China-
Drew, you're actually wrong. Okay, a majority of Tibetans live in the Tibet Autonomous Zone. 3.6 million people live there, 90% of which are Tibetan. Okay?
But, okay, according to Wikipedia, how much Tibetans are there in China does the Chinese government claim?
Okay, 3.24 million Tibetans live in the Tibet Autonomous Zone. It's a majority.
Okay. I'm sending you the Wikipedia page on the Tibetan people, okay? Okay. China claims that there are 6.3 million Tibetans across China, okay? What was the population of the Tibetan Autonomous Region that you just read out?
6.2 or 3.2 or 3.3.
Okay, so if there are 6.3 million Tibetans across China, and you're telling me the Tibetan Autonomous Region's overall population, including Han, is 3 million, clearly...
No, including Han is 3.6 million. Tibetans is 3.24.
Okay, if there's 3.24 million Tibetans in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, and China says that there's 6.3 million Tibetans across China, would not 50% or more Tibetans be living outside the Tibetan Autonomous Region?
3.24 times 2 would be 6.48, right?
So what?
So more than 50%.
So what? Like 50,
are...
So 45%. So what? 45% of Tibetans.
All right, so you were wrong with your original claim. That's it.
By like what? What like by?
Because you were trying to make it seem like most of them live outside of it, when at best I could charitably grant you half.
Well, look. Okay, look. At very worst, for my argument, it's half of Tibetans live outside the Tibetan Autonomous Region.
All right. Well, now you're okay. Well, okay. So okay. Now we can get to the fucking point. So
yes,
half of Tibetans.
I don't know why you got bogged down on that for some reason.
Okay, I'm gonna grant you. I don't know the exact reason why, the Sichuan province, the Qinghai province, and the Gansu province are so heavily concentrated with Tibetan people. I think, but for example, even Wikipedia is giving us. You're saying there's no ethnic autonomy, and this was the argument. You're saying this means there's no ethnic autonomy. Well, I mean, even if you look at Wikipedia, take the Gansu province for example. Within the Gansu province, although it's not part of the Tibet Autonomous Region, it has the Ganan Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture and the Beri Tibetan Autonomous County. So there are territories even within those provinces that are autonomous for Tibetans.
I said that about 10 minutes ago. I said there are autonomous prefectures in these states. But
Clearly there is recognition of the rights of ethnic autonomy. It's just that they probably don't.
Explain to me.
Drew, think logically. Why should the Tibet Autonomous Zone include all of the Sichuan province, for example, or the Gansu province?
I'm not saying all of them.
No, why should the Tibet? You're saying the reason China. You're saying the reason half of historical Tibet is not part of the Tibet Autonomous Zone because the Chinese want to divide the Tibetan people, when the actual reason probably has more to do with the fact that those other regions are more ethnically diverse.
But the areas in which the Tibetans are living in these regions are the high mountainous plateaus where no one else is living. So, like, if you go to Sichuan,
why are there autonomous prefectures within them? Clearly, more people live in there that are not Tibetan ethnically.
Well, now it's the case because there's been a concerted effort at Han migration, at Han settler colonialism.
That's not true, because during the throughout all of China's history, there was influences from the rest of China.
Did you know that at one point Tibet actually conquered China?
I don't care. Sure.
So I'm just saying, it's literally.
There's also the fact
it's literally incorrect to pretend that Tibet has never been independent.
Drew, shut up for a second. Mongolia conquered China once. It's still part of China. Okay, it's all part of Chinese history.
So what? The actual the country of Mongolia.
It's so
should be returned
stupid
to
what you're
China.
saying. If I take a fucking province of France and say, one time a king from this province came and conquered all of France, does that negate that France is a valid historical entity? No, it doesn't.
No, I'm not saying that China is not a valid historical entity. I'm saying...
Yeah. Did you know Napoleon? Did you know Napoleon fucking came from Corsica? So therefore what?
Bro, it's actually like discussing with like a fucking 3-year-old who doesn't know anything. Like,
Yeah, well,
bro,
Napoleon came from Corsica, and Corsica conquered France, I guess. I guess that invalidates Napoleon.
This is actually
being
dumb, man.
French.
This is actually fucking dumb. I'm not saying that China does not have a historical basis.
Hold on. Wait.
I'm
Ezra
saying
is in my
Tibet has
chat.
historically
Ezra's in
been
my
an
chat.
independent country.
Ezra's in my chat. I'm not that knowledgeable about the history in terms of detail, but he's saying you're wrong in that Tibetan Empire only briefly captured the Tang capital, but never conquered China proper. Just briefly occupied the capital of the Tang dynasty.
Well, they did temporarily occupy the capital.
You're aware that China's capitals have not stayed stagnant throughout history. For example, do you know why Beijing is the Chinese capital?
I'm not claiming otherwise.
Why is Beijing? Hold on. Who made Beijing the Chinese capital?
This is what you're mistaking
Who
about my
made
argument.
Beijing the Chinese capital? Do you know that?
Harry, this is what you're mistaking about my argument. Okay, you think that I'm claiming that China should be Tibetan because Tibet.
Hold on. I also have another person making the claim in my chat that Han people make up a smaller percentage now in the population of the Western provinces and region than they did 200 years ago. So 200 years ago, there was more Han people in those regions than now.
Harry,
is that not true?
This is what you're mistaking about what I'm arguing.
Is that not true?
You're thinking that I'm claiming
granted,
that China
Drew,
should be
when it came to the topic of Tibet, granted, I was more prepared for Xinjiang. But so when it came to the topic of Tibet,
well, I only brought up Tibet because you said
I'm willing to stick to Tibet. I'm willing to stick to Tibet. It's just that the reason I'm pulling more heavily from people donating to me in chat and my colleagues is because I have to check you on these facts. I have not come prepared with a sheet of facts to check whether what you're saying is right, but I can infer that you're not very reliable when it comes to the factual claims you're making. You're not very credible when it comes to the things you say about Tibet.
Well, okay, Harry, I'm just asking you. Okay, firstly, what you're mistaken about my argument, you're thinking that because I said that Tibet at one point captured the Chinese capital, that China is Tibetan. No. What I'm saying is your idea that Tibet and all these other countries in the Western
What do you think
were
China
always
is?
part of
Do
China.
you think China is just the Han ethnicity?
Well, China is an empire.
Yeah, I'm not.
China is an empire
I don't
that
really
basically
care to
tracks the Qing
entertain.
Empire.
I don't care to entertain the semantics of what an empire is, but do you think China has ever been a mono-ethnic civilization?
No, it hasn't.
It's
That's
never
the whole
been.
point.
It's never been.
It's
But
always
that
been an
doesn't
empire.
mean the Han were brutally subjugating foreigners. It means that the civilization of China was always based on a mutual recognition between the Han ethnicity, which was, by the way, an ethnicity purely and strictly defined by its proximity to the imperial center, not some arbitrary ethnic group that gained supremacy. It's literally an ethnic group defined by those that eventually come to assimilate with the center, become more proximate with the empire center. That's where the origin of the Han. Han ethnicity is a mixture of several ethnicities through history, just happening to unify around the empire. But even those who are not fully assimilated and are therefore of the Han ethnicity are given the status of recognition at every age of Chinese history as part of Chinese civilization. And there's always a fusion and a syncretism that happens that ends up enriching Chinese culture as a whole.
So true. I mean, but what if the Tibetans and the Uyghurs don't want to live underneath Chinese rule? What if they don't want to be colonized and subjugated? You're talking about how you don't agree with Western colonization.
Well, then
earlier.
the
So why
facts
do you
of
agree with
history
Chinese
would. But then
colonization?
the facts of history would have turned out differently. For example, in the case of Xinjiang, Xinjiang would have not been a de facto province of China for like thousands of years. But for
But
thousands
it
of
fucking
years,
wasn't. That's literally fucking
It
wrong
was.
because it wasn't a de facto province of China.
Drew,
It was briefly under. It was briefly under control of the first Han dynasty, and then it came back under Chinese control during the not even Chinese control under Manchu control.
Can you
during the
define
Qing
control?
dynasty. The Qing dynasty was a Manchu
Can you
empire.
define the fact that the Qing dynasty was not made up of Han in terms of the royal family doesn't mean it's not Chinese. But can you explain to me why?
But that's literally okay. Like, do you know who founded modern China? Sun Yat-sen. Like, they were literally saying like that the Qing dynasty is not Chinese. That's why like they
that was before
they
Sun
created a vision
Yat-sen.
of an
That was
independent
well
Chinese
before.
country.
That was before Sun Yat-sen. Actually, that was the kind of westernizing impulse before Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen is actually a figure of
they
unity.
were The early Chinese revolutionaries were
Sun
literally going
Yat-sen
against the
insisted on the territorial integrity of all of the borders of the former Qing dynasty, including where the Manchu people resided. He therefore recognized them, yes, as Chinese. You're so ridiculous. I mean, the flag of the...
do you know how, like when they were talking, if you read the book Invention of China...
You know, I'm going to fact check this, but I'm pretty sure the KMT flag... What did the flag stand for? Yes, the flag was literally
I don't support the KMT
red,
either.
The KMT.
I don't support the KMT
sorry,
either.
that was
KMT.
no, that wasn't.
So for example, the KMT. You know, like this is an interesting fact people don't realize. Taiwan, because of the constitution written for it by the KMT dictatorship, still officially claims Mongolia and the Qing dynasty.
The five races under one union flag. Was that only during Manchukuo? I don't think it was. No, that was that was the Republic of China that overthrew the Manchu king.
Yes, I know.
The flag used during that revolution in 1911 was one color for every ethnicity, major ethnicity, including the Manchu, where there was a yellow stripe for them. Why are you saying the founding of modern China excluded the Manchu as non-Chinese? That's patently wrong.
I'm not saying it excluded the Manchu. What I'm saying is the founding fathers of modern China, who overthrew the Qing dynasty, one of the major reasons they wanted to overthrow the Qing dynasty was that they said it's a Manchu dynasty, it's not a Chinese dynasty. That is a fact.
But why did they include in their definition of China the Manchu people?
Because they still believed in China as an empire. They just wanted it to be run by Han rather than Manchu.
Where was that ever said? Where did Sun Yat-sen ever claim that?
It's just obvious, isn't it? Like,
dude, it was a democratic movement, and yes, the majority of people in China were Han, so that probably would reflect the facts. But that doesn't mean it was a.
They were.
How is that proof that it was ethnically supremacist? That's like saying the anti-apartheid movement is ethnic supremacism because the majority of South Africans are black. It's a completely
I'm not necessarily saying that it was ethnic supremacism. I'm just saying one of the crucial motivating factors for the early nationalists who were trying to overthrow the Qing dynasty, and this is a historical fact, they didn't like that it was a Manchu dynasty. And so one of the constant
even if that was true,
that you can ask of Chinese nationalists,
even if that was true, that's not true for Sun Yat-sen, because Sun Yat-sen didn't blame the Manchu for China's troubles. He blamed the West. Sun Yat-sen wanted to return to China as a civilization. He wasn't some ethno-nationalist. So what point? That's the founder of modern China, according to you, by the way. So, I mean, like, what?
I'm not saying he was... I'm not saying that he was...
Dude, okay, let's get to the meat and potatoes of the point, because... You're waffling around. You go from Tibet to the Manchu. It's like, it's very clear China is a multi-ethnic civilization. It's very clear China doesn't mirror the practices of European colonialism because it's an empire or a civilization founded on mutual recognition rather than apartheid.
It's not founded on mutual recognition. They are explicitly inspired by the colonialism of the European powers. If you look at the state-run colonial boarding schools, like, China, okay, look what they're doing to the Uyghurs and the Tibetans right now. They've created colonial-style boarding schools, which they take children from their parents and then they're banned.
So you're saying universal educational. You're saying standard education institutions, which are mainly run by Uyghurs, by the way.
They're not. They're fucking not. They're
yes,
not
they
run
are.
By
in
Uyghurs.
Uyghur
they're
majority.
Not, it's a fucking lie.
In Uyghur majority. Yes, it is a fact.
Schools.
No, it is a fact that in Uyghur
No, it's fucking not. You're actually fucking lying.
In Chinese, Drew, where Uyghurs live, the majority of people in both the Communist Party and the people running the state institutions are also Uyghur. It actually reflects the people that live in that
You're
local
actually
region.
fucking dumb. That's not true. That's literally not true. The boarding schools I'm referring to, these are Han boarding schools where the children, Tibetan and Uyghur, are taken away from their parents. They're schooled intensely in Mandarin.
Can we explore this is the first time I'm hearing about them, so let's Can I look at these
Exactly.
schools?
This is the point, Harry. This is the point. You're making really strong
show
claims
me the
saying
schools.
there's
Can
no
you show me the
colonialism.
schools?
There's no.
Show me the boarding schools, dude. What is this? Matilda?
Both-
Show me the
both
boarding
into-
schools with a Han Miss Trenchbull from Matilda, where she grabs their fucking pigtails and spins around. Just show me what's going on, dude. Show me the boarding schools. What's going on?
Colonial boarding schools. Nearly 1 million Tibetan children today live in colonial boarding and preschools.
Okay,
Fucking
can
fact.
you send me the?
Sure. It's CIA because Tibetans have.
Okay, I'm gonna just look at what you're saying, because I'm not familiar with this claim. TibetAction.net, no bias here. It's called the Tibet Action
here's the thing, though,
Institute. The Tibet
Okay,
Action.
but
Okay,
here's the
no,
thing,
this is
though.
beautiful. This is beautiful.
I
All right,
was in Durham. Okay. Okay.
no,
Say
I'm
one
just
thing.
showing
I was
the
in
chat
Dharamshala.
briefly. I'm gonna show the chat this source of yours because I think everyone should see it.
Read the full report.
Stop colonial boarding schools, and it's the Tibet Action Institute. So this says nearly 1 million Tibetan children today live in colonial boarding schools and preschools. Okay, it's making a lot of claims. Is the primary source, like, if I keep scrolling, I find it, or what? Where do I find the
So
primary
just
source?
scroll down and then it'll have the full report, which is like a 60-page report.
Methodology. Sure, let's do this. Methodology. Research constrained by the
here's thing,
extreme
okay,
control.
If you don't even, I just went
Our
through this
report
document,
relies on
and
a
I found
combination of
a source you can
sources. Firsthand.
read. Here's a good source you wouldn't agree with. The Chinese government has it. The Chinese
Dude,
government
can you shut up for a
itself
second
talks
while I
about
read this? Dude, can I just read this?
Okay. What I was going to
Firsthand.
say though is I can give you. a
Dude,
better
shut up,
score.
shut up. It sounds
I
like
can
you're
give you a-
guilty and you're trying to do damage control before I even read this.
Fuck
Okay?
it.
So this really unbiased report from a Tibetan separatist organization. Firsthand accounts from inside the Tibet.
Which is not even fucking true, because do you know the Dalai Lama actually argues for staying with China. The Dalai Lama, the official position of the Tibetan exile community is we should stay with China. We just want more autonomy.
Okay, well, let's go to the about.
That's the official position of the Tibetan government in exile.
Tibetan is supporting resistance with the goal of helping Tibetans inside and out. 62nd Tibetan National Uprising Day that happened in... So you're saying this is not a separatist organization, but they commemorate the separatist Tibetan National Uprising in 1959?
All Tibetans in diaspora do it.
So is this a separatist? China out of Tibet now. Tibet is for Tibetans, China out of Tibet now. So it's not separatist, or is it separatist?
Well, what they want is autonomy rather.
Okay,
than
so it's
independence.
separatist. Let's get to the main potatoes of the facts.
Okay, whatever. What I was going to say.
So,
Harry,
Drew,
is if
can you
actually
stop?
go to-
Can you stop making more claims that you're just gonna sound stupid
No,
on? But you've taken so many
I'm
L's.
trying to explain to you.
You've taken
I'm trying to
so
explain
many
to you,
L's.
okay?
Now, I will admit, I did somewhat take an L when I was dozing off and I mentioned shit about Taiwan. I will own up to that. But you're taking like dozens of L's right now, and you should probably shut up for your own good. Okay, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the source. So, first-hand accounts from inside Tibet give examples of how China's education policies affect the lived experiences of Tibetans on the ground. These were provided to our researchers by Tibetans in exiles. So, it's first-hand accounts. I don't really care about those. We extrapolated the number of
I was going to
Tibetans.
say, if you go to the full report, and I've sent you this in the Zoom chat, they're actually quoting Chinese government statements. So you can just go to this government statements. You can just, if you want, you can completely dismiss what the Tibetans themselves are saying, and you can read the Chinese
Under the
government statements.
People's
They're
Republic of
themselves
China,
talking
education policy in Tibet has gone through many changes. A prominent precursor to the current boarding school system for Tibetans was the Inland Schooling Program. This project began in 1985, cutting students' bonds with their home communities, instilling new norms, language, culture, and loyalty. A military-style boot camp in how to become Chinese. Separate from the Inland Schooling Program, boarding schools existed in Tibet in the 80s and 90s. Okay, I don't know what these schools are, what their purpose is, who goes to them. I'm just...
There's a million. It's for every Tibetan kid.
How do I know this isn't just the standard form?
I've now sent you.
How do I know this isn't just like the standard form of education that they get, and and you're just calling it a colonial boarding school when it's actually just like imagine you call the fucking school in Ohio a colonial boarding school because they have gym that sounds military boot camp because they have gym where they have to fucking do physical exercise. Like I know you're averse to gym.
I've sent you 2 Chinese government sources describing the boarding schools themselves in their own words, and in their own words, they're saying that these
China sets policy directions for building a modern socialist Tibet. Okay, sure. Let's look. So where's the boarding schools?
I've given you 2 sources. One of them
Where's the colonial schools? Where's the colonial schools?
The second source actually has a video showing life as a Tibetan high school.
What about the first? We're doing one by one. So what about the? I don't see it. Can you show me the first source colonial boarding schools in the first source?
Okay. Up now.
Did you not think I was gonna like click on this?
I'll hold your hand and walk you through it.
Please. I'm guessing there's nothing here, right?
No. It's saying more education and guidance should be provided for the public to mobilize their participation in combating separatist activities.
Yo, wait. Because CGTN has an article that says more education and guidance.
I'm giving you more.
Should be provided to the public.
Okay. I've got a better one for you.
So hold on. This sentence, according to you, this sentence is evidence of colonial boarding schools.
No, it's not. I'm giving you multiple Chinese government sources.
Why are you wasting my time with this source then? Let's go to the second one.
Because I only just realized you have to watch the whole
day in the life of a Tibetan high
30
schooler.
minutes.
So this is a Tibetan high schooler, and where's the colonial boarding school? We take the school bus home about 1 day and 1 night. A high school senior in Lhasa, the capital of China's Tibet Autonomous Region. She's attending high school. So what? Because China has mandatory education like we do in America?
No, they're taken away from their families. Did you not read?
Dude, what do you mean? I'm an Arab living in fucking Michigan.
1,500 kilometers away from her fucking family.
Drew. I'm an Arab who lives in Michigan. When I go to high school, am I being taken away from my family? That's fucking stupid. What are you talking about?
Okay, if you can't read, the 20-year-old girl who lives in Lhasa, she's actually taken 1,500 kilometers away. So her family is 1,500 kilometers away.
That probably speaks to the lack of infrastructure. And I'm sure they're building more schools. Like, I don't know. What do you mean? These are remote and extreme areas where you probably can't build schools. It's probably harder to build schools there.
They're taken for the express purpose of splitting them away from their families.
Where are you getting that?
It's an article. It's
Rural
the Chinese
Tibet
government
is suffering from a severe shortage of workers.
Away from their family.
Rural Tibet suffers a severe shortage of workers. Most parents have to leave their kids at home to tend the farms. China's one policy didn't affect the Tibet region. Central government exempted tuition fees and offered free accommodation. Okay, so let me explain to the audience what's going on here, according to CGTN, okay? Now, you can say CGTN is an unreliable...
I'm actually letting you use Chinese government sources, which
I know.
obviously...
Drew, shut up for a second, okay? So these are extreme rural areas in Tibet where there's a shortage of infrastructure, there's a shortage of workers, there's a shortage of, modern, what we call modern civilization there. And China wants to do everything in its power to, despite the geographic inequalities and despite the geographic disparities, allow these...
Do they fucking pay you for this? It's beautiful.
So China is criminal for allowing rural Tibetans to get an education? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, that's exactly how I would describe it. Taking kids 1,500 kilometers away from their families, and they're not allowed to see their families, and they're not allowed to speak in Tibetan at these high schools. That's exactly how I describe it. Just benevolent, wanting to help the Tibetan children.
Wait, we'll take the school bus home about 1 day and 1 night. It's a journey
So
by
even-
25 hours by bus. Do you think maybe this has more to do with the fact that
I'm
there
giving you
are-
more sources, by the way. I'm giving you more sources.
okay,
I've sent
this
more to the
one was
chat.
clearly not satisfactory. There's a third
I'm
one.
sending you multiple sources.
Dude, you're not
You
though,
read
because
the
the
Chinese government source
sources.
that says
You're
we
not
educate all
sending
the
me
kids, and you're like,
sources.
oh wow,
Hold on.
beautiful, beautiful.
You're not sending me sources because the sources don't substantiate the claim. Therefore, they're not sources, Drew. And Drew,
I'm literally
also-
sending you Chinese
Drew,
government
Drew.
sources because you won't accept anything else.
you sent me not a link. You sent
I've
me.
now sent you 5 links.
No, you haven't actually. You sent me.
I have. Look at the Zoom chat.
You sent me
I've
4
sent you 5
links, and you sent me a fucking bibliography citation I can't click on. You just.
Yeah, it's a fucking journal article.
So link the
And you
journal.
can't
Don't just
say that
fucking
guy's
type the
anything.
name of it. Link the journal then.
Okay, I'm sending it to you now then, okay? Fucking beautiful.
Teaching in Tibet. China rolls out changes in education. China's been overhauling changes in Tibet that wants to improve the chances of the region's 600,000 students. Part of that approach means teaching students in 2 languages and moving kids from rural villages to bigger cities.
Okay, beautiful. Let's go through the source. I've just got the PDF up.
Dude,
This
can
is a
I
journal
do
article.
one at a time? On the one hand, you're like, I gave you 5 sources, and then on the other hand, you don't want me to look through the sources you actually give me
Okay, fine.
scrutinize whether they sustain or substantiate your claims.
Okay, fine.
What makes these colonial? I don't see what makes these colonial.
Because they're taken away from
They're
their
from
families.
a rural district called Ali. It's a remote area. It's difficult to breathe. Can't eat properly. They can't sleep properly. Really, really difficult, let alone study. These are like extreme remote areas in the fucking mountains where it's probably hard to build standard educational institutions. And you're saying this is colonial. Why is it colonial to give your citizens free education?
I'll explain. Since 1985, the ruling Chinese Communist Party has uprooted minority children as young as 10 years old from their communities in Tibet and Xinjiang in order to school them in the language, culture, and values of the Han ethnic majority in eastern and coastal cities thousands of kilometers away. The assimilatory agenda is obvious, but thousands of minority students apply each year for a coveted spot in this highly competitive
Is this in the
program.
article? Because I'd rather just read it than hear you like.
Yeah, this is in the PDF I've sent you.
Okay, so
And this actually says,
let's
and
go
this
through
actually
this.
says,
Let's go through this.
and this
China
one actually
has
says,
uprooted minority children from their communities in order to school them in the language, culture, and values of the Han ethnic majority. Okay, then why are they taught their own language primarily and only
which they
Mandarin?
They literally aren't. That's part of the fucking lie. The Chinese government.
But your
sources
own
obviously say-
source that you sent me says they're taught in 2 languages, Tibetan and
No,
Mandarin.
yeah. Which one are you talking about right now? Because that's CGTN. If it's CGTN, obviously.
Then why
it's
did you
the
send
Chinese
it to me? I'm just going off what you sent me.
Because you're not accepting any other source other than the fucking Chinese government. So I'm sending you Chinese government propaganda sources.
Okay, well, the Chinese government is saying that they're taught 2 languages. I want to know where the claim
Of course
is.
it's going to say that. Of
Where
course it's
where
gonna
are
say
you
that.
getting? Where are you contriving the claim that they're only taught Han?
Read this one. Read this one. This is where you get the claim.
Well, I don't see a source for this claim in this document. I don't see a source for that. The
talking about
assimilatory
the PDF?
agenda is see, like here's the thing. I think it could be misleading because it's saying they're taught the language, culture, and values of the Han, but it doesn't mention are they also taught the language, culture, and values of Tibetans? To what extent are they taught the values of the Han relative to the Tibetans?
It's all Han.
Where are you getting that information that it's all Han?
Reading this. Students are permitted to perform their ethnic cultures at carefully choreographed events to mark major ethnic holidays, but the language and cultural norms of the Han majority are the daily habitus of these residential schools. As a result, native language
Where
and
is
cultural
that?
proficiency remains, and this is page 6 of the PDF. And many Tibetan and Uyghur students lose their ability to read and write in their first language after spending up to 11 years studying
Okay, hold on.
schools.
Students are perform their ethnic cultures, but the language and cultural norms of the Han majority are the daily habitus of these residential schools. They lose their ability to read and write in their first language. Okay, that's quite a bold claim.
Well, it's sourced to 2016. It's
No, I think this claim is sourced.
That's actually a Chinese source. That's actually a Chinese source. He's basing it on Chinese source.
Drew. Okay. Due to the intense focus on language learning and patriotic education, some educators complain that NADBON graduates possess poor academic skills when compared to their Han peers, especially in math and sciences. That's what seems to be sourced here. But the claim that they're only taught the language and cultural norms, or mainly taught the language and norms of the Han majority, I don't see a source for that. Is there a primary source for that claim?
Yeah.
Where?
There's 4. If you go up higher, Chen 2008, Gross 2013, Yang and Nima 2015, Zhu 2007.
Where is the claim that they're mainly taught the Han language?
It's right there.
Where?
In the journal article.
Which primary source?
Okay, we'll go through it. I'm going through it right now.
Which primary source, Drew?
I'm going through it now. So, for example, Wang and Zhao, 2003, page 102, argue that not only do Tibetan students struggle to keep up academically, but the dislodgement process results in cultural erosion and social stratification. Similarly, Chen, 2008, agrees with Gross that the program has failed to meet the stated aim of cultural integration with the Uyghur students he studied using bonding social capital to strengthen their Uyghur identities and sense of separateness. So they're like fucking apartheid schools. This is documented in multiple sources that he's referring to based on fucking primary.
Dude, this is so fucking exhausting. Dude, you're talking so fast and with so much nervousness because what you're saying doesn't back up the claim. I asked you for something simple. What is the primary source that they're mainly only speaking Han Mandarin in these schools, not their own native language?
Yes.
I wanted the primary source for that claim.
Okay.
And you didn't give it to me. Hold on.
I'm giving it to you now, for fuck's sake.
Drew.
Gross Timothy, 2013, the Uyghurs of the Xinjiang class, boarding school education. It's a PhD dissertation at the University of Indiana.
Where?
And then there's also...
Shut up for a second. Let me get a hold on this. Shut up for a fucking second, okay?
Go to the fucking bibliography.
Dude, you're just reading me shit. Link it to me. But in the meantime... You said, shut up. You said, oh, it's fucking apartheid. Why is it fucking apartheid that Tibetans perform worse than Han? Why is that apartheid? Why is it apartheid that Chen... Why is it apartheid that Chen and Gross think the program failed to meet its stated aim of cultural integration? How does that make it apartheid? Why is that apartheid? Why would I let you get away with that claim? Why is that apartheid?
Go to these dissertations which are based on field research inside Xinjiang and Tibet. They're literally talking Tibetans and Uyghurs living inside China. And
are there any conflicts of interest? Like, are there any biases that might motivate people to depict this image that's in favor of Tibetan separatism?
What's in favor of Tibetan separatism? Under the Chinese constitution, they're allowed. The Chinese constitution guarantees them rights in language and autonomy. So why is it separatism to say they should be schooled in Tibetan?
I don't know if they're not schooled in Tibetan. That's a claim you have not been able to substantiate once.
Well, it says here. It says here in the journal article, which is based on like 20 sources of social...
So give me the specific primary source for that specific claim.
Like Timothy Gross or...
Link it. Can you link it? Can you link it to me?
Yes.
Okay.
I will fucking go through and I'll literally become a fucking research assistant to you and I'm sending you fucking 20 sources.
Hey, link it to me.
Okay, I am. Okay, I'm trying to get one right now. But let's be realistic, Harry. Like any single source that I send, you're just going to say, oh, it's the fucking NED.
I haven't actually made that argument once.
Yeah, no, but like that's
any
but
source.
Is there any like what source?
I think
what
that's a valid
accept?
question because in the absence of you being able to provide primary source evidence, I have to ask what if there's potentially conflicting reasons as to why they're making this claim. Otherwise, I would like you to disclose why they're making this claim if it can't be backed up with primary sources.
The problem is fucking all these academic sources are obviously paywalled, but it's based on 20 PhD, like 20 journal articles and PhD dissertation that are based on fieldwork inside Tibet and inside China itself. And as I said,
the reason I brought up conflicting interests is because just because these scholars are saying this doesn't make it fucking true, because there could be multiple reasons as to why the fucking Western academic institutions are spinning the fucking narrative that China's colonizing Tibet and being chauvinistic, okay? So just being a cocksucker saying, oh, this guy has a diploma, he's a smart guy. I don't give a fuck if he's a professor. I don't give a fuck if he's a scholar. I don't give a fuck if there's a bibliography. Show me the primary source that I am supposed to rationally contrive an agreed conclusion from. That's what I want you to do. I want you to convince me why I should agree with them. I don't want you to dick wave their fucking credentials in my face.
Okay.
I don't care about their credentials.
They've all interviewed Tibetans themselves and Uyghurs. Fucking dogs.
Okay, so can you just say the only primary source evidence you have is testimonies from certain Tibetans and Uyghurs?
Well, it's literally like thousands upon thousands of testimonies.
Show me the thousands of testimonies that agree with this specific claim.
I can.
Then why should I believe thousands of testimonies exist of people claiming they can't speak Tibetans in these schools? Why should I believe that?
Okay, I'll get this. I'll get this. All right, got one. It's based on what the CCP itself has said. On December 25th, the United Front Work Department, UFWD, of the Nangchan County Party Committee in Yushu Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture in China's southwestern Qinghai province, issued an urgent notice to all party committees, local governments, and monastery management committees in townships and villages across the county, noted winter vacation was approaching for primary and secondary schools and cautioned that illegal Tibetan language cultures in monasteries were on the rise. To curb this, townships were instructed to strengthen their sense of urgency, improve the way monasteries are organized, and roll out measures to rectify the situation.
I mean, holy shit, Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Can you just link what you said?
Okay.
I literally didn't catch like 60% of what you just said. Can you just link what you said so I can read it?
Well, I'm trying to find a source that's going to be...
Just link it! I didn't even hear what you just said! I didn't even hear what you just said. Just link it.
Okay. Nikai. Link.
Okay. Fuck. Alright, let's look at this. Okay. Well, this isn't a Chinese government source, so... Well, let's continue to look at it. Chinese government policies are
actually,
forcing...
No, this is circular, because this is back to the report. This is back to the report. It's not you're going to obviously say that's not... Would you accept the source from Human Rights Watch, or are you going to say that's a shill?
Shut up and let me read this.
Okay.
A report calls the practice of sending Tibetan children... Okay, this is their report. What did you read out that is of very material significance? Like, about how they're
I'm
not
saying-
allowed to
I'm
speak
saying-
Tibetan?
I'm saying this is not a worthwhile source. I just realized because it's just linking back to the original report that I sent you, and you're obviously not going to accept it. So I'm saying I'm going to push that to the side. I'll keep looking for better sources.
No, you did say something where you were like, "Oh, there's a threat of." What did you read off? What did you like read? Where did that come from?
Oh, that one. Okay, I'll get that. But again, it's a Tibetan NGO, so you're not going to believe it. But
Okay,
I'll send
well,
it back.
I want to read it still.
Okay.
Because I didn't even hear what you said. I just want to read it and show it to
Okay,
the
so-
audience so they can actually intelligibly fucking read it.
Okay.
Drew, you're not really good at like compiling evidence. It might just be better if you concede you can't provide a primary source and go to
I
a.
thought the primary source in that original report that you're dismissing as NGO NED, blah, or your fans are dismissing as NED, whatever. It has literal primary sources in there, like Tibetans that they're speaking to inside.
Well,
Tibet.
I have not been shown the thousands of testimonies you claim exist. I haven't been shown evidence that those testimonies, the thousands of them, exist. You've had every opportunity to show them to me. I haven't seen them.
There's thousands of Tibetan first and primary sources.
Thousands of Tibetan what?
But you're going to dismiss them all because you're going to say they're all Tibetan.
Can you
NGOs.
show me the thousands of Tibetan primary sources?
Okay, I will actually go away, compile the primary evidence for the next debate. I'll bring them.
So you don't have it.
Well, not on this, not
In
right
the
now.
absence of
because-
primary sources, I don't
Well, I'm
have to
giving you literally
entertain.
15
I don't have
sources.
to
I'm
entertain
giving you
the
15
claims.
sources.
I don't have to entertain your claims. The Chinese government states its intentions. I have no reason to believe it's not fulfilling those
Okay.
intentions.
For example, For example, let's go through. Like, here are some testimonies that I can read out right now. This is based on the original.
No, I don't
report.
want you to read out a testimony. I don't doubt they can find a Tibetan who can say this. You said there's thousands of them corroborating that. I want that data.
Okay, I can get that data, but at the moment, I've got literal conversations with Tibetans.
I don't care.
Inside
Well,
China.
I'm gonna interview. I'm gonna interview Xiong Yu right now, and he literally lives in China. And you want me to interview him for a primary source?
What does he know about Tibet? Does he live in Tibet?
He lives in China. Do you want me to get a Communist Party member who lives in Tibet and interview him?
Yeah, bring him on.
And that to you will be an equal source to your source?
Well, I'm obviously not going to agree with what he's saying, but bring him on.
Okay,
It'll
then
be
I'm not going to
entertaining.
agree with what the Tibetan separatist is saying. How about that? Okay.
Okay, but bring on the CCP member inside China, and we'll talk about it.
It's a debate between me and you, but I'm just trying to give you the rhetorical point that
He probably can't even be seen in a.
one person.
You know, this is the sad thing. We're talking about censorship in China. Even if you used to debate me,
one person who makes a claim is not a reliable source. I have no reason to believe that there are colonial schools in Tibet. You can call them colonial. I don't think they're colonial. I think you're actually dealing with a situation
I
where
was 12 years old when I went to the boarding school. I attended from grade 7 to 12, from 1997 to 2003. School was 2 hours walking distance from my home. I was able to go home on the weekend. But in my school, there were students who were far off. They couldn't go home on the weekend. So usually they just stayed back and went home only if there was some emergency. There was no phone facility. You had to buy your own food and bedding. There were separate schools for Chinese and Tibetans. We had no free time. Schedule started at 6 a.m. with exercise.
True.
Extreme beatings from teachers.
I live in Michigan, and I'm going to talk about how Gretchen Whitmer is Hitler. So when I go outside every single day, when I drive my car, Gretchen pulls me over, and she puts me at gunpoint and tells me to renounce my Islamic faith at gunpoint, or else I die. And she put me in camps and all these things. Drew, I don't care. Like, reading me off something one guy says.
I'm reading out testimonies for you. You're saying, give me the testimonies. I'm reading out the testimonies.
I'll give you a standard of evidence I want you to conform to. It's macro data. I want thousands of people in Tibet to be surveyed.
There are studies like that, and I can literally get them.
Well, that's what you're going to have to give me.
Okay. Well, let's do that for the next one rather than getting bogged down.
Okay, well, you don't have it here. You don't have it here,
But I was
so I
just
don't
gonna
have
say-
to entertain
I was-
your claim. If you don't have it
I was
here,
just going to say though. I was going to say.
okay.
it's
If you
actually
don't
sad
have it
that-
here, I don't have to entertain the claim.
I was just going to say though, it is actually sad that your friend who lives in China, who's a CCP member, he probably couldn't even come on the stream and debate me without being in trouble. Like, this is how bad the censorship is in China.
I've had people from China come on stream and indeed debate Westerners, and it's on my channel.
Yes, but I'm not. But you understand the Chinese government has literally like sent death threats against my family. They've put out Chinese government news articles condemning me as one of the worst. separatists, blah, blah,
Drew,
blah.
if you want to talk
Yes.
about that, you are serially harassing Chinese people. You are
That is a
engaging in
lie.
inflammatory
That is an absolute
behavior.
lie.
Yeah, Drew.
That is an absolute
Drew,
lie.
you are harassing Chinese people in Australia.
No, that is a lie. That
And
is
if you're
straight
getting
up lie.
death threats, it's
False.
because you're provoking Chinese people.
No. That is
Drew,
actually a
how are you
fucking
going
lie.
to sit here
Everything
and
I've
cry
always
to
done.
me? How are you going to sit here and
Everything
cry
I've
to
always
me?
done.
Drew,
Everything I've always
you're
done
sitting
has
here and
been
crying to
supporting
me.
the
No,
human
this is
rights of the
hilarious. This is
Chinese
hilarious.
people against
Drew,
the Chinese
Drew,
government.
you're sitting here and crying to me that you're getting death threats because you're insulting Chinese people. But
That's not what I'm saying.
what
For fuck's
about-
sake.
what
Do you know
about,
how it started? This is how it started, okay? This is how it started. I held one protest at my university, the University of Queensland. They actually rounded up 400, 500 Chinese guys.
okay, you're
Some of them
insulting
were, like, not
Chinese
students.
people's patriotic
No,
sentiments.
it was a support. It was a
Okay.
human rights rally for the Uyghurs and Hong Kongers. They actually
Okay,
rounded up
sure.
guys who were
You-
not even students. They had earpieces
Okay.
in. They had sunglasses. These are
Okay.
like guys in their
True.
30s to like bash us up. This is how
I totally
intolerant
believe you,
we are.
Drew. Although I
It's
totally
on video. It's on video. It's
Drew,
literally on
although I
video.
totally believe you that the CCCCP attacked you at college, I want to say I don't really shed any tears for you when it comes to the so-called death threats. When you have lauded publicly, claiming you were trolling, the murder of a civilian philosopher because you disagree with them ideologically.
No.
So that is a woman who got murdered. That's a woman. That's a woman who got Drew. That's a woman who got murdered, and you're sitting here crying about death threats.
When are you going to shed a tear for the Ukrainians who are murdered every day because of the ideology she supports?
You know what? I lament the murder of the death of any innocent civilian, be they Ukrainian, be they in the Donbass. I think war is bad.
Is that true? Because the Russians
I think
are
war is
literally
a bad
using carrier
thing.
Missile. They used a carrier missile on a
Drew,
residential.
Drew. Let me tell you something, Drew boy. Here in America, I witnessed people cheer on the invasion of Iraq, which led to the death of 1 million people. So, unless you think all of those people, can all of those people be justifiably killed?
How old are you, Harry?
Can all of those people? I grew up through it. Can all of those people be justifiably killed?
No, of course not. This is what I.
Well, then why is it justifiable for Daria to die?
Look, okay. First of all, I do not condone.
Okay,
assassination.
Drew.
Secondly,
You support wars, Drew. You probably support.
No, I
the
don't
Iraq
support
war.
wars. I don't want a war with China.
Okay,
I want containment.
Drew. Did you support the Iraq war?
No.
Do you support NATO giving Ukraine arms?
Yes, which is a
That
defensive
is
war.
leading to the. Those arms are tangibly leading to the death of civilians in the Donbass
No,
region.
that is so fucking wrong. There would be no war deaths inside Ukraine if Russia had not invaded
Then
it.
my argument
Straight
is
up.
there would be no
It could
war.
be over
There would be no
tomorrow. It could be over
war.
tomorrow.
There would be no war if the criminal Ukrainian government wasn't provoking Russia with talks of joining NATO.
That is actually a complete fucking lie. Do you know, even before the war, Zelensky was actually known as like quite soft on Russia. He was a Russian native speaker.
And that's hilarious.
He was always
and
on Russian television networks.
I have video footage of Zelensky going to the so-called Eastern Front, where the Azov militiamen are bullying him, and he has no control over the Ukrainian military or the actual people in control of Ukraine. Wasn't Zelensky. Is these people who are fighting in the Donbass, holding everyone in Ukraine hostage, and Zelensky has to submit to them.
That is a fucking lie.
He had no control over them. None, Drew. None.
The war would not be happening. How do you explain the invasion that encircled Kiev? How do you explain that? The invasion along 3 fronts. The Russians launched the war.
You mean the diversionary tactic employed by the Russians?
Oh my god, that is actually such a fucking code. That is insane code.
So you You don't think Russia could take Kiev if they wanted?
Why haven't they done so then? Take it.
I
They can't
don't
even
condone
take
this.
back
I'm on
Lodz. They
YouTube.
can't
I'm
even
on
take back
YouTube.
Lodz.
I'm on
Harry,
YouTube,
They
and I
can't even
don't.
take back Lodz. How are they going to take Kiev if they can't even take back Lodz?
I'm on YouTube. I don't condone this, but hypothetically speaking, Russia could just bomb the shit out of Kiev and just take it, and they don't want to do that.
They actually, okay, firstly, they have not been restrained whatsoever. They're literally using anti-carrier weapons, anti-carrier missiles against residential apartment buildings. They're targeting directly civilians at this point.
Those are alleged.
Secondly, it is
Those
such
are
a
those
cope
are
because-
alleged.
It is such a cope because they were trying to occupy Kiev. They were
Drew.
trying
Those
to take
apartment
over the entire
buildings. The
government.
thing is, Drew. Those apartment buildings, although I don't deny them because you're not allowed to.
Oh,
on
they built
YouTube.
them in the way of the Russian missiles.
Yeah.
Mate.
Although I don't deny Russia's responsibility because you're not allowed to on YouTube, I will say what is within my capacity to say that they tend to be exceptional cases, not Russia's. It's not like Russia's doing that on a mass scale. It's usually
They are doing it on a mass scale. Look at what they did in Mariupol. They fucking bombed the city to smithereens. They had a whole theater where they had 500, 600 people sheltering in it, including hundreds of children. And the Ukrainians wrote in Russian outside the theater.
I kind of wish
children.
I hosted the
And they
debate on
bombed the-
Rumble. Again, I kind of wish I hosted the debate on Rumble. I'm not forfeiting my YouTube channel for the debate with you, but as for the claim,
Well, let's have it. Next time. We'll do another debate and we'll go on Rumble next time.
yeah, sure, we should do that actually. But I can say,
they had children in this Mariupol theater, and they wrote in the Russian word for children.
and it's so
outside, and the
convenient,
Russian
Drew, that you have censorship backing you up. Because if I contradict your fucking claim right now, I get fucking banned from YouTube for 2 weeks. So that's very convenient that you need censorship to enforce your narrative.
Well, I'm not calling.
So
for
don't
censorship.
fucking make an argument I'm not allowed to push back on without getting fucking banned for 2 weeks.
But the argument is crucial to my point. The reason
No,
I
it's
support
not.
Ukraine
No, it's
is
not.
Russia.
No, it's not.
But
These are cases that got a lot of media attention because of how exceptional and extraordinary they were alleged to be.
The main. I actually went to Ukraine back in April to deliver food aid. I met lots of refugees who were coming from places like Mariupol. You could see the fucking terror in the children's eyes. People who had 1,000-yard stares and they're like 6 years old. It's
Okay,
fucked.
Mariupol was a city that underwent extensive evacuation, and it's not.
So true.
It's not.
There was so
it's
many
not. It's
civilians
not
that were
beyond the
caught up there.
pale. It's not beyond the pale to be allowed to say that this civilian infrastructure was utilized by the Ukrainian military and the literal Azov battalion to hold out against the Russian army.
The Russians didn't care. Look at what they did to Grozny. It's always been a part of Russian military warfare doctrine. Just level cities. This is what they do.
That's
They
that's
target
not what
hospitals,
we
they
don't
target-
see them doing that. We don't see them doing that.
We always see them doing that. That is what they did.
We don't
to
see
Aleppo
them
as
doing
well.
that on a mass scale.
They did it to Aleppo as well. Their tactic always is to make civilian life impossible
Okay,
in a
let
city.
me
So
explain this to
to
you.
guarantee that
Let me
they will
explain
take
to
it.
you. In Mariupol, there was a last holdout. This is a perfect example to epitomize this. There was a holdout of Azov militia members who were held out in the what was that place called again? It was what was it called?
Oh,
I forget the
Azovstal
name of it. It was like the last holdout.
The
Azovstal.
still-
Azovstal. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it was. It was Azovstal. In Azovstal, why did the Russian military wait to attack? Why didn't they just like level the whole thing, destroy it?
They basically did destroy it. The whole.
No, they
Azovstal
didn't. No,
steel-
they didn't. They
Steelworks
didn't.
are destroyed. They're unusable.
Azovstal had civilians in it, and that's why the Russian army didn't just go in and clear out the whole fucking thing.
But they basically did anyway. Like they.
No, they
the
didn't.
Azovstal-
No, they didn't, because they didn't
Azovstal
massacre all of the
steel mill is
civilians.
lying in ruins.
Because they didn't massacre all of the civilians.
Did you
in
not see the
Azovstal.
photos of the? Like, okay, you know that British guy who got detained because he was fighting for the Ukrainians in the Azovstal steel mill? Cossack Gundi order. You know that British guy who got detained by the Russians? He was fighting with the Ukrainians in the
Yeah.
Azovstal steel mill.
Sure.
I saw the photos he put up of the Azovstal steel mill when they were actually on like the last day of the fighting, and it was completely ruined. You can look at this.
Sure,
It looks
when
like
the safety of the civilians that were holed up in there was guaranteed, that, yeah. Sure, it's war.
They have killed so many civilians all across Ukraine, and they're
Well, we're
primarily
talking about
Russian
Azovstal
civilians.
right now because I can't speak to the undeniable on YouTube things Russia's done. But I can talk about whether or not you can say this is what Russia does as a general rule when in this case
I met someone just 2 days ago. I met someone who was in Bucha, and they saw the bodies, they saw the graves.
you're a fucking snake. You're really a fucking snake.
What?
You're really a
Okay,
fucking
we'll
snake.
take it to Rumble. We'll take it to Rumble then. We'll take it to Rumble. We'll do another debate like tomorrow. Or something.
Don't talk about things that aren't on the table to be debated on YouTube. Okay?
I didn't make the YouTube like I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm not familiar with like what is allowed and what's not.
Okay. So you
I
can't
basically don't
win
have
any
YouTube.
debates, so you just resort to deplatforming tactics. Incredible.
I'm not trying to deplatform you, Harry. Obviously, I seriously disagree with you. I'm not trying to deplatform you.
So don't talk about things that you're not allowed to debate.
Okay, but for me, the reason I support Ukraine is because of the Russian atrocities. Like, it's crucial to my argument.
Well, here's the thing, Drew. I will say this. Isn't it kind of strange how you maybe the deficiency of your ability to get a more nuanced perspective on the Ukraine war is because big tech actively censors all of the voices that contradict these things that you believe?
Harry, I literally read Russian Telegram channels all the time because I want to see what the propagandists are saying. And I'm familiar with all their claims and the bylines.
Well, I mean, I just find it convenient that censorship enforces your opinion.
It doesn't though, because I read the.
Yes,
fucking
it does,
Russian
because
Telegram.
if I were to push back or contradict you in any capacity, I would be banned for 2 weeks right now.
Okay, well, we'll do that next one on Rumble then. I'm not necessarily saying.
I would be happy to.
I seriously disagree with you. At the same time, I think that people should push back on these opinions like you. People should push back against the false conspiracy
So
theories you're pushing.
your support
rather than just
for
platforming.
Ukraine has to do with atrocities. Has the Azov Battalion committed atrocities?
I do not support the Azov Battalion. Straight up, I do not support the Azov Battalion. I do not support any of the far-right
That
militias.
forms the vanguard and the backbone of the Ukrainian military.
No.
Yes,
no.
it does. Yes, it
Azov
does.
was actually completely decapitated in Mariupol.
No, it
100%.
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
was.
Azov.
They lost like 90% of their military fighting capacity.
Azov Battalion and the ideology it represents is completely dominant within the Ukrainian military.
That is false. If the Ukrainian far right was dominant, why could they not even win more than 1%, 2% at the Ukrainian elections year after year?
Because just because you're a force of military dominance doesn't mean you're getting the popular vote. What a stupid thing. You think people with guns have to be necessarily the people who are popular? It's not true.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the far right is a marginal force inside Ukraine.
When it comes to the military, it's not. When it comes to the people who are allowed to be the face of the Ukrainian government, that's not true. By the way, the Ukrainian government, Ukraine isn't even a democracy. They banned the communist parties there well before the war. They censored opposition. They've silenced journalists.
They shut down literally fronts for the Russian government. That's all they've done. Fronts.
But this was before the war. But this was before the war.
Yeah, there was a war going on from 2014 onwards, Harry. 10,000 people died in the Donbass.
So the war began in 2014. I agree. It did begin in 2014. So,
well, and then obviously a massive increase in intensity this year with the invasion in 2022.
So you're saying the Ukrainian government's anti-democratic actions were justified because of the...
It's not anti-democratic.
Because the people in the Donbass were resisting the junta government.
That is a complete lie. Like even in the Donbass, like the Donetsk Republic, like these little shitty statelets set up by Russia, they were set up by neo-Nazis and fucking Russian like Kremlin fronts. It was all an AstroTurf operation. There were actual like pro-Maidan demonstrations in these cities, and they were absolutely brutally shut down by the fucking.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true. It's absolutely clear that in the Russian-speaking regions, which overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych,
the Russian-speaking regions are the ones being bombed by Russia right now. Zelensky is a Russian native
because they're being occupied by the Azov Battalion and the Ukrainian military. But what I want to explain to you is that these are the regions that voted for the president who was illegally gotten rid of in a coup. So,
he didn't. He fled the country himself. He fled the country himself.
we already had this debate with Adam Something and Destiny. He didn't. He fled the country after. He fled the country after there were attempts.
To a country that was invading Ukraine.
No,
so you're telling me
he fled the country after there were already attempts on his life, and it was very clear he wasn't going to get
the country. The pro-Russian president of Ukraine.
He fled the country after there were already attempts on his life. After there were already attempts on his life, and it was very clear he was not going to get a fair trial.
Bro, he was sending his security forces to murder people in the streets. He was sending his snipers to murder people into the streets.
We're going to go back to we're going to go back to what Jackson already explained.
Okay, if we go back to 1939,
no, we're not going back to 1939.
But if Chamberlain had immediately fled to Berlin on the start,
there's no comparison, dude, because Ukraine had a coup. They wasn't about to be invaded by fucking Russia. It had a coup.
How is it a coup when you leave the country yourself?
You're saying. I told you why he had to flee the country, because there were attempts on his life. He wasn't getting a fair trial. You say that's justified because his police force was massacring civilians.
I'm not saying it's justified that he wouldn't get a fair trial.
Well, the investigations that were conducted did not corroborate the claims of the Maidan junta.
What investigations?
Fascists. The investigation into the claims that his police force
there were only 300
engaged in a sniper fire massacre of protests.
You know, during Maidan, like the whole lie, it was all the Nazis. Like the Nazis were like the fucking far right. Yes, there were a couple far right people there. They were marginal in the Maidan.
It wasn't
very marginal element.
It wasn't a couple. The banner of Stepan Bandera prevailed in Kiev. Bandera was a Nazi collaborator.
They were marginal. They were marginal at these.
They weren't marginal, dude. They weren't marginal. Bandera was officiated by the Ukrainian government as a hero.
These were marginal. Fucking right.
How is it marginal when Bandera is being officiated?
Let's go through the facts. Right sector could only put 300 people on the Maidan. So you're saying the whole Maidan was Nazi. Right sector could only put 300 people.
Even if I concede to you that that's just what.
And then they held elections straight after, and the far right couldn't even make 2%.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Even if I conceded to you that right sector only had 300 people, that just refers to the organized far right and neo-Nazis. It doesn't refer to the more ambiguous, ultra-nationalist, banderist, neo-Nazi sentiment. Finally,
so fucking bro, they're waving EU flags. This was a liberal. These people were supporting a liberal revolution. The 90%.
Why do you think there's a contradiction between Western liberalism and Nazism?
There isn't.
Exactly.
No, they're not.
There isn't.
No. Western liberalism.
There isn't.
No. Sorry, I misheard you. The Western liberalism and Nazism are completely opposed.
Not in Ukraine.
They are opposing.
Not in Ukraine, because it's very simple. It's very simple.
The Nazis in Ukraine.
I'll explain to you the logic. Russia is
like you can't explain to me why the Wagner leader groups, the leaders of Wagner, have SS tattoo runes on their neck. Just explain that.
Even if that's true, Wagner is not it's not a neo-Nazi organization. Period. It's a private military company.
But why do the leaders of Wagner all have Nazi tattoos?
I don't know if that's true, and I don't know why they.
It is.
I don't know. But Wagner is a private military. Wagner is a private military contractor. Right now. It's not a paramilitary. Okay, the Wagner Group is not a paramilitary political force. It's a private military company.
Dmitry Yutkin, the guy I'm talking about is Dmitry Yutkin, and yes, it's completely embedded within the Kremlin. Dmitry Yutkin. Okay,
well, they're mercenaries. They're
he founded the Wagner Group.
Okay,
and he's got SS tattoos.
Yeah, those are mercenaries.
And the Kremlin fucking relies on Nazis to fight the war in Ukraine.
They rely on a group that happens to have a prominent figure who has some questionable tattoos. It's not the same thing as actual paramilitary.
Such a cope.
Dude, no, it's not a cope. It's not a cope because there's a difference between paramilitary neo-Nazi organizations and a private mercenary group that has a prominent figure who has these tattoos. And yes, I've seen the photos.
Wagner is the founder of Wagner has Nazi tattoos on himself, on his neck. The founder of Wagner. It's a Nazi group.
It's one guy.
So if oh my God. So if you find me, okay, but if we're talking about Azov, you'd be like, this guy has a Nazi tattoo. It's a Nazi battalion.
The problem is that with Azov, yeah, and he's not the founder. He's not the founder, by the way.
Yudkin is the founder. He's one of the co-founders.
Can you name him?
Wagner.
What's his name?
Dmitry Yudkin is one of the co-founders of Wagner.
He's not the founder. He's not the founder.
Yes,
he's not the founder.
Alongside, he founded it alongside.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep shifting the fucking goalposts. He's not the founder nor the leader. He's neither the founder nor the leader. He's one guy. Dude, Drew. It's one guy. If you're saying, oh, if I found an Azov guy, the problem, Drew, is that we don't just find one guy in the Ukrainian military who's got these tattoos. We find dozens of them. We find hundreds of them.
Dozens of Wagner guys with Nazi tattoos. Dozens.
Show me the dozens.
Okay, yes,
go ahead.
Yes, I will.
Great.
I'll show you.
Show me the dozens.
Holy fuck, there's so many.
Show me the dozens.
I'm literally going to send them to you. I'm going to send them to you over Twitter DM.
In what? You're going to send them to me where?
On Twitter DM.
Okay.
Yep. New Russian POW captured with Nazi tattoos on the back. Here's another one. Sending it to you right now. Sent. Bro, we're talking about the boss of Wagner having SS tattoos on his neck.
He's not the boss of Wagner at all.
He's like the boss on the ground. I obviously agree with you that the boss, like Prigozhin or whatever.
He's not.
He's
really not. He's really not.
Okay, who is it then?
His name is something else. Who's the boss?
The main boss is the Russian oligarch who's linked to who was like a caterer. His name is Yevgeny Prigozhin. That's the main boss. I agree with you there. But one of the co-founders and main leaders of it is Dmitry Yudkin.
That's a waffling nonsense claim.
It's fucking true.
So this guy is a POW. So this is...
Well, this is the guy who got captured, yes.
But here's the problem. This is a person who got... Supposedly, this is a guy who got captured. We're supposed to trust the Ukrainian military. The problem is that even the Ukrainian soldiers who have not gotten captured, right, who are not fully in the hands of the Russian military, we constantly see them wearing neo-Nazi symbolism and tattoos.
No, half of those are fucking doctored. I've seen on Twitter, like one of them. Like, there's one of them wargaming, and they fucking doctor on, like, one of the Azov patches.
How do you know half of them are doctored? It's extremely prevalent.
So many of them. I've seen multiple, like, takedowns of how the Russians doctor Nazi flags on Ukrainian military guys.
Can you show me this?
Yes. Getting it for you now.
Thank you so much for the raid, Jackson. Appreciate you, man.
Fine. Yeah. Photos of Nazi symbols in Ukraine shared out of context. Sending it to you now. Like there's a doctored one where Zelensky supposedly holding up like a soccer jersey that has a swastika on it.
A Zelensky one is one thing, but you're trying to question the credibility of the various patches and tattoos we see on Ukraine.
They are there, but a lot of it is fake.
Okay, show me examples of the fake ones. I don't want to see like a ridiculous outlier of Zelensky being
I'm
doctored.
fine. I'm fine.
Okay, well, in any case, a paramilitary neo-Nazi group is not the same as a private military company that has.
Wagner's not private. It's used as an arm of the Russian state.
But it's not a paramilitary neo-Nazi organization.
It is a paramilitary, and its founder has Nazi tattoos on his neck.
That is not the founder. It's one guy.
And if you actually look at a lot of the Wagner iconography is so Nazi. Like, for example, they use the sledgehammer as one of their symbols. Do you know what that is from? When they fucking beheaded and sledgehammered one of these Assad army deserters. Like, and they posted the gore video.
Okay, okay. I mean, I don't know what that has to do with Nazism.
Like, just a fucking atrocious atrocity.
Okay, you could say it's a bad thing, according to you, and of course me, because YouTube will not allow you to have a contrasting view. So of course I agree with you, that's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, but it's not Nazi.
I'm trying to find this debunking thing. Debunking.
Wait, how do you behead someone with a sledgehammer, by the way? I believe you.
No. They tortured the guy with a sledgehammer first, and then they beheaded him, and then fucking burnt him alive or something like that. It was.
And that's the origin of Wagner?
No, that's not the origin of Wagner, but they always use the sledgehammer symbol, and that's
where are you getting that? I would never deny the credibility of that claim, because you're not allowed to on YouTube, but I want to read more on that.
They posted it themselves.
I would love to read more on that claim.
Okay, I'll send you the link then.
Sure.
Wagner.
There's just so many claims you make that you can't substantiate. It's just crazy.
I'm actually shocked that you don't know about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I would never question that, because you can't. But it just sounds like such a riveting, horrible story, honestly. Anyway.
Wow, and then you're
Drew,
actually like
Drew. We're focusing on specifics here. I'm asking you to bring sources. You're not.
I've just sent you the fucking link. I've just sent you the link. Hang on.
Okay. Guess I'll end. A Syrian deserter was savagely killed by Putin's. Again, we're gonna have to get into the fucking primary source. I mean, what is this?
There's literally a video of it, man. I haven't seen it because I'm not sick. But if you go
and Wagner did this.
Yes, it's one of those videos that are very popular on the gore internet. I don't look at that shit because it's disgusting, but everyone knows about it. Bro, the fucking Wagner guys promote it themselves. They think it makes them look brutal and sick.
Okay. They cut off his hands. Yeah, okay, well, the article is certainly making that claim, and the videos, they're saying the video's there, but, I'm
sure if you wanted to, I don't know if you're into the gore shit, Harry.
I'm not. I'm really not. Okay, but, you're saying it was a deserter? Of course, I don't support torture at all, so.
Yeah, neither do I. It's disgusting, so.
Yeah, but hold on, Drew. You're saying that's the origin of the use of the sledgehammer as well? Not sure.
Yes. Oh, no. That's the origin of their use of the sledgehammer as a key symbol of Wagner.
Okay, well, I can't really get into the details of that source.
They did it again the other day. Apparently, I'm looking at Reuters, and they literally put out the video on like.
Okay, all right, sure. But it's not for the recent Reuters shit, but the thing of the Assad deserter. I mean, I can't really refute the source, so I guess I'll just grant it for purposes of argument. But it still doesn't make them Nazi. Still doesn't make them Nazi, even if it's horrible. But you just said that, a lot of them are doctored. Hold on, what's the source? What's the source of this? Can you click this link?
I don't know. I think Samir Khan's blocked me. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I'm blocked by Samir Khan.
So this is a video from the Ukrainian military. Was this doctored?
Samir Khan blocks me, so I cannot see this.
Okay, so I'll just tell you.
All right, what is it?
There is an official source from the Ukrainian military of blood rituals going on by the Azov battalion. They clearly have the sun wheel, swastikas all over their arms. I just want to know if this is doctored.
Can you send me the link on... Fuck, I'm just trying to think how to get it, how I can see it with that. I'll just log out of Twitter and quickly log in.
The link is on YouTube. I'll send it to you right now.
Hang on, I logged out of Twitter so I can just look at it.
No, I'll give it to you on YouTube. Sure, no problem.
Blood rituals. This comes back to what, look, certainly sounds like the kind of schizo-fascist rhetoric where they're saying, oh, you know, all the Ukrainians are making blood sacrifices for the devil, and it's all part of the transgender satanic elite.
This is a paramilitary organization that is a key part of the Ukrainian military. No such equivalent exists among the Russians.
I'm watching the video. So what is it? Obviously, I don't speak Ukrainian, so...
Well, just look at their arm tattoos and sift through the video. You can check their arm tattoos.
Yeah, obviously there's a Sonikrad. Bro, I'm not denying like that the Azov far-right militia is fucking far-right. I'm not denying it. I've said that I don't support.
Drew. Okay. Now.
Yeah.
Russia does not have an equivalent of the Azov battalion. Period.
Well, I would argue that's Wagner.
It's not Wagner, because
but if you look at the atrocities committed by Wagner.
Okay, I'm not going to entertain. I'm not going to entertain a discussion about Wagner's atrocities unless they are uniquely Nazi in nature. Atrocities, I doubt they are. Okay, I guess fucking Vlad the Impaler, was he a Nazi? He killed a lot of. He did horrible atrocities. I mean, that's just granting you the atrocities are real, which I have to on YouTube. Of course I will. But it doesn't make them Nazi. Okay? It doesn't.
Key members of the Azov battalion, key members of the Wagner group are Nazi.
One person.
Who happens to be the fucking
He's not
commander.
The founder, but he's not the founder. That's the problem. He's
the
not
co-founder.
The founder. But the problem is he's not the founder.
Oh, wow. Task Force Rusic linked to the Wagner group. Holy fuck, pro-Kremlin neo-Nazi militia incites the torture and murder of Ukrainian prisoners. Task Force Rusic linked to the Wagner group. Advises fighters not to report the capture of Ukrainians to Russian commanders. A neo-Nazi pro-Kremlin group active in Ukraine is inciting atrocities against prisoners of war and explicitly advocates...
You don't have to read the mainstream media articles really fast.
Sure, it's literally their Telegram channel. It's just summarizing what's on their Telegram channel.
Whose Telegram channel?
Rusic. So go to Task Force Rusic's Telegram channel. It's a neo-Nazi group linked to the Wagner.
So there's a Telegram group of a neo-Nazi group.
Russian.
That's inciting atrocities on their Telegram.
Yeah. So, which proves that there are fucking neo-Nazi elements in the Russian military. So this is the side you support, man.
So, but his group is not involved in Russian politics. His group is not prevalent in Ukraine at all. I'm not sure what the significance of this group is supposed to be. The Rusic group, they can say whatever they want on Telegram. Where are you getting the idea that these are like a huge or even significant part of Russia's military?
I
mean, they literally clashed with the leadership of the Donetsk People's Republic because of the official anti-fascism of the Donetsk People's Republic. So this is not This is not a significant force.
I mean, yes, there's fucking schizos, of course. Of course, there's going to be schizos who fight with each other.
Okay, that's a word you seem to appreciate a lot.
It is, though. It's fucking schizophrenic. It is.
Sure, but you actually, in order to claim that something is irrational or not grounded in reality, you have to substantiate that, and you've so far failed.
I'm sending you a link right now showing Rusic's link to Wagner.
No, you have to substantiate the claim.
I just sent you a link.
You have to substantiate the claim that Rusic is a significant fighting force in any capacity. New America claims it's a Wagner Group contingent. I don't care if they claim that.
They claim it themselves. Rusic Group, they claim it themselves.
Does Wagner claim that?
I don't know. Obviously, a lot of Wagner's operations are clouded in secrecy.
All I see is a post saying making claims and not substantiating them. Where are the tangible connections to Wagner? Where are they? I mean, I don't even see these.
I'm getting them for you now.
All right.
Rusic. Yeah, they've literally been fighting inside Ukraine for since 2014. And you can see some of their insignia. They've got Nazi symbols on them, and they're all got Nazi tattoos.
I'm not denying there's Nazis in Russia, but I just don't think that they are a significant phenomena. In contrast to Azov, who actually are a hugely significant force as far as the Ukrainian military is concerned.
Holy shit, so many. Holy fuck, that's so bad. One of these guys, his name is Alexei Milchakov. He says he enjoyed cutting off the ears of Ukrainian soldiers and smelling the scent of burning human flesh. And then there's photos of him cutting off the ears of the Ukrainian soldiers. And then he's holding up fucking swastikas, and he's part of their fucking detachment.
Okay, you know what? We're going to go back and forth having to corroborate all of these various claims. I'd rather just get to the fucking point. You just it's like every time you make a claim, we have to spend 45 minutes going down to the rabbit hole until you just basically come up short with nothing. So, let's get to the fucking point. Let's get to the fucking point. I'll send you some of the
photos. Here's the photo. You can see the photos. This guy with the Rusic group.
I don't know what you're okay, you're sending me a Twitter DM. Okay. This is not a gory image of what you just described. This is a telegram.
Go through them. There's 4 of them.
Guys, you know what he just sent me? He sent me a cartoon. He sent me an anime.
Sorry.
This is an anime. Dude, what is this?
Sorry, fucking wrong link. It was the one immediately prior to that. Okay, I've sent it to you now.
Immediately prior?
Yeah, I've sent it to you now.
This is what I get. What crime?
No, fucking go left. Scroll through them. No, go to the other one that has him actually holding up ears, my friend. Fuck.
Where are the ears? Oh, here. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, and probably don't show that because obviously
these are dog ears, right? That's fucked up what they're doing to the dog. I don't know who is that. I don't know what that is. It's a photo of a guy with a knife next to a puppy. Is that it?
Yeah, it's the fucking guys from the Rusic group.
I don't know why they're holding a dog by its ears or something. They're holding a dog by its ears. I thought you said they're holding human ears.
He has an interview where he says that he enjoyed cutting off their ears.
This isn't TOS, okay? This is just a
TOS,
guy.
what do you mean?
Because he's literally just like, the dog is like, its head is like this, and he's just like holding its ear like this. It's not even like suspended in midair. It's just like, he's like holding it by the ear. It's not even in the middle of the air.
He's cutting off their ears, my friend. The same guy. He's got an interview.
he does menacingly in one of these. In one of the photos,
to the right.
In one of the photos, there is this like menacing photo of him holding a dog and like has a knife next to the dog, but
Okay, but maybe tell your followers about the context. If you just go to the next one, the same guy says he enjoyed cutting off the ears of Ukrainian soldiers and smelling the scent of burning human flesh. These are the guys you support.
Notorious interview where he said, well, okay, but I don't know why you said there's photographic evidence of this, because there isn't.
Look, like the
problem, Drew, it would be just better if you just said this guy admitted to doing these horrible things. But when you try to embellish your claims with like, oh my god, this photo is horrible, this is the worst thing I ever saw, and it's just a guy like petting a dog in an awkward way.
It's not fucking petting the dog. The guy says that he likes cutting off the ears of Ukrainian soldiers, and then there's photos of him with a massive knife holding it to the ear of a dog.
I think the contexts are very different though, because I'll show you what he's talking about, guys. He's talking about the interview the guy did.
Bro, the fucking knife is right next to the ear of the dog.
So this is the video of him in a suit talking to some guy, but Drew is showing me a video of him. I'll show you. This is one of the things. Look at him. He's saying.
No, I'm not talking about that one. Go to the next one. Holy shit! I'll show the people the fucked one.
This is the one. This is the next one.
No, it's not even that one.
So it's just stupid.
Holy
dude.
shit! Yeah, man, that's so normal. That's so fucking normal, man. And then the same guy says he likes cutting off the ears of Ukrainian soldiers.
Dude,
and then the same guy's also holding a fucking Nazi sign.
He's holding the dog in a weird way. Okay, put it down. Put it down. He's holding the dog in a weird way. Yeah, and he's probably a neo-Nazi, but like, you shouldn't have brought it up. Is what I'm saying.
What?
It's not material to the point you're trying to make.
I'm proving to you. I'm showing to you. The guys on your side.
No, you're hurting your point.
You got fucking Nazis.
Dude, you would be a horrible lawyer. You would be a horrible lawyer. If you would have just said...
I'm showing you the guys on your side.
No, if you would have just said that this guy is a neo-Nazi and he admitted that he likes cutting Ukrainians' ears off, it would have been enough. The dog thing hurts your credibility because it's a nothing burger. That's your fucking problem.
It's not a nothing burger. Man,
it's a really big nothing burger.
It's clearly cutting off the ears of the dog.
It's honestly a nothing. He's not even cutting...
Yeah, man. Wow, that's so normal.
Yeah, dude. It's not...
He's literally holding a fucking knife to a dog's head.
Dude, stop.
Fucking normal.
Stop. Okay? I don't know what's allowed to... Stop.
Okay, I'm just saying. You're just saying that I'm acting like an idiot. Like, I'm literally showing you proof this guy's a fucking sicko.
Yeah, he's holding a knife to a dog, but you said he was holding human ears in his hands. He wasn't.
Yeah, I admit I didn't zoom in on the photo. I admit.
Okay.
How many donations have you made over the course of this?
Drew, listen. Drew. This is your tactic. I have a concrete point. I claim that while it may be true that there are Russian neo-Nazis who fought in Donetsk, again, they were extremely marginal, in no way a significant force, and they clashed.
That's not fucking marginal.
And they butt heads, and they conflicted, and they're eventually expelled by the Donetsk People's Republic authorities on grounds of the anti-fascist sentiment held officially by these separatist republics. But that's different. And then you mentioned there's a guy in Wagner with a tattoo. Okay, but that's different.
He's not a guy in Wagner. He's literally listed as the co-founder. And he's a commander. He's an active commander.
Even if he was the founder of Wagner, he wasn't. Even if he was, Wagner
he founded alongside Prigozhin.
Wagner are mercenaries, not a paramilitary political force.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
Wagner's political party is what? Okay, What is Wagner's political
Wagner
party?
is like a key arm of the Kremlin apparatus. It
What is
serves the
Wagner's
goals of
political
the Russian
party?
state.
What is Wagner's political party?
The United Russia Party. It's literally an arm of Putin.
Oh, it's not. That's not true in any real capacity.
What you think
Claiming
they're you think they're just operating independently of what Putin wants?
Here you're operating in bad faith. I take your concession.
I'm operating in bad faith. Are
Yes,
you
you are.
kidding?
Yes, because you're trying
You
to
think
make an
Wagner
equivalence.
has no links to Putin?
You're trying
You
to make
seriously
a.
think
Here's
that?
why. I'm going to explain this to you, Drew. Here's why it's significant that they're mercenaries. The reason it's significant they're mercenaries isn't because they have independence from the Kremlin. I'm not saying they necessarily do. Blackwater doesn't have independence from Washington either. But what's significant about Wagner being a mercenary group is that they are hired primarily or solely because of their military utilitarian expertise. They are not a paramilitary force fulfilling an independent political goal. So their beholdenness to the Kremlin is actually an indictment on your argument, not mine. They are being hired to carry out in a utilitarian way the aims of the Kremlin government, not their own aims.
At this
So
stage-
the private
at this
beliefs,
stage, and
the
you've
private,
been
dude,
following
the
the war as
private
closely as
beliefs,
I have.
the private
You would be
beliefs.
following the updates in
Drew,
Bakhmut every day.
the private beliefs of one of the guys in Wagner is
my God.
immaterial as far as the function the Wagner group performs. They're not a paramilitary group, period. So,
Are you fucking dumb?
okay, not going to address my argument.
Have
That's
you-
fine.
Look at Bakhmut. They're the ones doing all the fighting. It's Wagner. They are a paramilitary organization. They started off as a mercenary group. It is now basically one of Putin's private paramilitaries.
You know what a political paramilitary?
It's a paramilitary formed and operated at the direction of Putin through Prigozhin, one of the top oligarchs.
Do you know what a political paramilitary group is?
Okay, explain to me the big definition, the big difference.
So if you have a political party, sometimes political parties have paramilitary wings. Wagner is not the paramilitary wing of any political party. It is a mercenary group.
Because in Russia, the political structure is so fucked that basically there are 100 elites who run the country and nothing else. The entire political structure. of the
Wagner
country
is not
all
a
about-
neo-Nazi paramilitary group as of is, period.
Wagner is a paramilitary. Have you seen that episode of SpongeBob where it's like the fucking mantra raid
I'm
man?
going to cut you off
with-
right there and just going to say,
with
look, I'm
with
not saying, dude,
It's like,
dude,
is this your
shut
wallet?
up, shut up,
Yeah, it is
shut
my
up,
wallet.
shut up, shut
We'll
up,
take it.
shut up. A
There's no difference between
paramilitary neo-Nazi group is a group whose founding goal and purpose is to carry out neo-Nazi political goals. That is not Wagner. Just because there are people in Wagner who have privately beliefs that lead them to have these tattoos doesn't mean the group fulfills the function of fulfilling neo-Nazi political goals. Okay, let me ask you a question.
It's very obvious because
Drew,
the goals of the Russian state are
Drew.
neo-Nazi. The goals of the Russian state are neo-Nazi.
Hey, Drew.
Hitler wanted to erase Ukraine.
Drew!
So does Russia.
Drew! Are there Nazi skinheads in the U.S. military?
Yes.
That make the U.S. military a neo-Nazi paramilitary group?
No. But the founder of Wagner has Nazi tattoos on
But
his
he's
neck.
not the founder.
But he's listed as one of the co-founders.
What about the founders of NATO? Were there neo-Nazis involved in the founding of NATO?
I know that there were some rehabilitated Nazis in the founding of NATO, which is
Interesting,
bad.
you know that.
And I condemn
I
it,
doubt
and I
you would
condemn it.
characterize NATO as a Nazi organization.
Because it doesn't carry out neo-Nazi goals, but Wagner is carrying out neo-Nazi goals, which is the complete elimination of a sovereign country and the elimination of the Ukrainian ethnic group, subordinating them
So
to
America
Russians.
committed neo-Nazi goals when it carried out the elimination of the sovereign country of Iraq under Saddam and Libya under Gaddafi.
I disagree with the Iraq War,
But you
I would
wouldn't
oppose it.
characterize it as Nazi, would you?
And while I hate Gaddafi, I agree that the Libyan intervention was wrong. However,
But you wouldn't characterize it as a Nazi act.
there's no no moral equation between the Iraq War and the Russians in Ukraine. The Russians.
Let's
are
actually think about that. I want you to
The
think
Russians are
about,
actually infinitely
Drew, I
inferior.
want you to think about just how profoundly stupid the statement you just made is. Iraq is a country halfway across the world that poses no immediate threat to the lives of American citizens. Ukraine is literally on Russia's border and is about to join a military alliance that was founded to destroy Russia or the Soviet Union. It was founded for that express purpose. Iraq is halfway across the world. It was never attacking any Americans. It had nothing to do with America's affairs.
Here's the thing,
You're
Harry,
right, you're right, Drew.
I would have opposed the Iraq
The
War.
reason you're
I'm saying
right,
the
Drew. The
atrocities
reason
committed
you're
by the
right,
Russians in Ukraine are
The reason you're right that there's no equivalence is because of how much worse and how much more immoral the invasion of Iraq was.
Here's the difference, right? The US tortured Iraqis in prisons, as seen in Abu Ghraib. It was sick. What happened? The guys responsible for the torture were published all across the press in America, and they actually went to prison.
Abu Ghraib was famous.
All the guys responsible for torture and murder in Ukraine are being celebrated. They give you, the guy that I referred to you before, the guy with the Nazi runes on his neck. He was given one of the Russia's highest honors by Putin months ago.
Drew, you know about Abu Ghraib because it was sensationalized in U.S. media, and that's how you know about it. But I guarantee you the overwhelming majority of atrocities committed by U.S. troops in Iraq went unpunished, and we don't know about them. Assange disclosed some of them. Those people didn't face a trial, at least until they were disclosed involuntarily by Assange and WikiLeaks. So you're wrong. No, the perpetrators of atrocities and war crimes in Iraq did not, in fact, in the main, receive justice. Abu Ghraib, that case of military torture.
I agree with you. Not enough of them got. I agree with you.
They did get that was publicized, right, for whatever reason. But that was just the one that was publicized.
Do you think the Ukraine? Do you think the terrorists? Do you think the torture cells that the Russians have set up for kids and civilians in Ukraine? Do you think they're going to be publicized in the Russian media ever? Never.
I agree with you. They won't be publicized in the Russian media. And they probably won't be publicized in physical reality either.
I mean, they've been publicized in the free independent press.
In the imagination of brain propagandists, I agree.
I mean, the difference is the rule of law. Those who've been found to have committed terrible atrocities and torture in Iraq,
like Blackwater? Like Blackwater?
Yeah, and they actually should have been. Like, you know, okay.
But they were found to have committed these crimes. Their crimes were publicized. They were found to have committed the crimes. Their crimes were publicized, and they didn't face justice.
And they should have. They should have.
I don't care if you think they should have. I want to talk about reality.
Harry, here's a fact for you. Did you know that Eric Prince has been an actual advisor to the Chinese government on Uyghurs, on the repression of Uyghurs? They've actually gone to Blackwater. They've actually been inspired by the same horrible tactics used by the worst people in the West.
I disagree. I think that Eric Prince.
I'll send you the fact on Eric Prince. He's a disgusting guy. He helped China with the Uyghurs.
Again,
he signed a Xinjiang training agreement with the Chinese police. So
okay, so even if
here's the thing.
Okay, even if I entertain that,
I'm just saying back on the China stuff. You may say that there's this concerted narrative by the Western elites to try and slander China.
So you just shout and make claims, and I can't address them. That's how you're going to do this.
No, I'm just saying. If you look at, for example, Eric Prince being involved in the Uyghur genocide, it shows that massive amounts of the Western elite are horrible, and they should be opposed. So I'm not actually defending necessarily.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. Genocide. The Chinese. Wait, one at a time. Man, I was not aware. Drew, I wasn't aware there was a genocide going on in Xinjiang. Can you educate me as to the genocide going on in Xinjiang?
Yeah, sure. They've actually through birth suppression, through suppression of the Uyghur birth rate, they've actually managed to have a 95% population growth drop in the province. It's fucking horrible.
Is that
95%
population drop? Does that population drop correlate
That's
with...
drop in population growth. 95%.
Shut up! Shut the fuck
Holy
up!
shit, man. You
Holy
actually got
fuck!
fucking roid rage.
Because you won't shut the fuck up. Does that population
Fucking roid
drop?
rage, man.
Yeah,
Actually,
I'm muting him. Shut the fuck up. Does that population drop correspond and correlate with the general trends in the population of China?
There
The
have
answer
been
is yes,
population
it
growth
does.
No, but this is the difference, though. If you look at the data, it's the population drop has only been concentrated in Uyghur areas in Xinjiang. So the Han ethnic minority in Xinjiang,
That's not true. There has been a drop in birth rates among all of the ethnicities that live in Xinjiang and throughout all of China, mostly. The fertility rate...
But not 95% in 5 years.
But hold on. The
95% in
fertility
5 years.
rate... No, that's not true. The fertility rate...
It is. That's Chinese government statistics.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The fertility rate, and I've been through this before, the fertility rate in Xinjiang is not even the lowest in China, right? There are regions in China and there's ethnicities in China that are growing at a much slower rate than the Uyghurs. And by the way, Jackson's also pointing out, the Uyghur population didn't have the one-child policy, so it actually grew at a much faster rate than the Han Chinese for decades. Now, recently...
And now they've succeeded in 95% population drop in 5 years.
It's not a 95% population
I'm sending you the most latest stats. These are actually...
It's not a 95... Listen to yourself. You're saying 95% of Uyghurs are gone. It's not true.
No. Population growth. So population growth has dropped 95%.
So you're saying the fertility rate has dropped 95%. I doubt that.
Yes, in 5 years.
I doubt that. But
Look at
regardless, the reason why there has been a slowing of the fertility rate in Xinjiang is for the same reason there was a slowing of the fertility rate in any other Asian country. Because with development, economic development, and modernization comes people having less kids.
There's forced sterilization.
Where's the evidence?
I've got a quote for you right now.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of the
Chinese embassy in the US? The Chinese embassy in the US themselves trumpeted this. I'll send this to you. The Chinese embassy in the US posted, the study shows that in the process of eradicating extremism, the minds of Uyghur women in Xinjiang were emancipated, making them no longer...
No, I can't keep up with you when you mumbling off.
I'm sending you sources.
I don't want to do mumble rap with you.
Encyclopedic memory.
Okay, I don't want to do mumble rap with you. Okay? Don't want to do mumble rap.
I'll send you the sources.
Source for forced sterilization here, right? Where?
Well, those are the Chinese government's own statistics, the one I just sent you.
Where did you just send me?
I sent it to you on Twitter.
On Twitter. You sent me nothing on... Okay,
no,
here.
I just sent it to you.
In incontrivable proof, China is committing genocide in Xinjiang. According to the Chinese government statistics, population growth rate in Xinjiang dropped 95% from 11.13 in 2017 to 0.56. So I want you... I doubt you're interpreting this correctly. Oh, it's the wrong thing. Hold up. I don't know why it's on this. Okay. I don't know why you're pointing this out when
it's very obvious.
I don't know why you're pointing this out.
2017.
Hold on.
2017.
Dude. Okay, dude. Look at the total. Whatever number this is. I can't read Mandarin. I don't read Mandarin. But this number as a whole says 5.9%. Dude, shut up!
It goes to 3.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Holy fuck! Can you not shut up for 2 seconds?
Oh
Okay.
my god, man! You actually
This-
have fucking rage issues.
Dude,
Actually, go
just
to a
shut up!
fucking
I hate your fucking
clinic or
cuck
something.
voice. Shut the fuck up with your soy
my God,
mumbling
man, go
voice
to a
for
fucking
2
clinic or
seconds.
something. It's actually
For 2
fucking
seconds, can you not
concerning.
control yourself? You have such low testosterone, you're like an estrogen riddled
You're
little
the
bitch.
one
You can't shut the fuck up for
running
2
it.
seconds.
Oh my god,
Dude,
man!
for
You've
2
got fucking
seconds,
conditions
shut up.
on it.
Dude,
Fuck.
you know what? I'm muting him. Just shut up for 2 seconds, okay? This says 5.9%, okay? It says
That's a
five-
total. The Chinese total birth
Okay,
rate. Was
I'm muting you on the end of the audience so no one can hear you. So this says 5, so everyone can hear. I can get out a sentence, okay? 5.9% for the entirety of China goes down for some mysterious reason to 0.3%. I find that to... Does that mean all of China is undergoing a genocide? Think about it. This region right here is 8.34, and it halved to 4.31, okay? You see reductions in whatever, I don't know what this is in Mandarin. I can't read Mandarin. I don't know what this is actually saying. But clearly, there's a general decline, okay, throughout all of China. Very clear.
efforts, and I can send that to you yourself.
The availability of birth control is not evidence of genocide.
No. We're talking sterilization. There are so many testimonies of Uyghur women being sterilized. In fact, I met someone who was herself sterilized just last month, a Uyghur in Australia.
Hold on. What are you saying?
I'm saying there's so much testimony, first-hand testimony from Uyghurs who themselves have been sterilized. And I met a Uyghur woman just last month in Australia who was herself sterilized.
Was she part of the ETIM?
Actually, she wasn't Uyghur, she was Kazakh. That's the only reason she was able to get out of the camps, because she was Kazakh.
You met a Kazakh woman who was forcibly sterilized.
Yes, in the Xinjiang.
Where did you meet her?
In Canberra, Australia.
Where?
She came as part of a delegation to speak to Australian politicians about the atrocities that are ongoing.
On behalf of what organization?
On behalf of the Uyghur Women's Association of South Australia.
Okay.
And then you're gonna and bro, I know the Uyghur Women's Association of South Australia. You're gonna try go.
Why is it Kazakh woman?
Literally like
in
5 girls. It's like 5 weeks. That's what everyone in your comment section is gonna say.
It's
but
called
literally, I know
the Australian Uyghur Tangritag Women's Organization.
Yes.
Is this a separatist organization?
Like they are just advocating the end of the genocide.
Then why do they have the flag of East Turkestan as their profile picture?
Because every single Uyghur in the diaspora uses that flag as a symbol of national pride because of the terrible.
Is it a
atrocities
symbol
that
of
they
national
do.
pride, or is it a symbol of the idea of an East Turkestan state?
National pride. The Uyghur blue sky flag has always been used by the Uyghurs.
This East Turkestan flag has always been used by the Uyghurs?
Yes.
The flag was originally used as the short-lived breakaway state known as the First East Turkestan.
Yes, I know,
Republic.
and then it's become a symbol of national pride.
But you said it's always been used, even outside
So, okay,
the
what
context.
what flag do the Uyghurs use other than that one then? What do you suggest that the diaspora organizations use as their flag? The Chinese flag?
Probably
They're their own fucking independent people.
Probably not a separatist flag for an independent.
They're literally their own independent people.
Hey, what came
Oh,
first?
Jackson Hinkle's
Let me
in
ask
the
you a
chat.
question.
Bring
Can I
on
ask you a
Jackson.
question?
Bring Jackson into the YouTube because he's fucking dumb. I want to talk to him as well.
Drew, what came first? Reports of this genocide that's going on? A simple question. Reports of a genocide going on in Xinjiang or East Turkestan separatism? Which came first?
The genocide.
When was the first report of...
This is something that you're probably not familiar with because you haven't read the books about it. But like, holy shit, man! Like the Uyghurs have been repressed for decades now. Decades, even before the genocide, the intensification.
Give me
in 2017, there was an intensification of the genocide.
Drew, I'm trying to rope us back into something more concrete. I don't want to waffle around with vague claims.
It was an apartheid state from 1949 onwards. It's been an apartheid state.
Okay, but my question to you.
Is a second-class citizen.
I'm a retard. Okay, Drew.
If you think that's somehow a way to like discredit what I'm saying.
You want to debate yourself? Can I debate? Or you want to debate yourself?
Bro, you just sound like a fucking 3-year-old. Okay.
Do you want to debate yourself? Okay. Drew, when were the first reports available to Western viewers about a so-called Uyghur genocide? Can you name me the date at which?
2017.
Okay, where did we start seeing reports of a Uyghur genocide?
2017, when the concentration camps became well known.
That's not even true, by the way, because Uyghur separatists have been making that claim for a while. But I can guarantee to you, you will not find.
That's when it became public consciousness. That's when it became known in the public consciousness.
Can I finish what I was going to say, or do you not want me to finish my sentence?
Say it.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at you is that there has been an agenda and an endeavor of Uyghur separatism that long predates all of these hysterical claims you're getting. And those claims, it is not irrational to deduce, come from the institutional agenda that comes at least, let's just start with East Turkestan separatism before we talk about the NED, before we talk about the CIA, before we talk about any of that. Let's just start with the political agenda of East Turkestan separatism. That has been going on since the Sino-Soviet split, at the very least, when the Soviet Union was funding.
The Uyghurs have wanted independence since the Chinese came in and occupied the country.
Well, that's not true, because the only patron of Uyghur separatism were the Russians and the Soviets, okay? They were patrons of Uyghur separatism, and the ETIM, if you don't know this, started out as a Marxist-Leninist organization loyal to the Soviet Union.
The ETIM barely functions. It barely exists today. It's a figment. It's a figment of.
Well, there was no East Turkestan independence movement that existed outside of either the ETIM or the later Islamic fundamentalist splinter groups.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
So name me some
Uyghur. Are you kidding? The Uyghurs are a distinct people that have lived as a distinct people and culture for like 1,000 years. So, contrary to your stupid claim that they've always
Uyghurs have never been deprived of the right to have a separate culture.
They literally they're doing that. That's what the Chinese government's doing right now.
I don't believe that.
Okay, then why has every single Uyghur novelist been arrested and detained in concentration camps?
Every single Uyghur what?
Almost every single Uyghur prominent author, cultural leader has been taken to the camps. For example, I've got a very good example for you. Right, there's a really good book. I encourage you to read it. It's the first Uyghur novel translated into English. It's a novel by this guy called Perhat Tursun. Now, Perhat Tursun,
Drew,
it's very
aren't
interesting.
You Greek? Drew, are you Greek?
Let me go on.
No, Drew, stop.
Perhat Tursun. Fuck, Harry, let me finish.
Stop. Drew, I'm trying to help you.
He clashed with the Islamic fundamentalist Uyghurs. So they hated this guy because he was like a modernist.
I'm going to have to mute you.
I'm trying to explain a point here.
No, you're not. Because I'm going to hold you to your premises like in a Socratic Greek way. Because you're supposed to be Greek. You're supposed to be good at this, right? So here's the thing, Drew. You just said that every single prominent cultural figure within Xinjiang has been detained. And you said, for example, and you want to name one guy. So you have to...
It's a really good example.
But the problem is, for
I can
me
give you two really good examples.
Okay, the problem, Drew, but for you to fulfill the premise and the proposition that every single publicist and novelist...
I should have said 90% rather than every single.
Even if it's a majority of them are being detained.
I should have said the vast majority rather than every single
one. Okay, but you can't say, here's an example, and then say one incident. You have to, if you want to give me an example of that extremely grand claim, you have to give me some kind of statistics or some kind of concrete data confirming that. You can't just say, here's a book by a guy who this happened to.
I can give you the data, but I want to give you two really good examples first. So, and I agree. I shouldn't have said every single one. I should have said the vast majority, because it is the vast majority. Because once I explain this story to you, you will understand. So firstly, there's this guy, Perhat Tursun. He's a modernist. He clashes with the Islamic fundamentalist Uyghurs all the time. They fucking hate him. I'm giving you an example. This guy has been detained by the Chinese authorities alongside the so-called terrorists and the Islamic extremists. This is their narrative. Alongside the guys that they arrest is this guy who's a modernist writer who the Islamic fundamentalist writers fucking hate, and he writes about gender in a way that they don't like. He writes about sexuality in a way that they don't like. This guy's like the furthest thing you could actually have from an Islamic fundamentalist. The actual Islamic fundamentalists inside East Turkestan, inside Xinjiang, hate this guy, and he's rounded up as well. Why is he rounded up? Because he's a prominent.
The dog is barking because you're making an irrelevant point. Okay? Let me speak for the dog. Let me speak for the dog right now. Okay? The dog is barking because he knows you're speaking jibber jabber. I'll explain why. I'll explain why what you just said is jibber jabber.
Okay,
so
tell me.
The reason today for the majority of Uyghur separatism is rooted in Islamic fundamentalism. But the reason the Chinese government is cracking down on it isn't necessarily because it's Islamic. Because for the majority of its existence, East Turkestan separatism was actually at least secular, but probably atheist, really, because it was Marxist-Leninist, funded by the Soviet Union. China doesn't care if separatists are Islamic fundamentalists, or if they're Marxist-Leninists, or if they're any religion, or if they're atheists. That's not what's material to the Chinese government. What's material to the Chinese government is whether or not they're separatists who want to violate the territorial sovereignty of the People's Republic of China.
So why is it that the Chinese government rounds up the youngest, the kids? Why is it that they round up people in their 80s? I've got a Uyghur friend in Adelaide, for example.
I don't believe that happens.
It's fucking true.
But I'm not convinced.
The guy that I'm referencing to you.
But I'm not convinced that happens, Drew. And if you tell me there's testimonies, if you're telling me that there's these people you've met, dude, Drew, if you're telling me that there's these people you've met who are part of a separatist organization, it's not really strong, credible evidence. I don't really believe that. I don't think it's credible evidence.
I've met innocent people who are not separatists whatsoever. This guy Perhat Tursun, however, who they rounded up, he was known for writing love poetry, and the Islamic fundamentalists in the Uyghur community hated this guy because he wrote about sex and stuff like that.
Hey,
why is this guy detained?
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm giving you examples. I'm giving you live examples.
Drew, you met innocent Uyghurs who are not part of the East Turkestan movement. Can you recall these stories for us, please?
Yes. I had friends in my home city who, because they were protesting alongside me, their family members got contacted by the Chinese police.
You know what's interesting is that it's pretty much standard practice in a communist country to get questioned when you have relatives involved in anti-state activities. But for a government that's engaging, for a government that's engaging in genocide, for a government that's rounding up children, for a government that's imprisoning...
Well, his mum ended up getting rounded up.
For a government that's imprisoning 90% or a vast majority of Uyghur writers and novelists, it's kind of interesting how the government is only questioning the relatives of actual active separatists who are attending separatist protests.
They don't just question them. The guy ended up having more than 20 of his family members detained.
What do you mean by detained? For questioning or what?
No, like fucking disappear into the camps. Never heard
the camps. So they're where are they now?
In the camp somewhere, in the gulag. Some of them may not be alive.
Do I have to believe that or?
Sure, don't believe it. Don't believe it if you don't want to. But it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad, man. Because you're supposed to be Turkic, right? You're literally throwing your friends under the bus.
Where are these camps? What do you mean by camps? Because the only evidence I've researched this topic. The reason I'm smiling is I've researched this topic extensively. The only camps I've ever been pointed at were vocational training centers for jobs that are temporary, that don't last. But those don't last years.
The people, yes, it lasts for years, and some of the people that get out.
If you want to say they've just been imprisoned say they went to prison, but when you say they went to the camps, what do you mean the camps? What do you mean?
They go to the camps and then they're not heard from.
Do you mean they go to vocational?
Some of them are transferred. Some of them are transported into forced labor. Some of them are taken to regular prisons.
So
some are allowed to go back to the community under really strict house arrest.
So where's the forced labor happening?
All across China. People, it's not necessarily in Xinjiang. There've been proven cases.
All right.
Where
what about the ones in Xinjiang? Because I mean, if this is how you're...
some of these ones in Xinjiang, they actually build factories on the campgrounds. This is satellite imagery.
So these are not just factories that have campus housing. These are not just vocational training centers. These are actual just forced concentration labor camps.
Yes.
Based on what evidence?
There's satellite imagery of hundreds of these concentration camps.
So I don't deny there's satellite imagery of schools, hospitals, prisons, vocational training centers. I don't deny those photos exist. I just deny that they're what you're saying they are.
Harry, in Australia, we've got a very good vocational training system called TAFE. If I wanted to go down to TAFE and learn a trade, like, become a plumber, etc., why are there no fucking guard towers outside the vocational training centers? Why is there no fucking ring?
Because it's probably not a prison. Prisons have guard towers, so there's probably satellite footage of either prisons or maybe military outposts.
Satellite imagery shows like guard towers. You can see the shadows that cast on the ground. You see the guard towers.
Okay, I'm not denying that you can find satellite images of guard towers in Xinjiang. I just think guard towers don't exclusively fulfill the function of being genocidal concentration camps.
So these people in the vocational training centers, can they leave, Harry?
Yes. Which ones?
The vocational training centers. They can leave.
There are they're not prominent anymore, but years ago.
Who told you they can leave?
Well, there's different kinds. Some of them are strictly.
Give me a source.
Some are strictly voluntary, but others are tied to de-radicalization and de-extremism programs.
Okay, so what's your source for this?
I researched it extensively, and I've had this debate before.
Okay, you've researched it extensively. Is it Chinese government news articles?
No, it was the actual only primary source evidence we could find.
What primary source? Primary source?
Well, where are you getting that the vocational training centers are all forced?
Like, I just typed in satellite imagery camps in Xinjiang.
Okay, but the satellites are not telling us. Okay, I have to explain this to you. Another thing, okay? I don't know. Look, satellite. I don't want to do the ancient Greek thing, but satellite images, I have to explain to you logic. Satellite images don't tell us anything about who's forced and who's... All satellite images tell us is that this infrastructure for these buildings exist. What the function the buildings serve, first of all, is not even inherent in the image, let alone the relations of coercion and... how people are controlled.
They're free to leave, man. They're free to leave. It's a vocational training center. There's just fucking barbed wire everywhere. So interesting, isn't it? You've got vocational training in Michigan, right?
Can you show me that image again, please?
So Harry, if you wanted to maybe stop being a streamer and become a plumber or learn a trade, they make a lot of money these days. If you go to the vocational training centers in Michigan, is it going to look like this?
I don't know what that is.
Just type in camps Xinjiang guard towers, and there's hundreds of images.
All right, Drew, I have a rebuttal to that.
Yeah, what's the rebuttal? Your friend has told you something to say.
Oh, no, I have a really good rebuttal. Ready?
Yes.
If what you're saying about the vocational training centers is true, why do they look like this?
So funny. Fucking hell.
Why do they look like
it's
this?
Really funny to joke about like fucking genocide.
Look at this, Drew. Look at this.
Yeah, man, it's so funny talking about concentration camps in which 1 million people are held. It's really funny, isn't it? Do you believe the Holocaust happened, Harry?
Yes, I do. Not even something about to debate on YouTube, but I do believe it. But I don't know why you bring it up.
You just asked the question, so right. Okay.
I don't think why do you think China's carrying out a Holocaust?
People are dying in the camps.
People die in U.S. prisons as well. That a Holocaust?
This actual image, which has become infamous, and
That's an actual prison of people in prison for.
No, but that was actually released by the Chinese government itself. You know that image.
But it's a prison, Drew. It's a prison.
This stuff.
But Drew, that's just a prison.
to.
Okay, you know what? Time to expose the American genocide. I'm doing it. You know what? There's an American genocide. What is this, Drew? Huh? What is this?
What about America?
This?
America.
What about this,
What
Drew?
about that?
Huh? What is this, Drew? What is it?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. America has an
What is this, Drew? What is this? Show me. Tell me
Harry,
what this is.
I don't know if you understand, Harry, but America's really bad over incarceration problem, which is racist.
But no one's saying it's a genocide.
It actually doesn't indemnify the Chinese government from perpetrating the same crimes. Not sure if that's
You can disagree with China's prison system, because that, by the way, that image you showed me is completely irrelevant as far as China's de-extremism and de-radicalization programs. It's just an ordinary prison. Prisons have always existed in China. There's nothing.
They've actually got 380 facilities logged.
But not facilities that you just showed me, because that's just an ordinary prison in China that you showed me, and you said it's a concentration camp. It's not.
No, that was the Uyghurs. They said this is a real.
Yeah, it's a prison in Xinjiang. But it's just a prison.
No,
it's just an ordinary prison.
They said that's vocational training. The
Who's,
Chinese
okay,
government
you know
released
what?
it.
Show me where China said that image is a vocational training center.
I will actually show. I'll show that to you.
Yeah,
I will.
let's do it. Let's do it. I've done this before, Drew. I don't want you to embarrass yourself. So please be my guest.
I'm getting it up for you right now. Because that's the thing. I'm not sure if you actually know that the Chinese government released that image. They're happy with what they're doing. They promote it.
Yeah, because it's a fucking prison.
Yeah, they said it's vocational education.
Show me where they said that image is a vocational training center.
I will. The photo was posted to the WeChat account of the Xinjiang Judicial Administration and shows Uyghur detainees listening to a de-radicalization speech at a camp in Hotan Prefecture.
Can you just give me the link? Give me the link.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's really funny, isn't it?
Look what the Americans are doing to the.
Wow, that's funny.
Look what's going on to America.
Why don't you just go? If you hate America so much, why do you live in America?
I'm saying it's a genocide, right?
Yeah,
You
so
support
funny.
this?
Why do you? That's a
You
good
support
question,
this?
Harry. If you hate America so much,
I don't
why do you-
hate America. I'm just asking if you support this.
Oh, so funny.
Is this bad or not?
Yeah, very funny, man. Like, holy shit, man! Like, it is actually like one of the worst crimes against humanity today, and they're supposed to be your Muslim brothers and sisters. It's actually fucking really sad.
I don't believe.
Yeah, because the sources you're listening to are China government propaganda. So when you say to me, "Oh, what are your sources?" I can go, "Oh, that's all the NED. That's all the American government."
I just haven't been confronted with
Like-
any credible evidence.
Yeah, but the evidence you're listening to is the Chinese government, which is just like, how can that be?
I just don't have a reason to think they're lying about it. But what is this guard tower?
Why?
This guard tower.
What, do you think if they were doing it, they would be happy to tell
Look at this
everyone around the
guard
entire
tower.
world?
This guard tower.
Wow, so funny, man. Yeah. No, it's not. That actually, Harry, that is actually fucking dumb, because that doesn't actually explain why there are guard towers outside vocational training centers in China. I don't understand.
Well, you haven't demonstrated their vocational training center.
Oh, I found it. Found the source. Beautiful.
Right.
This is literally the WeChat, the original WeChat. I'll send it to you over the Zoom.
Okay. What am I supposed to?
I don't know. Google Translate.
I just want everyone to. Guys, ready? Proves evidence. That photo is. Ready?
Oh wait, the link doesn't work. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll get the better link then.
For evidence.
What? Oh, the link doesn't
what is
work.
this?
Wow. Drew owned.
What could I do with this?
I found it for you. I've got the actual thing now. I've got the link now.
Right?
It's loading up. It's web archive. Obviously, you're gonna have to use Google Translate because neither of us speak real Chinese. Yep. All right.
All right.
It's literally everyone had common ancestry and came here to speak to wonderful speech of the de-radicalization propaganda group of the Judicial Department of the. Yeah, it's literally that's what it is. This is the original.
Oh, let me see.
That's where the images came from.
Knock on door. Okay. What is this? Where is this from?
This is the original WeChat post that they posted in 2017. That's where the world got the image. Well, this is media. Well, this is reposted on and archived.
Well, the problem is that okay. Here's the problem. Okay, when I translate, his name is shitting information.
Okay, but the actual text.
Who's shitting information? Can you give me the primary source for the text?
I'll get the screenshot of the. If you want, I'll get the screenshot of the WeChat for you.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here you go. Here are the screenshots. If you want screenshots, if this isn't good enough for you, but it's the exact same text.
Like, see this photo right here is like of Uyghurs, right? Clearly, Uyghurs sitting around with Chinese flags. Right, but can't really explain who these people and how it's related to this. Like,
but it says in the text of the article, we've come to listen to de-radicalization speeches.
Look, what is this even showing? Because this is a crowd of prisoners, right? But this is a crowd of people with hats on, and there's women here, and they're not wearing uniforms. So, like,
because they
just seems
together.
Really disingenuous.
They gathered everyone in the region together.
But these are crowds of people, right? Not being detained who are in uniform, and then this is a prison. So why are you showing me a fucking prison?
I've sent you another link.
This Twitter, dude.
So, well, the problem is you don't speak Chinese, but if you send it to one of your Chinese friends, like if you actually analyze like the Chinese,
this is not a primary source. It's a fucking.
It fucking is because it's the original photo, and if you translate the Chinese there, it says Re-Education Center.
No, dude, I have no reason. Dude, show me where this is a screenshot. Show me where this is a screenshot. This is a guy named Timothy posting the same.
Yeah, he's the guy. You might recall that he was used as a reference in the Tibetan stuff.
Yeah, I know, and that really. Yeah. So he clearly is unbiased. He doesn't have an agenda. Timothy is definitely just a scholar. But Timothy here, but where's the evidence? I don't understand the evidence. What is he?
It's actually in the characters above the door.
Okay, what do the characters say?
That's what reads out Re-Education.
So are we doing this now?
What you said?
What does it say? What does the character say above the door?
It says Re-Education.
Are you sure?
This is what the article says. Read the article. I sent you the article.
This is not standard for a rehabilitation center.
I've sent you the article. The text of the article.
Dude. Do you think a rehabilitation center is the same as a vocational training center?
I don't know. If you're going to say that, then I've given you the text. I've given you everything. I've given you the original text of what was posted on the WeChat. I've given you so much information to prove it, and you're just all you want to know is all you want to read is Chinese government propaganda. So what can I say or do?
Okay, apparently there's Chinese speakers who said it's the 4th education and training center.
Yes, see, it's an education and training center.
So there's no
Re-education.
re-education.
Education and training center, vocational training center.
It doesn't say
synonymous term.
vocational. It says education and training center, according to a Chinese guy in my chat.
Okay, but that actually proves it though, right? Because you've got all these guys in jumpsuits at an education training center, and there's fucking guards everywhere, and there's barbed wire, and there's guard towers.
But the education and training center doesn't mean this is the same as the vocational training centers in Xinjiang.
Bro, you're nitpicking so much. Like, I don't know what more you can have. The original photo is of people in basically a vocational / re-education camp facility.
I'm gonna show you some.
And there's guard towers everywhere, and there's guards with dogs, and there's
I'm
fucking.
gonna show you something. Ready? Ready? True. This.
Yes, it's U.S. prisoners being forced to make.
No, it's not.
Being
It's
forced,
not. It's not.
Isn't it? I thought that's what you were going to talk to me about.
No, it's not. What is this?
What is it? Yeah, is this not U.S. prisoners who have to make?
They don't. They don't. There are voluntary vocational programs that prisoners can participate in. It doesn't make them the same thing as trade school that
Look, no. What I'm saying is like
non-prisoners go to.
I know that they're US
Chinese
prisoners.
Chinese prisoners could be attending education centers. That doesn't mean that's the same as standard vocational training centers in Xinjiang. But I have been told that this image is of a drug rehab. This is from a drug rehab.
That's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. It's a re-education facility.
Well,
and what I was going to say earlier, of course, there are US prisons that actually basically force the inmates into forced labor, and they get like 60 cents an hour. That's also fucking horrible. And the existence of terrible stuff occurring in the United States doesn't mean that the Chinese government isn't doing terrible stuff against Uyghurs. And I don't understand.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything terrible. I'm just saying that it's not out of the ordinary for prisoners to be offered education and training. And that doesn't, you can't use examples of prisoners.
But Harry, why don't you, what, give me a source that disproves the Chinese, just give me a source that's not the Chinese government that shows that it's not genocide, that shows that these people are all actually, that shows all these people who've been rounded up, like 1 million or more, they're all guilty. Like, show me, give me a good source on this. That's not the fucking Chinese government.
How can I prove a negative?
But you say you've done all this research that disproves the genocide, disproves the terrible stuff that's happening.
Yeah,
I'm saying, okay,
like for example,
what could you give me? You'd only be able to give me like Grey Zone or the fucking Chinese government.
No, there are various talking points that people who try to spread this narrative make that turn out to not be sustainable.
Like I'm asking you, like you said, you've done research that disproves everything I'm saying. I'm saying like, okay, give me something, like give me a good source where I can read about it that proves what I'm saying is wrong, and just make sure it's not a Chinese government source.
You can't prove a negative, but if you make a specific claim, I probably am familiar.
But you're making a claim that like the Uyghurs are not being mistreated. You're making a claim that there is no you're basically saying
I'm actually not making any claims. I'm just rejecting that the credibility of the ones that you're making. There's a big difference.
Is there not? Okay, you would disagree with my claim that there's persecution of the Uyghurs, correct?
That's a very vague word. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, just explain to me then. Give me your narrative. Like, what is happening to the Uyghurs? Explain what's happening.
I think China, about half a decade ago, or even a decade ago, was extremely concerned about Uyghur separatism, extremism, and terrorism. And so a lot of harsh security measures were implemented in Xinjiang. A lot of surveillance was implemented to crack down on it. And this lasted for a few years. At which point, the harshness of the security measures have been extremely laxed as of now because they pretty much succeeded.
Can you respond to these claims then?
Which claims?
If it is just an effort to control like Uyghur radicalism, Uyghur separatism, can you explain to me why like Uyghur cultural sites have demonstrably been bulldozed? Like, why do they do that if it's not an effort to crack down on Uyghur culture?
Which ones?
So many. I can give you a list right now, like mosques that have been bulldozed, cultural sites that have been bulldozed. Like, I can give so much right now.
Show me.
Okay, I'll get them up now. What time
Did they bulldoze the mosque with a sledgehammer?
Very funny, man. Ha 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 ha. Trying to find it.
Remember, you have to show me it was a mosque, right? Don't just show me a satellite of a building that used to be there and wasn't there later. How many mosques are in Xinjiang compared to America? More or less? What do you think?
Couldn't tell you.
What about Europe as a whole, the entire European continent?
I don't know how many mosques there are in Europe, so I couldn't tell you.
You know how many are in Xinjiang?
Thousands upon thousands.
A little more?
Tens of thousands, potentially, yes.
Okay.
But the fact that if they're targeting some of the top cultural sites,
like which ones?
Just
which
saying,
top
there
cultural sites? Which top cultural sites?
I'm getting them up for you. I'm getting them up for you. The head of the head of the Ethnic and Religious Affairs Committee in Kashgar said that 70% of the mosques in the city had been demolished. Some were unnecessary, they say. So I'm getting these up for you. Like, one of the most brutal things is the destruction of Uyghur graveyards. Like, that's so sick, that stuff. Like, explain to me, like, we'll go back to the mosque thing, but like, just why do they have to bulldoze mosques and graveyards if it's just an effort to control separatism and extremism?
I don't believe China is bulldozing mosques mass scale without at least renovating, placing them with new mosques.
They are bulldozing Uyghur mosques.
I don't think that. I don't think it's true that Uyghur mosques are being bulldozed and destroyed rather than renovated and updated with new mosques.
New mosques. So, like, what if fucking Nazi Germany had come into some fascist regime comes into Italy, just bulldozes the Vatican, just says, "Oh, we're going to build a new one." Like, is that acceptable?
It wouldn't be possible because the Vatican supported Hitler, but...
Yeah, true. I actually agree with you on that, but...
Alright, so...
Okay, here's a good one. I've got one here for you. Like, there's literal side-by-side photos right now that just demonstrate complete destruction of cultural sites.
Am I going to have to question the satellite photos?
It's not even a satellite photo. Like, these are photos right up.
All right. Let's go. What is this hut?
You can say it's a fucking hut, man. It's very important.
Literally a hut.
Well, holy fuck! Like, you claim to be anti-imperialist.
So do you think this is like You think this is like
Man, you say you're anti-colonial.
Is this a before and after photo? Because it looks the same in both photos. It's a worn down. I won't call it a hut. I'll call it a worn down built. Someone said it's basically the Vatican. Yeah, I mean, okay, this is a worn down building that does look like it's made of a very older type of material. And then it had a lot of flags on it before, and then it had nothing on it. And then, but it doesn't look like this is the aftermath of anything getting bulldozed. It looks the same.
I've got a. Here it is. Chinese government's 2004 economic census identified more than 24,000 mosques in Xinjiang. We use satellite imagery.
Is this a
to build
before and after? Because I don't know what happened here. All right. Well.
Yeah, like for example, like this shrine has just been completely wiped out before and after.
I can't. Hold on. No one can see this. Switch. All right. Again, it's okay. More satellite photos. Great. Show me the satellites, dude. Show me.
Okay, I'll send them through.
No, just show it on your phone.
So what I was trying to show was the Imam Ashim shrine, which has been bulldozed.
What is it called?
The Imam Asim shrine. You want to near too. Sent it over Twitter.
Isn't that the one I just saw?
No, I sent you more.
This is the Imam Asim shrine, right?
Yeah, and this imagery is better imagery of it.
I have the better imagery. It's a horrible before. It's actually scary. Look at this. Holy fuck. All right, you know what? I kind of do lose when honestly, this is in dispute. Look at all these
white. What one are you talking about?
Look at this. It was just totally raised from the ground. They took all the fences. All the wooden fences are gone now.
So
totally destroyed. The building was in
so what? You have the same mindset as the colonials.
No, I don't. I'm just saying it just doesn't. I don't even know.
What you're saying is, it's a shit shrine anyway. That's what you're hinting at.
No, I'll tell you the difference. There's a festival going on in this one, and then there's no festival going on in this one. And that's just about the only thing I see. I don't really see any more destroyed than it was before. Why is this? This isn't destroyed, dude. It's not like it's like, you know what I mean?
I'll give you better. I've got a better photo.
Okay.
Yeah.
A mosque.
So you're deliberately finding like a shit photo, and then I've got a better photo. I'll show you.
First fucking result. What the fuck? Wait, apparently my chat is saying it's not the same place. Is it not the same place?
What one?
That those weren't even the same place. It's just, one of them showed a hut and the other one they're not even the same place. Dude, I don't this is so ambiguous. Like, we should actually debate about something we can debate about, not these vague photos.
I've got fucking evidence right here. I'll literally send you through the photos. I'll send you through the photos now.
Right, send me the photos. Want to debate MAGA communism?
We'll debate MAGA communism soon, but I will just quickly send through better photos. Oh, okay. I've literally got proof that it has been bulldozed. Okay, I'm sending it through to the Zoom. Show it to your fucking audience.
Waiting.
I'll just send it on Twitter because it's probably easy. How many people are still watching at this point?
Waiting.
No, I'm putting it up. All right, I'm sending you 3 images. Show it to the audience. It's fucking, you can't say anything in the face of it. Okay, this one shows the shrine bulldozed.
Okay. Which one?
You don't have an exit. Well, you can, the one with the flags, obviously.
Dude, you're sending me a lot of stuff. Can I know.
Okay.
What are the sources?
Okay, the flags one that demonstrates the fucking destruction.
All right, let me see. Doesn't look like. All right. Well, but that. Okay. Why didn't? I don't know what this is or what I'm looking. I don't know what.
It's bulldozed. It is like fucking undeniable that it's been bulldozed by the Chinese government. So why is that? It's one of the
I'm not
top
gonna lie
cultural
to
sites.
you. I'm not an expert on architecture. It just looks like this is a pile of sand.
Man, like you're just falling into the same trap as all the other neo-colonialist things. You go like, well, it's just, you're just going,
I'm
it's a pile
not.
of,
It literally is just a pile of sand that.
Yeah, it's a pile of sand after they destroyed it.
Dude, the wind could destroy this, all right? I don't know what this is. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Dude. This is your argument?
It was like an ancient pilgrimage site.
Dude, what is this? This is your argument?
They just fucking destroyed one of the top weakest shrines for no reason.
All right, are you really going to say this is one of the top Uyghur shrines?
But it is, though. It literally is.
I really just doubt that. I'm sorry. I just doubt that.
It's just sad that you're gonna go, oh well, it wasn't good anyway.
Dude, you're
like,
not sourcing any of your claims. They just seem implausible. It's just like, why should we believe this?
The shrine was.
Why should we believe this is their #1 shrine, dude? Why should we believe that?
I didn't say it's the #1 shrine, but
you said it's one of their main ones.
Important.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. That is a fact. It's important in Uyghur culture, and then they destroyed it to like punish the Uyghurs.
Yeah, well, why should we believe why should we believe your narrative is
anyway?
Why should we believe your narrative is true, dude?
For at least 450 years, the site had drawn pilgrims from across the expanse of Alti Shahar, the southern half of what is now known variously as Xinjiang.
These photos are like. Do you think in court this would hold up? I don't even know if this is the same place.
This is literally.
How do I know this is the same place? How do I know this isn't just erosion? How do I know this wasn't just something natural that happened? I don't know anything. This means nothing. This means nothing.
The shrine is supposed to be the tomb to the Uyghur figure in history who brought Islam to Xinjiang.
Well, his tomb is not being well protected enough, clearly, if this is all the...
Well, they fucking bulldozed it.
Dude, the wind could blow... rain could fucking bulldoze this, dude. Like, what are you saying?
That is such bullshit. Like, you're just going, oh, well, it's a pile of rocks, so
I just don't believe you, all right?
I'm
sorry.
People went on pilgrimage to see it.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. This is not evidence of anything being bulldozed.
Type it in. It come up. I just googled Imam Asim Mazar. It's even on.
You're gonna have to like show me the CCP, construction fucking vehicles deliberately bulldozing this. Because if I don't see video evidence of CCP, bulldozers taking this.
So in 2011, it's intact.
This big behemoth of a building down.
Like holy shit! Like it's maintained for 450 years.
Did they bulldoze this with shovels?
Very funny, man. Wow, it's a bunch of
No,
rocks.
no,
so
no.
okay.
Okay, no, Drew. I want you to be honest right
This
now.
is literally these are the same arguments that were made by the Australian colonialists who fucking destroyed indigenous
No,
culture. It
Drew,
was
be honest
disaster.
right now. If a person had a spoon, could they bulldoze this if they did it for like 2 days straight?
Like that, that's fucking
No, be
bullshit.
honest. Be honest. Be honest.
If you came to
Be honest.
Australia,
Answer my
the
question.
exact
No,
same
answer
arguments
my
made.
question.
Exact
Answer my
same
question.
argument made
Answer
by
my
the
question.
far-right
If
conservative
one guy
there's no
came,
indigenous
Drew, answer my question. If one guy came with a spoon, and he 2 straight days of just getting, going at it, could they bulldoze it like this?
This is actually fucking disgusting, man. Because
No,
these are the same
I'm asking
arguments
you.
made by the colonialists.
Dude, just
It's the
answer
fucking
it's
same
a
arguments made by the
fucking,
colonialists
it's a
who-
natural, logical question.
Bro, when the
It's
British
a physiological
colonialists came to Australia,
question.
when the British colonialists came to Australia, they would see indigenous cultural sites and they go, "Oh, it's a bunch of rocks," and then just destroy it. And what? You're going to defend that?
No, I don't think it's comparable, actually.
But it was important to the Uyghurs. They had this cultural shrine for hundreds of years, and then the Chinese government just decided to bulldoze it.
Let me show you the Uyghurs' actual... Because you're just kind of insulting Uyghurs right now. I want to show you what
I'm not.
Uyghurs...
Here's a quote.
Okay,
Bro,
this
they
is,
had thousands of
for
people in this
example, I'll show you, right? For example, let me see let me select one of their historical mosques. For example, right? This is a historical Uyghur mosque. It's not a
The
hut.
mosque at the site has been leveled.
Okay, but this is not. This is a historical site, and it is not a hut. You can't take this down with a spoon. It's actually built, with stone, and there's wood.
Exact same arguments made by like the colonists of Australia.
No,
who
I'm
destroyed
saying
some
you are
vital indigenous
underestimating the
culture.
Uyghur people's
like
ability
2-3
to
years ago
build.
in Australia.
You're just
In 2-3 years
underestimating.
ago-
You're just underestimating the Uyghurs' ability to
Harry.
build things. All right.
For fuck's sake, stop for a second. In Australia, a couple years ago, a fucking mining company, Rio Tinto, blasted this gorge that had 45,000-year-old indigenous artwork. And you know what all the cursed, like, right-wing colonial, like, imperialists in Australia said? Oh, well, it was just rocks. Who cares? That's what they said. That was their
All right.
argument.
You know
You're making
what?
the same
Show me the
argument right now
artwork. Show me the artwork. Show it to me.
with the indigenous, like, well, you're just
right
laughing
here
at
in this
that.
photo. Show me this hill.
What one are you
Show me
talking
the
about?
artwork. Where's the artwork on the hill? It's just that it's elevated.
Are you talking, bro? I don't think you fucking understand. It's like of course, yes. I get that it's a mud brick tomb, but it was fucking important to the Uyghurs. It was important to them. It was a shrine that they came to 450 years.
Listen to yourself. You're saying this was Uyghur artwork, and it's just an elevated hill.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
How
it's
is this
part of
art?
Uyghur
How
culture.
is this art? How is this art?
I'm not saying it's artwork. I'm saying it's a pilgrimage site, and it's roughly equivalent to destroying indigenous artwork in Australia.
Dude,
Because they're both cultural sites that are important.
let me
to
ask you a better
indigenous
question.
peoples.
Do you think it's possible for this to erode naturally?
No, because it was maintained for 450 years. It's just bullshit, man. Like you're actually
What
laughing.
do you
at,
mean no?
You're laughing about the fact that they.
What do you
okay,
mean
like,
no? You're saying this can't. You're
okay,
saying
if
this
you think
can't
it's- if you
erode
think it's
naturally.
funny,
Is that what you're saying?
Explain to me the demolition. Explain to me the demolition of Uyghur graveyards. You know,
Okay,
this is
that's a
cultural
separate
genocide.
thing. What, I don't.
You know, in Armenia, like the Armenia-Azerbaijani conflict, and you should be supporting Armenia because they're protected by Russia or whatever. But you know what the Azeris did when they took over Armenian ancient towns? They
I wanna talk
destroyed
about
this
China.
priceless. What do you say?
Let's talk about China. Okay. Look,
I'm just saying. That's another example of ancient priceless heritage. They destroyed the Armenian
yeah, I know what
graveyard.
happens. That's happened before. I don't like you. I don't think that's what's happening in Xinjiang.
Okay, like China destroyed a 1,000-year-old cemetery here. You can just look at the satellite imagery. It's just going. They just bulldoze it.
I don't know what I'm looking at, Drew. I don't know what that
It's a
is.
cemetery. It's a 1,000-year-old
How
cemetery.
do I
I'll send
know
you-
what's going on in that fucking GIF?
You can see the cemetery being destroyed, for fuck's sake.
Drew, just because you have images that are attached to narratives doesn't mean Dude, this would not hold up in court. You're just showing me images.
Yes, it would.
attaching
If it's a fucking
narratives to them.
satellite imagery,
Yeah,
if it's
another
satellite
photo
imagery
devoid
of
of
a graveyard,
context.
and then
I don't
suddenly
know,
it's
dude.
bulldozed overnight.
You know what this is, Drew? This is pornographic warfare. This is like showing me photos, attaching them with narrative. Oh, look at the photo. Look at the photo. Drew, there's nothing in the photo. Just like in porn, there's not any real sex happening in real time. I guess unless it's live,
Man.
but even that's not
Man.
real time. But
For fuck's
Drew,
sake.
Drew,
For fuck's sake.
it's not like
You've got
something
images of
actually
cemeteries.
happening.
You've got what? Do you think the Chinese government's going to have photos of the bulldozers?
Well,
No one's
there's no
allowed to-
evidence.
no one's
Okay,
allowed-
but you don't have evidence.
I've sent you.
All right, you know
Look
what?
at the article I just sent you, and then show it to your followers. There's literally like six separate graveyards that documented here that have been destroyed by the Chinese government. So it's clearly a policy that they're implementing.
All right, well, you have to address my evidence.
Holy
Look,
shit! Like,
Drew, look.
yeah.
No,
So
look.
funny, man.
What do
So
you
funny.
look at?
It's
Look what's
actually
going
really
on.
funny.
Look what
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at the
Harry.
look what the
Harry.
Hong Kong protesters are doing. Look what they're doing.
Yeah, Harry, it's really funny, hey, when the Chinese
They're
government...
dancing on someone's grave. This is a democracy protester in Hong Kong who's
So
dancing
funny, so
on a
funny.
man's grave. He's literally dancing on his grave.
So
Look
true,
at
man.
it.
So true. It's really funny when governments
Oh,
come
you're
in
denying
and
the
then
evidence.
bulldoze
Oh, you're
the
denying the
cemetery.
evidence. Look at it. Drew, look at it.
Would you say, hey...
It's a
Harry,
Hong
would you
Kong
say that
protester
when
dancing on a
when the-
communist
When
grave.
the colonists of America...
Look at
when
him.
the colonists of
Look at him,
America-
Drew.
Harry, fucking listen to
Hard
me.
evidence.
When the colonists of
Drew,
America...
the evidence
was
speaks for
indigenous
itself.
culture,
The evidence,
that's
Drew,
funny.
explain this. Okay, Drew, literally look at it. Explain it.
Well,
Look
that's
at
so
it,
funny,
dude. Just
man.
explain it.
So
Explain
funny
it.
acting like a fucking
Dude,
three-year-old.
explain it. No, explain this. Drew,
So funny.
explain
So
this, Drew.
funny, yeah.
Drew, explain
funny.
this right now.
Ha 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 ha.
Can you explain this?
Wow, man, I'm actually stunned.
Can you explain
I'm stunned.
this?
It's so funny, man. Holy shit.
Drew,
Ha, ha, ha.
explain this right
Everyone's
now.
laughing.
Explain it right now.
Wow.
What
Ha,
is
ha,
this?
ha.
Drew, what is this? Explain it right now.
That's so true, man.
Drew,
Wow.
explain
Holy
it.
shit.
Explain
Never
it.
thought of it that way. Wow.
What is this, Drew? I don't know
Hey,
what this
Harry,
is,
you're
Drew.
actually
Explain
an
what it is.
intellectual titan, man.
Drew,
Harry,
explain
you're
it.
actually an
Drew,
intellectual titan,
explain
man.
what this
Everyone
is.
fucking Harry, you're actually really funny, man. and
All
you're
right,
really
I'll get
intelligent.
another one. I'll get another one. Explain it.
Yeah. That's
What
so
is
funny.
it?
Ha, ha, ha.
So you can't even explain
funny.
this. Why is Taiwan
Hey,
doing
I've got an
this?
image I need you to explain.
Why is
I need you to explain
Taiwan doing this, Drew?
Hey,
Why
can
is
you explain
Australia doing
I
this?
don't know. Harry, I'm not sure if you can help me with this. Could you explain this?
What is that supposed to mean, you fucking sick fuck?
Well, I'm just wondering.
What is that? What
happened
is
there?
that supposed to mean, you sick fuck? You want to do it? You see, you represent the moral authority of the Uyghur
No, you don't.
struggle.
Man, you were fucking laughing at the Chinese government desecrating
Hey,
Uyghur
hey,
graveyard.
Drew.
You're actually the most coolest man possible. You're literally laughing at the Chinese government desecrating graveyard.
Drew, I'm glad you did
Really
that.
funny, man.
Drew, I'm glad you did that. You represent the moral authority and the moral credibility of all of these Uyghur separatists and Hong Kong activists and other separatist scum you work with. You represent their value on human life. You represent their honesty. You represent their
while
human
you
character.
support fucking Pol
You
Pot,
represent
Stalin,
their human
Kim Jong-un,
morality.
Assad,
Drew,
any
you,
dictator on earth that
Drew,
spills blood
you
you fucking
showed
love.
me,
You wanna
you showed
play
me, Drew,
around in the blood
you
of
showed
innocents.
me, you showed me a dirt
You
hill.
can't find a massacre in
Drew,
the global
Drew.
south you don't
Hey,
fucking support.
scumbag. You showed
Scumbag.
me. You
You
scumbag.
don't-
Hey,
you
scum.
can't find a genocide you don't support.
Scum.
You can't find a
You
genocide
showed
you
me
don't
a
support.
dirt hill being demolished, and I laughed.
A dirt hill.
You
You're
showed
laughing
me
at fucking
a
graveyards being
man's
demolished.
daughter.
Laughing at
You
graveyards
showed
being
me a
demolished is
man's
fucking weird.
daughter, a 30-year-old woman, innocent civilian, who was brutally murdered. You represent
what
the
did I do? I just
moral
showed you an image.
authority
I just showed you an
of the
image.
anti-China movement. You don't
What did I
care
do?
about
I just
human
showed you an
life.
image.
You don't care about
What
human
did I
life.
do? I just
You
showed
don't
you an
care about
image.
human
Hold
rights.
on.
You don't
You
care about
support
any of the
genocide,
things you pretend to care
massacres,
about.
satanic
Drew,
death. You
fat
support
ass. Hey, fat bitch.
satanic
Hey,
fucking
fat
dickhead.
bitch. Hey, fat bitch. You don't
Oh,
care
wow,
about
yeah,
any of
yeah.
the things you claim to. You're not against China because of alleged violations of
Wow,
human
cut
rights.
it up,
If you
man.
gave a
Cut the
fuck
clip
about
and then
human
put it on
rights,
YouTube
you would have
and you can
fucking
make a lot
mocked
of
the
money.
murder of a philosopher's daughter. If you gave a fuck
Wow,
about
man,
human life, you
wow.
wouldn't make it so lightly. I never mocked anyone's death
I
in this
believe in
entire
God,
fucking
you don't.
call. I didn't mock
I
one
believe in
person's
God,
death in this
you
entire
don't.
fucking call.
God's
If
on
you
my
gave a
side.
fuck about
God's on
human
my side,
rights,
not yours.
you would not have just done that right now, Drew. You're You're a liar. You hate China because China is subverting your empire. They're subverting the Anglo-Saxon Empire. They're subverting the American unipolar empire. They're subverting the globalist empire. You hate China because you see, you hate it, Drew. You hate it. Hey, Drew, you hate it when Asians stand up for themselves and are sovereign. That's why you fucking hate them. You love Japan. You love Japan. You love South Korea. You love Japan. You love South Korea. You love Taiwan. You love all of the Asian countries that are slaves of America. You hate North Korea. You hate China. You hate all of the ones that are independent. Why? Because you're a bitch of American imperialism. You're a bitch of American imperialism. You're an Australian fat fuck. You're a dog of American imperialism. You hate all of the peoples of the world who stand up for themselves and try to defy the unipolar American empire. You have no moral authority whatsoever.
Fascism, Hitler, Nazism.
You are Hitler. You're a fascist. You're Hitler. The first sovereign Asian state in history, maybe besides Japan, which is the Soviet Union, which stood up to the West. That's what Hitler attacked. Hitler had his eyes on the Soviet Union because the Soviets.
It doesn't matter as long as they slaughter innocents. You fucking love them.
Hitler targeted the Soviets because they were the first to stand up to the European colonialists and to the European imperialists. That's why Hitler invaded them, just like you have China in your crosshairs, because the Chinese people have stood up to the unipolar American system. The Chinese people have stood up to the colonialists. They've stood up to the imperialists. They've stood up to the fat Pillsbury Doughboy people like you. They've stood up, and that's why you want to beat them back down, you fat bitch.
Every single Chinese person deserves human rights, deserves the same human dignity.
No, unless they're like Daria. Unless they're like Daria and they get out of line. Every Chinese person, according to you, every Chinese person, according to you, has human rights unless they stand up for their people like Daria did for hers, in which case they're a fascist and you mock and condone their murder.
Ukrainians every single day. Daria was supporting genocide.
No, she
and terrorism
wasn't.
against
There is not a single
day.
shred of evidence that Daria supported the killing of a single Ukrainian civilian. Not a single one. There's not a single shred of evidence for that fact. You're a fucking coward. You've revealed you are devoid of morals. You have the morals of a wild fucking animal.
You have no morals whatsoever. You support genocide.
No, I don't cry tears over a hill that you show me out of context, but you directly mocked someone whose life was taken and murdered.
You mocked the Uyghur graveyards being desecrated and bulldozed.
No, I mocked the pretense. I mocked the pretense that you flashing a fucking GIF at the camera fulfills any standard of evidence whatsoever to support the claim.
Desecrated Uyghur graveyards. You actually support the Chinese government spitting on the graves of...
You have to establish that's true in the first place, you fat bitch. Daria actually was killed. You know she was killed, and you supported it. I don't know if the claims you're making are correct. They don't seem credible, but it is indisputable that that is an international crime. It is an international crime. It's a fucking war crime, and you support it.
I just know it breaks something inside your brain and the roid rage comes out.
You are a fat bitch and a fucking coward. You are the fattest bitch in Australia. That's fucking saying something. Why the fuck are you even in Australia?
Dearborn, Michigan, my friend. Dearborn, Michigan.
What about Dearborn, Michigan, huh? Let's talk about Cyprus. Let's talk about the ultra-right, fascistic, Hitler-right grandmother you had in Cyprus who wanted to massacre and engage in genocide against the Turks in Cyprus.
That's a fucking lie.
Oh, that's a lie?
That's a fucking joke.
To what organization did she belong?
My grandmother's brother joined the first iteration of Yoka that fought against the British colonial authorities. He was not involved in Yoka B, which carried out massacres against Turkish civilians.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Sure. Why about you stop getting personal, Drew? Who cares where I fucking
I
live?
think it's-
Yeah, I live in Michigan. I'm proud to fucking live in
You were-
Michigan because I'm a
you were-
fucking
you were getting
American,
personal.
Drew.
You were saying,
Drew,
oh,
I'm
Australia,
the
Australia,
actual
Australia.
American. Drew, I'm the actual American. I'm not the bitch of any empire. You're the bitch of the empire built on my people's backs. You're the bitch of the empire that's built on the backs of my American people. You live in fucking Australia. The CIA overthrew the government of Australia. The CIA overthrew the government of Australia. Drew, the CIA overthrew the government of Australia. The CIA forcibly, with the help of the Queen, overthrew the fucking government of Australia.
That's a fucking lie.
And Europe, yes, they did. Yeah, look it up. It happened during the Cold War. It actually happened.
No, I know what happened. I read Australian history. He was not overthrown by the fucking CIA. That is a fucking lie. And a
Oh,
joke.
really? He was elected in a popular vote, and because of the Queen's intervention.
Yeah, and do you know he fucking lost? He fucking lost an election straight after he got kicked out. I don't even.
Why did he get
I'm not
kicked
even
out?
getting
Why did
rid
he
of
get
it. It's
kicked
a
out?
stupid
Why did he
argument.
get kicked
It's a
out?
stupid argument. Holy shit, if you want to know, he fucking was involved in like corruption schemes with the Middle East. He was trying to like go around.
He was
trying to raise
voted
money
in a
out of, like,
popular
fucking-
vote. No, he didn't
Yeah,
get
and
kicked
then-
out because of a
and then he ended up
fucking.
losing a
He
massive
didn't get
landslide
kicked
election.
out because of the protocols of Australia's sovereign democracy. He got kicked out because the CIA and the British kicked him the
You
fuck
literally
out
know nothing about
undemocratically.
Australian history.
Your
It's actually a
government
fucking
is
joke.
occupied
Whitlam,
by the globalists.
Whitlam-
You are
Whitlam-
living in a globalist occupied state. Drew,
Whitlam could
Drew,
not even
Drew,
run a
you are
government.
not a man.
He
You are not a
couldn't-
man. You are not a man. You have no country.
Harry,
You have
Harry,
no
you're just
country.
a fucking
You have an
noun of
occupied
fucking
government, and you're not even
roid
fighting
rage.
against them.
It's fucking
You're
sad.
licking the
It's
balls of the
roid rage, my
globalists.
friend. Roid
You're
rage.
licking the
Fucking
balls
go
of the
to a clinic
globalists.
and detox from the fucking roid rage.
You are licking the balls of the globalists who control your pathetic country of Australia.
And you know what? Globalist is a fucking dog whistle for Jews, and so you're just trying
Based
to
on
say,
what?
oh,
Based
Jews
on what?
are gonna
Based
do
on what?
fucking
Based on
bad.
what? Based on what?
We all fucking know, my friend. We all fucking know.
What is the
You
the
can-
Azov
you can act
Nazis
all
that you
this.
support?
So
What are their
fucking
views on
obvious.
Jews?
So fucking
What was
obvious.
Stepan
It's always-
Bandera's
it's
views on
always
Jews, Drew?
been a code word
What
for
does the
Jews. It's
Azov
always been-
Battalion say about Jews? What does the Azov Battalion say about Jews?
Yeah, what does fucking the Wagner founder with SS tats on his neck say about the Jews?
I can tell you that there is no official organ of any Russian military organization that denounces Jews in the same way the Azov Nazis who endorse Stepan Bandera do. There are no figures within Russian history who are rehabilitated who hated the Jews. None.
While Russia slaughters Ukrainian civilians and has deported 3 million
Well,
Ukrainians.
why are you
to the
bringing
Russian-
up Jews
Russian
when you are
wilderness.
supporting the Azov Nazis who hate the Jews?
What do you mean, bro? You support like all the people in Russia you support say that they're fighting against Ukraine because it's a tool of the Jewish elite. That is what they
Name
fucking
one
say.
person I support who said that.
All the top propagandists in Russia right now.
Name one
they're saying
person
that-
I support who said that.
saying that Zelensky, because Zelensky's Jewish, they're saying that Ukraine is a puppet of the Jewish globalist order. This is the
Name one
conspiracy
person
theory.
I support who said
And
that.
globalism
Name
has always
one
been the
person-
code name.
Okay, go ahead and name one person I support who said that.
Globalism has always been a code word for Jew.
Drew,
We all
one
know
person.
that.
Drew, one person. That's all it takes. One person.
Okay, I'll an example of the anti-Semitism that's going through the heart of the Russian fucking fascist state right now.
Hey, name me one
I
that I
will.
support. I have nothing, Drew. Got destroyed
getting-
on every topic you wanted to go to. Let's do MAGA communism now, because you don't have any
Let's
other
do
topic.
my communism. We will. I just want to first say though, Lavrov has been extremely anti-Semitic. He's a key element of the Putin regime. Lavrov
Tell me.
said the biggest anti-Semites are the Jews themselves. Hitler had Jewish blood. These are the people that you're supporting.
Where's the anti-Semitic claim by Lavrov?
That was well. Putin had to apologize to Israel for it.
Okay. Well, saying that it's not, were there Jewish collaborators with the Nazis? Were there capos in the camps? Yes, there were. So yeah, you can be Jewish like Zelensky and collaborate with anti-Semites who hate Jews. That was his point.
Oh, so true. So you can find a justification for it. So fucking true.
That was not really an anti-Semitic
single day,
statement.
every single day, you look at the Russian Telegram channels. I look at this stuff, and they're all going, you know, Ukraine's a tool of the Jewish puppets. Ukraine is a tool of the Antichrist gay agenda.
You're just making vague allusions.
This is what your side. This is the propaganda of your side.
You're making
We've all
vague
seen it.
allusions to Telegram channels. You have no argument. Period.
Anti-Semitic. Everyone knows. That,
Everyone knows. Just like everyone knows.
Yes.
Everyone knows.
Yes.
Everyone knows.
Yes. Like, I will get the quote for you. I will get the quote for you.
By Lavrov. I don't deny he said that about Hitler, that may have had a drop of Jewish blood. But I think Lavrov's point is it doesn't matter because Hitler was still a violent anti-Semite who killed 6 million Jews. So his point is that just because you have Jewish ancestry doesn't mean you're not culpable in Nazism.
That is a fucking grotesque thing to say.
Were there Jewish collaborators?
You're saying Zelensky's a new Hitler. Holy shit.
No, I think Zelensky's an actor and he's serving the next Hitler, yeah.
What's the next Hitler?
Probably like Greta or some shit. I don't know. So MAGA communism. You've had a lot to say about that.
MAGA communism. 1 second. I want to find one of these articles, but yes, MAGA communism. We'll discuss it. You explain to me what you think MAGA communism is.
Well, you read my Substack, right?
I've read it.
So you already know. So you're here to debate it, right?
Yeah, I've read through portions of it. I mean, it's pretty horrible prose. It's pretty boring, 60 minutes long.
So you say that MAGA communism is stupid is going to be easy to dispel. So have a go at it.
Okay, well, like very simple as like the Republicans are like the enemy of what? Okay, so what? Communism is supposed to be about equality, correct?
Not really, no.
What is communism to you? I need you to define communism.
Communism is the real movement which overcomes the present state of things. Communism is the force in human history that wants to return to man his lost social substance.
Lost social substance. So it's not about, you know, the workers' control of the means of the production. It's not about the socialization of the means of production. It's not about, you know.
Yeah, it is about those things.
So what you want workers' control of the means of production. You want equality and a more egalitarian society.
Marx and Engels were clear that equality is a bourgeois concept. It's not. There's nothing essential about that phrase, as far as communism is concerned.
But what a communist society, you know, common ownership of the means of production, eradication of the state, eradication of class.
The withering away of the state and the withering away of those. Yes. That's a society that has been transformed.
And explain to me how the Republicans would ever in a million years be part of that process. Because, I mean, it's very simple. It's very simple. I can just give you very quick examples. Like, for example, Trump expanding the drone war and then Biden basically almost ending it. Biden halving child poverty in the US. I mean, they had the child tax credit. Child poverty went down from 10% to 5% in 2021. Historic low. Census data, 2.9 million kids out of poverty.
These are,
1/3 under the age of 6. And then what happened? And then the Republicans said, we don't want the child tax credit. We're going to put all these kids back into poverty. And then the day the child tax credit passes, 3 million go back, like what? Millions of children plunge back into poverty overnight. And what, you think the people behind that are going to be an ally in a movement for, you know, a more egalitarian society, a society that, you know, where you have a withering away of class.
It's very clear you're uneducated about what communism is, but if you just read, I'm going to quote myself here, if you just read what I actually wrote, for our part, the communists disdain to conceal their aims. We plainly believe that the MAGA movement requires its own political party. While we remain sympathetic to the Republican candidates genuinely aligned against the establishment, the majority of the Republican Party remains firmly entrenched and in the hands of the same globalist ruling class. We hope that the great
So
leaders...
who in the Republican Party is outside of that? Tell me.
Outside
Just
of
tell
what?
me. Outside of like the globalist ruling class.
For one, Trump was, right?
So Trump's outside the globalist ruling class.
I mean, he's the one who started the MAGA movement. If you want to talk about people in Congress,
But it's just fucking dumb because like inequality expanded massively under Trump. Like he was responsible for one of the biggest upwards redistributions.
if you're
of wealth
asking in Congress,
history.
then Thomas Massey probably, right? But there's others. It's not
Thomas
really
Massey.
clear where their alignments are right now.
Well,
But
like Matt Gaetz, Laura Boebert are supposed to be like for a communist society. They would fucking hate you.
okay, Drew, I want to explain to you something because you don't know what communism is. I'm not claiming that there are any prominent figureheads in the MAGA movement who are communists. I am the MAGA communism who thinks communism is useful for the actual real aims of what makes MAGA attractive to its constituency. I am not saying the MAGA movement is explicitly communist. I'm saying communism should be the future of the MAGA movement.
And how do you propose to achieve that? I mean,
By basically explaining to the working class demographic that comprises MAGA that communism is in their interests and is necessary
So
for them to
true.
defeat the establishment.
it's literally just it's been tried, my friend. Strasserism. And what happened? Hitler gave Strasser a bullet.
What?
Well, it's been attempted. Like, oh, we're gonna fuse fucking like fascism with communism, Strasserism, and then what happened to Strasserism? Massive purge by the
All right,
Nazis.
what is
and then they all-
what is Strasserist, or better yet, what is third way syncreticist about the MAGA communist idea?
I mean, it's just the same cope that was attempted by people like Strasser. Like, oh, what if we combine nationalism and socialism? Blah blah blah. And then how did that happen? I mean, look at how it worked out in the Third Reich, my friend. Like just bloodshed across the earth.
So you're saying MAGA communism is the same thing as the way in which Strasser combined nationalism and socialism. Do I have you correct?
Yes, it's very similar. It's very similar.
Can you name some of those similarities?
Like just the idea that you can combine somehow this fusion of reactionary social politics with economically with politics that would traditionally be associated with the economic left.
You think
It's never worked in history.
Do you think reactionary social politics is also something that characterized the Soviet Union as well?
Yes.
So why don't you just call me a Stalinist? Why do you have to call me a Strasserist?
It's interesting. I mean, there are very strong commonalities between Strasserism and the
What is a
Stalin-
reactionary form of social politics, by the way?
I mean, just you don't like transgender people, right? You don't like gay people. You don't like.
I've never
think
said
it's
that.
degenerate.
I've never said that.
And you don't like social liberals. You think they're degenerate, etc., etc.
So promoting family values and being against
And I
pornography.
like family values myself. I like family
promoting
values, but
traditional family values and being against pornography and being for, I can't really get too much into it, but those are in no way at any point.
that
ever
sounds
in his-
fine, man. If you're describing it as just we'll be leftists, but we have traditional social values with family and we're anti-porn, that's fine. But if you think that you're somehow going to combine with like the people that are supporting MAGA, like you saw people at January 6th that had sweatshirts that said like Auschwitz gassed the Jews and stuff like that.
I actually did not see that as a prominent element whatsoever in any of the gatherings of Trump supporters ever.
There were no, but at events like January 6th, there were right-wing paramilitaries that had far-right beliefs.
January 6th was something that was heavily infiltrated by the FBI. I've been to Trump rallies here in my native state of Michigan. I have never ever seen any inflammatory anti-Semitic slogans. Never seen swastikas.
I'm talking about when the push comes to shove. Obviously, at the ordinary rallies, you're not going to see that. But when you have something like January 6th, the what is it like the vanguard?
You keep talking about shit that's like forbidden on YouTube. Forget about
okay.
Trump.
But all I'm saying is the vanguard of the Trump movement, the people who were actually wanting to overthrow the government, filled with neo-Nazis, filled with fascists, white supremacist militias.
I don't think so. No, not in any prominent capacity. No.
But they were photographed at these events.
They were given a lot of fame by the media, and that certainly helped contribute to their growth. But they have never, ever been prominent in the MAGA movement. Ever.
Never been prominent.
I mean, you go up to your average MAGA guy and you ask him about that shit, and he'll think you're an alien from outer space. It's got nothing to do with the actual...
I agree with you.
It's got nothing to do with the actual people on the ground.
Yes, I know that the average Trump supporter is not one of those guys, but I'm saying when you're talking about the people that are the most hardcore in that movement, the people that were there... I know
the people who are most hardcore in the movement are like, malicious separatist, kind of like 1776. Those are like 1776 will commence again. People who like really go hardcore, tapping into the American revolutionary tradition.
But not just that, like a lot of these militias, like if you look at like the Timothy McVeighs of the world and stuff like that, like heavily influenced by the Turner Diaries, the far right, like a lot of these
not the ones in the MAGA movement that are the most hardcore. Not really, no. Yeah, they're constitutionalists.
So true. So we're talking about people who want to overthrow the Constitution of the United States.
Nope, they don't.
Yep, the most hardcore absolutely did. They were trying to overthrow the government.
No, they didn't. The opposite is true, and we can't talk about it on YouTube, so just shut the fuck up about it. But that's not what they were saying.
Well, I know that you're going to have some alternative reality version of it, but I know what you're going to say.
They were saying the opposite. Actually. So
what about like all the Trump, so many of these like insane extremist Trump supporters online, the day of the rope people and stuff like that. Like
those are not Trump supporters. Those are just neo-Nazis who think Trump will be those are just neo-Nazis
who tried to input
Those are neo-Nazis who see the MAGA movement as a vehicle for realizing their aims. They became disillusioned.
And they tried to infiltrate it, and they did successfully infiltrate it in many
places. They did not. They failed very early on. Richard Spencer.
Even people like Stephen Miller. Someone like Stephen Miller basically has fascist views.
You know who Richard Spencer is?
Yes.
He openly supports the Democrats and Biden.
Yeah, that's just fucking bullshit, man. Like,
no one's real. I've debated him several times.
Richard Spencer is not the leading figure in white supremacism in America in 2023.
You're right, because there isn't really a huge white supremacist movement in America at all.
Well, I mean, that depends relatively what you just define.
It's really not a prominent thing.
But it is simply a fact, though, that like there are all these extremists, the day of the rope, far right, insane people who try to infiltrate this shit, and you think that these people are going to somehow be.
I think those people got so much attention because the media decided to give them attention as the representatives of what MAGA was when they never were.
Like, look at Stephen Miller.
Okay, can I explain something to you? Those people.
I'll tell you someone.
Those people.
Someone in the Trump administration, like Stephen Miller. Someone like Stephen Miller. Like, this guy's not a neo-Nazi, but he basically has fascist views. If you look at what he was doing to like migrants at the border, putting people in cages.
Yeah, but Biden's doing the same thing, and Obama did the same thing. Is that fascist?
No.
Yeah.
There was a qualitative difference where there was
no. ICE was created under George W. Bush. No, there was no qualitative difference. The only qualitative difference was the attention the media was giving it. It was happening long before Trump. Okay. Anyway,
and what about, for example, like DeSantis and stuff like that?
DeSantis is not MAGA. DeSantis is not MAGA.
No, but you got like, Greg Abbott, these governors like rounding up illegal immigrants, putting them onto planes, and then
DeSantis is not MAGA, okay? Just because someone's Republican.
Not DeSantis, but you get these MAGA-like governors who are basically like trafficking illegal immigrants across the country. Like, just to prove
Again,
a point.
that
you think these people are somehow going to be allied?
no, that's not. No, MAGA is the one where QAnon came from, something we can't endorse. Of course I wouldn't, but they were the ones who were pointing out that human trafficking was taking place at the border and child trafficking. They're the ones who went down that rabbit hole. That was their claim. So no, they weren't supporting that. They were the ones who were trying to draw attention to it. By the way, yeah, they're not for trafficking illegal immigrants, quite the opposite. But regardless, it's just like, you're trying to basically say that MAGA communism is a form of syncretism similar to National Socialism or Strasserism. But the problem is that Hitler's National Socialism, by national, he meant the existing institutions of the German imperial state, the imperialist state. He wanted to mobilize those institutions and turbocharge them for war. War is the crucial element. MAGA communism is not about taking the existing, apparatus of the imperialist American state and using it for communist aims, because MAGA communism is basically anti-government, pretty much. We are against the overgrowth of the imperialist bureaucracy. We're against the institutions of the CIA and the FBI. We're against the overgrowth of the military-industrial complex. We're against the overreach of the big government. We want to refound the institution of statehood in a workers' party, in a workers' dictatorship. So that's a very
you
clear...
You want a dictatorship in America?
A dictatorship of the workers, of the people, yes.
So...
You need a dictatorship of the people
So no
to
more
serve...
elections in America, censor the press, this is what you want.
No, not necessarily. A dictatorship of the workers in America means safeguarding our constitutional republic against the intrigues of the British Empire, the deep state, the globalists, and NATO and Canada.
Joke, man. This is a fucking joke. You think that somehow a workers' dictatorship safeguards the Constitution? Hitler
yes,
said
it does.
That
only a workers' dictatorship. Only a workers' dictatorship can defend the rights of the people. Yes, that's basic Marxism.
Hitler said that his emergency decrees, his state of emergency.
We don't want an emergency. We don't want a state of emergency. We don't want a state of emergency to give impunity to the corrupt state we have now. That's what Hitler did.
I can guarantee.
We are against the imperial bureaucracy. We are against the state machine. Drew, MAGA communists want to smash.
In like 3-4 years, we'll check back in.
Okay, I'll explain something to you. The reason MAGA communism is not National Socialism, because MAGA communists want to smash the state machine, where National Socialists, that was an opportunist phrase. It was National Socialism, which means socialism loyal to the imperialist state machine. They wanted to turbocharge and empower the imperialist state machine. We want to smash it. It's that simple.
Yeah, well, and you think your allies in the MAGA movement are going to agree to disband the military?
To disband the big government? Yes.
I'll tell you what, my friend. Like, Trump was responsible for the largest redistribution of wealth upwards in human history during the pandemic. It was the policies of
that's the result of the Federal Reserve System and the outrageous rapid printing of money, unsecured debts.
It was his government. It was the Commerce Secretary.
Dude, Trump is just
his Commerce Secretary.
Dude, the presidency doesn't matter in America. It doesn't. It's just that Trump was a funny guy who was the symbol of this movement that was all people saying, fuck the status quo, fuck the government.
Okay. Tell me how tax cuts on billionaires, the tax cuts that Trump brought in 2017, tell me how that...
I want the IRS disbanded, and I want no taxes.
Genius. So how do you have a society? How do you pay for roads? How do you pay for bridges? How do you pay for hospitals?
You unleash the forces of production by building new institutions of people's power.
So we'll have the good things without the bad things. It's just
but we
fucking
won't
vague.
have the overgrown imperialist Wall Street bureaucracy that robs the American people.
How is this distinguishable from the mad dreams of the ANCAPs who say, like, you know, Peter Thiel, for example, who says, let's have seasteading, let's get rid of the government.
Because I still believe in a commonwealth. I still believe in a commonwealth. I just believe in a workers' dictatorship, a simple one that does infrastructure, nationalizes the energy, the mines, the main industries, and then gives Americans the freedom to build themselves up according to their.
But how's it going to nationalize these industries and you know, how is it going to achieve that? When
it's not going to be this government that's going to nationalize it. It's going to be a new government formed from scratch, back to our constitutional principles, rooted in the people, that's going to be nationalizing it. It's going to smash the state machine, and it's going to build a new workers' state.
So true. Just, we'll have all the good things without the bad things. That's your policy. We're going to disband the state, but it'll also be a dictatorship. And there'll be no tax, but we'll also somehow be able to nationalize all these different industries, and we'll somehow be able to ward off anyone trying to overturn the revolution. Like how does it work? It doesn't work. It's insane.
It works through struggle.
Yeah, Hitler said he worked through struggle, my friend. My struggle.
Soviet struggled against the foreign invaders. I'm sure if a MAGA communist revolution happened, I'm not saying it will in any time soon, but if that hypothetically happened, Canada would come, the NATO would come, the British would come, AUKUS would come. They'd all come to stop it. And yeah, the Americans would have to defend.
This is like literally, this is like actual schizo, like.
Well, the American people will defend their republic against all invaders in the event.
But you're saying you want to disband the military, have no military, saying you don't want taxation.
I want the military. I want to win the support of soldiers who defect to patriotic causes, just like the sailors of the October Revolution. I don't know what you're trying to say. Like, disband the military? I mean, I'm sure a lot of the military.
I just don't understand. So you eliminate the IRS, you eliminate tax. There's going to be a disintegration of the government. And then somehow there's also going to be this nationalization process. There's also going to be. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How?
Because
you could say I want fucking green eggs and ham. It doesn't make sense.
So in Russia, they disbanded the provisional government. They formed a new Soviet government, and they nationalized the major institutions of the society. The major industries. I'm not saying it'd be one for one the same economic policy.
How are you going to pay the soldiers? How are you going to pay the soldiers to carry out these nationalizations when you're eliminating all?
When you control the means of production, especially in a wartime era, money becomes less important as who controls the resources in the first place. But
how are you going to? How are you going to mobilize anyone to control the means of production when you can't pay them? When you can't, like what? How is this supposed to work? You're saying on one hand we should eliminate all state capacity, yet on the other hand we should build up this massive state that can nationalize everything.
Not everything, no, just the monopolies, like the oil monopolies.
But it doesn't make sense. How can you nationalize these major industries while also simultaneously destroying state capacity by eliminating taxation?
Because you build a new state in the rubble of the old.
Based on what?
What do you mean based on what?
Like what's going to be the social basis of this new regime? Like what's going to
that usually emerges organically. Like the Soviet system was based on the system of Soviets that predated the Soviet state. So probably during the American Revolution, you had probably some
the first thing the Soviets did was get rid of the independent workers' councils.
There's no such thing as independent Soviets. That's stupid.
But the first thing they did was crack down on the workers' councils. That's what the Bolsheviks did.
No.
They purged all their allies in the working class movement.
You're a fucking idiot. The Soviets established the sovereignty of a central Soviet state, and those councils that were aligned with other claimants to sovereignty clearly were not compatible with that state. The same is true in America, by the way. America put down the Whiskey Rebellion. America, when it first... It's true for every revolution in history. Nobody is going to allow their sovereignty to be ceded to some rival claimant
it's a pointless pipe dream. What if we somehow unite everyone to have all the good things in life and get rid of all the bad things?
I didn't say that.
But that's effectively what it is.
Okay, saying that we have a lot of stupid fucking problems that come from this parasitic ruling class, these bloodsuckers that are robbing us and fucking... That's not the same thing as saying all problems can be solved. It's saying that the workers of this country take charge and attend to their own affairs, not having this blood-sucking, parasitic, capitalist class, turn our state into a fucking degrowth machine, robbing them through taxes and through monopolies, and destroying
But
their
this is the
ability-
problem, right? All Trump did the whole time, he was appointing Goldman Sachs bankers to his cabinet. He was doing these massive tax cuts just for the rich and the billionaires. He's empowering all the oligarchs you hate. That's the massive
Let's read what
contradiction.
I wrote about. Trump, for his part, having been a real political outsider, embroiled in politically motivated lawsuits targeted by the FBI. Whatever happens to Trump, the spirit of the MAGA movement must survive, because 2016 was just the beginning.
The MAGA movement helped enable the oligarchs to concentrate their power further, because the MAGA movement basically was just joined up with a traditional Republican agenda in Congress, which is just lower taxes,
But
cut taxes for the poor,
Trump is
cut
not.
emissions.
But Trump is just a representative. He's a symbol. The actual person of Trump and his political capacity is not as important.
But what if all the MAGA people? What if all the MAGA people don't care about the policy? They just like the symbol of someone who hates the work people.
That's not
What
what
if
the
having-
thesis. My thesis is that MAGA just had Trump as the symbol. The reason MAGA exists isn't because necessarily of Trump, but because of this notion of an alternative America, of a different America that represents the flyover state working
What about
class.
the argument? What about the very strong argument that
But you
massive
just cut me off, so shut the fuck up. My point is that the whole point of MAGA is that it's just representing an aspect of America that has been forgotten for a long time, which is the industrial working class base that built this country, that was completely abandoned, that was consigned to the background, became politically seemingly in the shadows and irrelevant, and MAGA just represents this alternative proletarian America as opposed to the official version of America. So MAGA became the host of every counter-hegemonic position and conspiracy theory and worldview. Although certain elements dominated, I agree that definitely are based in like a specific ideology or in Trump. MAGA is also host to pretty much every real counter-hegemonic political impulse, narrative, and ideology in America right now. So MAGA is not just Trump. It's not one thing. It's just
But you say it's a counter-hegemonic movement, but what about those in the MAGA movement that want to use the MAGA movement to impose a new hegemony, who don't like the
It doesn't matter. The thing is, it doesn't matter because whatever.
There are people in the MAGA movement. There's undeniably a massive section of the MAGA
shut up
movement
for a second. It doesn't
that don't
matter.
like the
Shut up
event
for a
made
second.
by
It
blacks in
doesn't
America.
matter. It doesn't matter. Your end goal doesn't actually matter. Your position matters. So if someone envisions a new hegemony, that's a dream. That's not a actuality. That's just a fucking fantasy. It says nothing concretely about the actual alignment of class and social forces that exist now.
Like, I don't understand how the MAGA movement could.
MAGA movement is just it's the other half of America. It's the non-official America. It's basically just unofficial America. It's America outside of the institutions of the monopoly capitalist bourgeoisie. It's the America.
So what? Poor black Americans and Hispanic Americans who vote for Democrats are part of the oligarchs.
No,
part of the
I
elite.
think actually there is a latent MAGA element growing in the black and Latino communities that's very clear because they're also not given adequate expression by the mainstream and the Democrats. The reality of black Americans isn't represented by the Democrats, and therefore,
But it's represented by Trump and the Republicans.
no, but it could be represented by a racially unified MAGA movement, which is my goal. That's part of what MAGA communism is also giving expression to the America that's not the Black America that's not represented. There's a Latino America that's not represented. It's based in the working class. It's based in the working class. The American industrial working class played no part in this fake official version of America that has emerged since the so-called neoliberal era. So, it's majority white because majority of Americans are white. But also black people should be included. Also Latinos should and will be included. All of the people who are not part of the official story of America will be included. Of the official America, the CNN America, the New York Times America, the institutional America. It's about institutional America versus people's America. MAGA is people's America. The institutions are the institutional version of America. MAGA is a rebellion of the people against the establishment. It's rooted in America. It's as simple as that. Bernie, for example, was still
MAGA is the establishment.
Bernie was still rooted in the institutions of the American state, bureaucracy, because he wanted to expand, it in the form of his democratic socialism. He wanted to raise taxes and he wanted to expand big government. So that's why Bernie is not MAGA. MAGA is going in deep America, real America, versus the government institutionally represented one.
In 3 years, I can guarantee in 3 years you're just going to end up being only MAGA and you'll drop all the communist ideology.
I've been a communist for about 13 years.
And you're on a trajectory where you're very close to dropping it. It's very obvious.
Well,
just look at interwar Europe. There were so many communists.
Well, if you were a betting man, you would be you would lose all your money.
No. Like if you look at interwar Europe, so many communists in the end ended up being sympathetic to the fascists. There were so many communists.
I do think something like that's going to happen. I think a lot of these leftists will drop the pretense of being democratic socialists and communists, and will just straight up become...
What's already happened with like Red Scare and stuff.
No, I think most American leftists will drop the veneer and pretense of being communists or leftists, and will, as long as AOC is endorsing it, they'll join along the war effort against China to decolonize Tibet and decolonize Xinjiang and decolonize the indigenous Russians. As long as they coach it in this language and they, sell it, it's for the environment, for ecology. Yeah, I think we're going to have a green fascism that most leftists are going to be sympathetic to. I think DeSantis is probably going to be a prominent figure who's going to have a war hawk agenda that most leftists will capitulate to if AOC is his, is conciliatory with him. So AOC already supports the State Department agenda. She supports the war agenda. There's no such thing as fascism without war. There's never been any fascism without war. It's all about war. Fascism is not when someone's mean to you. Fascism is not when someone hurts your feelings. Fascism is not when you call obese women fat. Fascism is not when you hurt people's feelings. Fascism is not when you're aggressive and you're tough. Fascism is when the entire state machine in a period of crisis is turbocharged for the purpose of war to save themselves from the economic crisis.
Which is literally Russia right now, which you support.
No, it's not.
But it is.
No, it's not.
They started a war.
Yeah, but the war Russia's waging is not like some symmetrical war that's going to destroy all this capital, that's going to turbocharge Russian industry. It's not an economically lucrative war. It's a geopolitical, patriotic war, actually. I would call it an anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly war, whose social significance within Russia is anti-oligarchical and based in Putin's popular mandate among the people.
Listen, we've been talking for almost 6 hours now. I actually legitimately have to go and do other things. It's probably 2 a.m. over there. I will apologize for the Dahlia stuff. but I think you should apologize for mocking the desecration of Uyghur graveyards. I obviously got provoked by you doing that.
I'm not going to
Overall-
apologize for it. I have not been proved desecration of graveyards going on.
I provoked you in return because you were agitating and you were mocking the fact that cultural sites were being destroyed. You were saying, "Oh, look, it's a bunch of rocks."
I was mocking the claim that that was the case when there was no evidence for it.
Anyway, I do apologize for mocking Dahlia, but you have to see.
Don't
that what you were
apologize to
doing-
me. Don't apologize to me. It's between you and God. Apologize to God.
Look, but you should also be apologizing for dancing, like laughing and spitting in the face of the desecration of important.
Well, I would
sites.
never do that.
But anyway,
I would never do that.
But that's what you were doing. You were laughing at you going, "Oh, it's a bunch of rocks."
No, I wasn't. I was laughing at the claim that what you were showing me fulfilled a standard of evidence.
Anyway, yeah, no, you were just going, "Oh, look at the meme on my phone," ha ha ha. Anyway, we've talked for 6 hours. I consent to fucking doing a debate on Rumble where you can show your real side and you can say the things that you think you're being
Apparently, the
censored away.
shrine in question was rebuilt.
Well, I've seen no evidence for that.
Yeah, it's this article called Art of Life. So these are these shrines, and they are not permanent structures, okay? They get built for the occasion. They're not necessarily permanent, and
Well, this one was 450 years old, but anyway.
right, but they are not permanent structures. And it got
the one that
rebuilt.
Yeah. Anyway, look, we've talked for 6 hours. Got to do other things, but
Okay.
I am happy to talk on Rumble if you feel that you've been censored and you can't say
All
all
right,
the
sure.
things that you want.
We'll talk on Rumble.
All right. Okay. Harry, signing off. Viciously oppose everything you stand for, but I believe that all human beings deserve dignity. And so I believe that what you stand for is between you and God. And one day I hope that I'll pray for your soul. All good.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. God bless.
Based.
Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate
It's
you, man.
not my fault. I'm Australian.
Appreciate you so much, man. So much, Anonymous.
Based.
Have another drink, Ray.
Thank you so much, Terry. Appreciate you, brother.
Based.
Thank you so much,
Can you
African
ask Drew if he
communist.
prefers chaos or order?
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate you a ton, man. Thank you.
Based.
Thank you so much,
Colin Dugan
Amila.
Rocket.
Thank you so much, Amila. Appreciate you.
Based.
Thank you so much,
I
Paperwin.
really should be sending this to Drew to help him get a treadmill. Anyways, hey Drew,
Oh, thank
why
you so
don't
much,
you eat my
Yangi.
egg roll and dumplings?
Oh my
Thank
God.
you so much, Young. Holy fuck, Dementor. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, man. Holy fuck.
Based.
Thank you so much, Victor
Don't forget
Chong.
how the Soviets dealt against Imperial Japan.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
Based.
Thank you so much, Soapbox.
Drew, you have no explanation for that. Also Drew, start screaming to stop us from giving an explanation.
It was a long debate.
Based.
Thank you so much, Storm Commando.
It's clear that even with the time given to the Allies during the phony war, Britain, France were completely unprepared for the speed and destruction of German blitzkrieg. USSR defeats weren't unique.
Based.
Thank you so much, Amila.
Why is this zero bis, cigarette, interpreting events of World War II with ifs and buts within hindsight?
I don't know.
Based.
Hey, So much, my
Neither
mellow.
of you know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right.
based,
Thank you so much, Amila.
Anglo-Gyno History in Hindsight 101.
based,
Thank you so much, old man.
Secret Kangaroo CIA Intel.
based,
Thank you so much.
Tonight's
Dot,
winner
dot,
has
dot.
been decided. Harry Allen Dean.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Appreciate you.
based,
The place the Dalai
Thank you
Lama
so
was
much,
born is where
Soapbox.
5 ethnic groups, Tibetans, Hui, Mongol, Tu, and Han meet.
Thank
It
you
would
so
make
much,
no sense to
Soapbox.
fuse it to Tibet SAR.
based,
You're an Arab, Harry.
Thank you so much.
based,
Han people make up a smaller percentage of the population of the western provinces and regions than they did 200 years ago.
Thank you so much, Soapbox. Appreciate you.
based,
Drew is a shill.
David Fox, thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
based,
Thank you so much, Soapbox.
If Drew was supposedly able to do this the whole time, why did it take him 25 minutes to bring it up?
No idea.
based,
Thank you so much,
Russia
Amila.
withdrew from Kiev because Zelensky alluded to concessions. That already happened.
based,
Thank you so much, Amila.
Us, it's not even the leader of Wagner.
Yeah, I know it's not. Or it wasn't. I'm aware. Noble Wuma, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Why do every time I do these debates, I get a new name? Like, first it was Hayes, now I'm Harry. First, every time I do these, like, big, sensationalized debates.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Emirio. Appreciate you. Every time I do these big, sensationalized debates, like, I always get a new name.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Paperwin. Appreciate you.
based,
Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate
PRC
you.
forces people to consider voluntary education, bruh.
based,
Thank you so much, Chris.
Hayes is Harry, not Harry.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Siderite. Appreciate you.
based,
Thank you so much, Janar. Appreciate you, brother.
based,
Thank you so much, Paperwin.
Congrats on another well-earned W, Harry.
Thank you so much, Paperwin. Appreciate you, brother.
based,
Thank you, Serve.
Soy versus man.
Appreciate you, Serve. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
based,
Thank you so much, Flaming
Thanks
Leg.
for Bance chum.
based,
Thank you so much,
Another
American
common Hayes
Partisan.
W.
based,
Thank you so much,
We are not
Biomecha.
woke. We are awakened.
So much, Biomecha. Appreciate you.
based,
Thank you, Default.
How can you be Muslim and attend Hogwarts? Us?
I don't know. I guess I'm a wizard. Do not make
Based.
Harry Haas memes. Don't fucking
W.
Photoshop. Hey, you don't Photoshop. Don't make Harry Potter Haas memes. Don't fucking do that, all right? Don't Photoshop me with fucking
based,
glasses and Thank you so much, Milky Man. Appreciate you. Don't be fucking doing that shit, all right? I never corrected him because I just didn't think it was
Based.
important. Thank you, Tim Shaw. I didn't think it was important to point out my name is not Harry, but it's not. But I just went with it because I don't know. I wasn't really
Based.
thinking of it. Thank you so much,
Love
Super.
these sane and level-headed, thoughtful discussions.
Thank you so much, Super Fluidity. Appreciate you.
Based.
Thank you so much,
Another Harold W.
Halbinsky. Appreciate you, Halblinsky.
Based.
Thank you,
More
Emila.
debates. Based.
Oh yeah, we will. Got to schedule these. Got to do more of these. I'm gonna give you my retrospect as soon as these donations are done. Just gonna give you my retrospect. Actually, I'll just give it to you now. So, I kind of wished the debate could be more on the substance of the ideology kind of stuff and more about like whether it is morally correct to take the stance against China that he does. I wanted to have a more geopolitical.
Based.
Thank you so much, Anonymous.
Since you're a wizard, can you turn his beer belly into
I
a
wanted to
six-pack?
have. Honestly was expecting more of like a geopolitical angle of like, what is the situation with China? Like, is China the aggressor? Who is China invading? What is China's geopolitical orientation? What is the unipolar? I kind of want to focus on that. Whether it's justified to claim China's government is so aggressive. And I also want to talk about whether it's justifiable without imperialism to intervene in China's internal affairs in the way that he was doing. What gives you the right to intervene in China's affairs in the way that he was doing? I kind of wanted to get into that angle, not debate about hills in the desert. But maybe that can be arranged for the next debate, which will be on Rumble. That one will be on Rumble. But this stream has been like by far among the longest I've ever done. Not really. 6 hours. Pretty long. Pretty long, but this one was very hyped up. No. This one was very hyped up. It lived up to some of the hype. At least some of it, right? I wouldn't say my performance was perfect. I do think that I won. Obviously, I think I won. I think that's undeniable. Like, you can't really deny that I won. That's like preposterous, right? But I think I made like one mistake. I think I did make one mistake because I just wasn't paying attention. And I was just looking at chat and I was thinking he was talking about Taiwan. And he wasn't. Because I wasn't listening to what he was saying. So I just assumed he was saying some shit about Taiwan. And he wasn't, right? That was a mistake. That I'll own up to. But I think it was just not even close, right? I don't think it was even close. Cyprus thing. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Debate was long. Whatever happened to politically provoked?
I think I talked to I reached out to Modern Day Debate. I think I did. And they I just forgot to respond to them. But yeah, the Cyprus thing, I mean, you know, Drew was digging into my shit. He's going, "Oh, you're Dearborn, Michigan." And, you know, he's got connections to the Cyprus movement. So I don't really care about your dumb Balkan comments. Honestly. Don't really care about that shit. But in any case, beautiful stream. Beautiful stream. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I don't know if I ever got to thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Appreciate you a lot. I'm not deleting this stream. No, I'm not deleting it. I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I don't think I did anything was wrong. And I'm not going to delete it. No. I was very careful the whole time. And I'm not deleting it. It's like, why be a streamer if I'm going to delete every important stream I do? You know what I mean? Just going to delete all the streams I do that matter, that perform well, right? I'm keeping it as a form of protest. Even like I don't think there's anything wrong. Like I was very careful. I did not make arguments. I could have, but I was very mindful of YouTube's already very vague TOS when it comes to, you know, the Ukraine war. Guys, I gotta eat. Gotta eat. And gotta go to bed. I wanted to have a little fun at the end of the stream. Maybe play some Modern Warfare. I don't have time for that. See you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow, okay? Great stuff. See you guys tomorrow. Great stream. Bye, guys.